Chapter 12, Part 1 of the Lerouge Case, by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12, Part 1. Albert scarcely noticed his removal from home to the seclusion of the prison. Snatched away from his painful thoughts by the harsh voice of the commissary, saying, "In the name of the law I arrest you," his mind, completely upset, was a long time in recovering its equilibrium. Everything that followed appeared to him to float indistinctly in a thick mist, like those dream scenes represented on the stage behind a quadruple curtain of gauze. To those questions put to him he replied without knowing what he said. 2 police agents took hold of his arms and helped him down the stairs. He could not have walked down alone. His limbs, which bent beneath him, refused their support. The only thing he understood of all that was said around him was that the Count had been struck with apoplexy, but even that he soon forgot. They lifted him into the cab, which was waiting in the courtyard at the foot of the steps, rather ashamed at finding itself in such a place, and they placed him on the back seat. 2 police agents installed themselves in front of him, while a third mounted the box by the side of the driver. During the drive he did not at all realize his situation. He lay perfectly motionless in the dirty, greasy vehicle. His body, which followed every jolt scarcely allayed by the worn-out springs, rolled from one side to the other, and his head oscillated on his shoulders, as if the muscles of his neck were broken. He thought of Widow Lerouge. He recalled her as she was when he went with his father to La Jonchère. It was in the spring-time, and the hawthorn blooms scented the air. The old woman, in a white cap, stood at her garden gate. She spoke beseechingly. The Count looked sternly at her as he listened, then taking some gold from his purse he gave it to her. On arriving at their destination they lifted him out of the cab the same way as they had lifted him in at starting. During the formality of entering his name in the jail book in the dingy, stinking record office, and whilst replying mechanically to everything, he gave himself up with delight to recollections of Claire. He went back to the time of the early days of their love, when he doubted whether he would ever have the happiness of being loved by her in return, when they used to meet at Mademoiselle Goelot's. This old maid had a house on the left bank of the Seine furnished in the most eccentric manner. On all the dining-room furniture and on the mantelpiece were placed a dozen or 15 stuffed dogs of various breeds, which together or successively had helped to cheer the maiden's lonely hours. She loved to relate stories of these pets whose affection had never failed her. Some were grotesque, others horrible. One especially outrageously stuffed seemed ready to burst. How many times he and Claire had laughed at it until the tears came. The officials next began to search him. This crowning humiliation, these rough hands passing all over his body, brought him somewhat to himself and roused his anger. But it was already over, and they at once dragged him along the dark corridors over the filthy, slippery floor. They opened a door and pushed him into a small cell. He then heard them lock and bolt the door. He was a prisoner, and in accordance with special orders, in solitary confinement. He immediately felt a marked sensation of comfort. He was alone. No more stifled whispers, harsh voices, implacable questions sounded in his ears. A profound silence reigned around. It seemed to him that he had forever escaped from society, and he rejoiced at it. He would have felt relieved, had this even been the silence of the grave. His body, as well as his mind, was weighed down with weariness. He wanted to sit down, when he perceived a small bed to the right, in front of the grated window, which let in the little light there was. This bed was as welcome to him as a plank would be to a drowning man. He threw himself upon it, and lay down with delight. But he felt cold, so he unfolded the coarse woolen coverlid, and wrapping it about him was soon sound asleep. In the corridor 2 detectives, one still young, the other rather old, applied alternately their eyes and ears to the peephole in the door, watching every movement of the prisoner. "What a fellow he is!" murmured the young officer. "If a man has no more nerve than that, he ought to remain honest. He won't care much about his looks the morning of his execution, Monsieur Balland?" "That depends," replied the other. "We must wait and see. Lecoq told me that he was a terrible rascal. Ah, look, he arranges his bed, and lies down. Can he be going to sleep? That's good. It's the first time I ever saw such a thing. It is because, comrade, you have had only dealings with the smaller rogues. All rascals of position, and I have had to do with more than one, or this sort. At the moment of arrest they are incapable of anything. Their heart fails them. But they recover themselves next day. Upon my word, one would say he has gone to sleep. What a joke! I tell you, my friend," added the old man, pointedly, "that nothing is more natural. I am sure that, since the blow was struck, this young fellow has hardly lived. His body has been all on fire. Now he knows that his secret is out, and that quiets him." "Ha, ha! Monsieur Balland, you are joking. You say that quiets him?" "Certainly. There is no greater punishment, remember, than anxiety. Everything is preferable. If you only possessed an income of 10,000 francs, I would show you a way to prove this. I would tell you to go to Hamburg, and risk your entire fortune on one chance at Rouge et Noir. You could relate to me afterwards what your feelings were while the ball was rolling. It is, my boy, as though your brain was being torn with pincers, as though molten lead was being poured into your bones, in place of marrow. This anxiety is so strong that one feels relieved, one breathes again, even when one has lost. It is ruin. But then the anxiety is over. Really, Monsieur Balland, one would think that you yourself had had such an experience." "Alas!" sighed the old detective, "it is to my love for the Queen of Spades, my unhappy love, that you owe the honour of looking through this peephole in my company. But this fellow will sleep for a couple of hours, do not lose sight of him. I am going to smoke a cigarette in the courtyard." Albert slept 4 hours. On awaking his head seemed clearer than it had been ever since his interview with Noel. It was a terrible moment for him when, for the first time, he became fully aware of his situation. "Now, indeed," said he, "I require all my courage." He longed to see some one to speak, to be questioned, to explain. He felt a desire to call out. "But what good would that be?" he asked himself. "Some one will be coming soon." He looked for his watch to see what time it was, and found that they had taken it away. He felt this deeply. They were treating him like the most abandoned of villains. He felt in his pockets. They had all been carefully emptied. He thought now of his personal appearance, and getting up he repaired as much as possible the disorder of his toilette. He put his clothes in order, and dusted them. He straightened his collar, and retied his cravat. Then, pouring a little water on his handkerchief, he passed it over his face, bathing his eyes, which were greatly inflamed. Then he endeavoured to smooth his beard and hair. He had no idea that 4 lynx eyes were fixed upon him all the while. "Good!" murmured the young detective. "See how our cock sticks up his comb and smooth his feathers." "I told you," put in Balland, "that he was only staggered. Hush! He is speaking, I believe." But they neither surprised one of those disordered gestures nor one of those incoherent speeches, which almost always escape from the feeble when excited by fear, or from the imprudent ones who believe in the discretion of their cells. One word alone, honour, reached the ears of the 2 spies. "These rascals of rank," grumbled Balland, "always have this word in their mouths. That which they most fear is the opinion of some dozen friends, and several thousand strangers who read the Gazette des Tribunaux. They only think of their own heads later on." When the gendarmes came to conduct Albert before the investigating magistrate, they found him seated on the side of his bed, his feet pressed upon the iron rail, his elbows on his knees, and his head buried in his hands. He rose as they entered, and took a few steps toward them; but his throat was so dry that he was scarcely able to speak. He asked for a moment, and then turning towards the little table, he filled and drank 2 large glassfuls of water in succession. "I am ready," he then said. And with a firm step he followed the gendarmes along the passage which led to the Palais de Justice. Daburon was just then in great anguish. He walked furiously up and down his office, awaiting the prisoner. Again, and for the 20th time since morning, he regretted having engaged in the business. "Curse this absurd point of honour which I have obeyed!" he inwardly exclaimed. "I have in vain attempted to reassure myself by the aid of sophisms. I was wrong in not withdrawing. Nothing in the world can change my feelings towards this young man. I hate him. I am his judge, and it is no less true that at one time I longed to assassinate him. I faced him with a revolver in my hand. Why did I not present it and fire? Do I know why? What power held my finger, when an almost insensible pressure would have sufficed to kill him? I cannot say. Why is not he the judge, I the assassin? If the intention was as punishable as the deed, I ought to be guillotined. And it is under such conditions that I dare examine him." Passing the door, he heard the heavy footsteps of the gendarmes in the passage. "It is he!" he said aloud, and then hastily seated himself at his table, bending over his portfolios, as though striving to hide himself. If the tall clerk had used his eyes, he would have noticed the singular spectacle of an investigating magistrate more agitated than the prisoner he was about to examine. But he was blind to all around him, and at this moment he was only aware of an error of 15 centimes which had slipped into his accounts, and which he was unable to rectify. Albert entered the magistrate's office with his head erect. His features bore traces of great fatigue and of sleepless nights. He was very pale, but his eyes were clear and sparkling. The usual questions which opened such examinations gave M. Daburon an opportunity to recover himself. Fortunately, he had found time in the morning to prepare a plan, which he had now simply to follow. "You are aware, sir," he commenced in a tone of perfect politeness, "that you have no right to the name you bear?" "I know, sir," replied Albert, "that I am the natural son of M. de Commaret. I know, further, that my father would be unable to recognise me, even if he wished to, since I was born during his married life." "What were your feelings upon learning this?" "I should speak falsely, sir, if I said I did not feel very bitterly. When one is in the high position I occupied, the fall is terrible. However, I never for a moment entertained the thought of contesting M. Noel Gerdy's rights. I always purposed, and still purpose, to yield. I have so informed M. de Commaret." M. Daburon expected just such a reply, and it only strengthened his suspicions. Did it not enter into the line of defence which he had foreseen? It was now his duty to seek some way of demolishing this defence, in which the prisoner evidently meant to shut himself up like a tortoise in its shell. "You could not oppose M. Gerdy," continued the magistrate, "with any chance of success. You had, indeed, on your side the count and your mother; but M. Gerdy was in possession of evidence that was certain to win his cause, that of Widow Lerouge." "I have never doubted that, sir." "Now," continued the magistrate, seeking to hide the look which he fastened upon Albert, "justice supposes that, to do away with the only existing proof, you have assassinated Widow Lerouge." This terrible accusation, terribly emphasized, caused no change in Albert's features. He preserved the same firm bearing without bravado. "Before God," he answered, "and by all that is most sacred on earth, I swear to you, sir, that I am innocent. I am at this moment a close prisoner, without communication with the outer world, reduced consequently to the most absolute helplessness. It is through your probity that I hope to demonstrate my innocence." "What an actor!" thought the magistrate. "Can crime be so strong as this?" He glanced over his papers, reading certain passages of the preceding depositions, turning down the corners of certain pages which contained important information. Then suddenly he resumed: "When you were arrested, you cried out, 'I am lost!' What did you mean by that?" "Sir," replied Albert, "I remember having uttered those words. When I knew of what crime I was accused, I was overwhelmed with consternation. My mind was, as it were, enlightened by a glimpse of the future. In a moment I perceived all the horror of my situation. I understood the weight of the accusation, its probability, and the difficulties I should have in defending myself. A voice cried out to me, 'Who was most interested in Claudine's death?' And the knowledge of my imminent peril forced from me the exclamation you speak of." His explanation was more than plausible, was possible, and even likely. It had the advantage, too, of anticipating the axiom, "Search out the one whom the crime will benefit." Tabaret had spoken truly when he said that they would not easily make the prisoner confess. M. Daburon admired Albert's presence of mind, and the resources of his perverse imagination. "You do, indeed," continued the magistrate, "appear to have had the greatest interest in this death. Moreover, I will inform you that robbery was not the object of the crime. The things thrown into the Seine have been recovered. We know, also, that all the widow's papers were burnt. Could they compromise any one but yourself? If you know of any one, speak." "What can I answer, sir? Nothing." "Have you often gone to see this woman?" "3 or 4 times with my father." "One of your coachmen pretends to have driven you there at least 10 times." "The man is mistaken. But what matters the number of visits?" "Do you recollect the arrangements of the rooms? Can you describe them?" "Perfectly, sir. There were 2. Claudine slept in the back room." "You were in no way a stranger to Widow Lerouge. If you had knocked one evening at her window shutter, do you think she would have let you in?" "Certainly, sir, and eagerly." "You have been unwell these last few days." "Very unwell, to say the least, sir. My body bent under the weight of a burden too great for my strength. It was not, however, for want of courage." "Why did you forbid your valet Lubin to call in the doctor?" "Ah, sir, how could the doctor cure my disease? All his science could not make me the legitimate son of the Count de Comarin." "Some very singular remarks made by you were overheard. You seemed to be no longer interested in anything concerning your home. You destroyed a large number of papers and letters." "I had decided to leave the count, sir. My resolution explains my conduct." Albert replied promptly to the magistrate's questions without the least embarrassment, and in a confident tone. His voice, which was very pleasant to the ear, did not tremble; it concealed no emotion; it retained its pure and vibrating sound. M. Daburon deemed it wise to suspend the examination for a short time. With so cunning an adversary he was evidently pursuing a false course. To proceed in detail was folly; he neither intimidated the prisoner nor made him break through his reserve. It was necessary to take him unawares. "Sir," resumed the magistrate abruptly, "tell me exactly how you passed your time last Tuesday evening, from 6 o'clock until midnight." For the first time Albert seemed disconcerted. His glance, which had till then been fixed upon the magistrate, wavered. "During Tuesday evening," he stammered, repeating the phrase to gain time. "I have him!" thought the magistrate, starting with joy, and then added aloud, "Yes, from 6 o'clock until midnight." "I am afraid, sir," answered Albert, "it will be difficult for me to satisfy you. I haven't a very good memory." "Oh, don't tell me that!" interrupted the magistrate. "If I had asked you what you were doing 3 months ago, on a certain evening, and at a certain hour, I could understand your hesitation. But this is about Tuesday, and it is now Friday. Moreover, this day, so close, was the last of the Carnival. It was Shrove Tuesday. That circumstance ought to help your memory." "That evening I went out walking," murmured Albert. "Now," continued the magistrate, "where did you dine?" "At home, as usual." "No, not as usual. At the end of your meal you asked for a bottle of Bordeaux, of which you drank the whole. You doubtless had need of some extra excitement for your subsequent plans." "I had no plans," replied the prisoner, with very evident uneasiness. "You make a mistake. 2 friends came to seek you." You replied to them before sitting down to dinner that you had a very important engagement to keep. That was only a polite way of getting rid of them. Why? Can you not understand, sir? I was resigned, but not comforted. I was learning to get accustomed to the terrible blow. Would not one seek solitude in the great crisis of one's life? The prosecution pretends that you wished to be left alone, that you might go to La Jonchère. During the day you said, 'She cannot resist me.' Of whom were you speaking?" "Of some one to whom I had written the evening before, and who had replied to me. I spoke the words with her letter still in my hands." "This letter was, then, from a woman?" "Yes." "What have you done with it?" "I have burnt it." "This precaution leads one to suppose that you considered the letter compromising." "Not at all, sir. It treated entirely of private matters." M. Daburon was sure that this letter came from Mademoiselle d'Arlange. Should he, nevertheless, ask the question, and again hear pronounced the name of Claire, which always aroused such painful emotions within him? He ventured to do so, leaning over his papers so that the prisoner could not detect his emotion. "From whom did this letter come?" he asked. "From one whom I cannot name." "Sir," said the magistrate severely, "I will not conceal from you that your position is greatly compromised. Do not aggravate it by this culpable reticence. You are here to tell everything, sir." "My own affairs, yes, not those of others." Albert gave this last answer in a dry tone. He was giddy, flurried, exasperated by the prying and irritating mode of the examination, which scarcely gave him time to breathe. The magistrate's questions fell upon him more thickly than the blows of the blacksmith's hammer upon the red-hot iron which he is anxious to beat into shape before it cools. The apparent rebellion of his prisoner troubled M. Daburon a great deal. He was further extremely surprised to find the discernment of the old detective at fault, just as if though Tabaret were infallible. Tabaret had predicted an unexceptional alibi, and this alibi was not forthcoming. Why? Had this subtle villain something better than that? What artful defence had he to fall back upon? Doubtless he kept in reserve some unforeseen stroke, perhaps irresistible. "Gently," thought the magistrate, "I have not got him yet." Then he quickly added aloud, "Continue. After dinner, what did you do?" "I went out for a walk." "Not immediately. The bottle emptied, you smoked a cigar in the dining room, which was so unusual as to be noticed. What kind of cigars do you usually smoke?" "Trabucos." "Do you not use a cigar holder, to keep your lips from contact with the tobacco?" "Yes, sir," replied Albert, much surprised at this series of questions. "At what time did you go out?" "About 8:00. "Did you carry an umbrella?" "Yes." "Where did you go?" "I walked about." "Alone, without any object, all the evening?" "Yes, sir." "Now, trace out your wanderings for me very carefully." "Ah, sir, that is very difficult to do. I went out simply to walk about, for the sake of exercise, to drive away the torpor which had depressed me for 3 days. I don't know whether you can picture to yourself my exact condition. I was half out of my mind. I walked about at hazard along the quays. I wandered through the streets." "All that is very improbable," interrupted the magistrate. M. Daburon, however, knew that it was at least possible. Had not he himself one night in a similar condition traversed all Paris? What reply could he have made had some one asked him next morning where he had been, except that he had not paid attention and did not know? But he had forgotten this, and his previous hesitations too had all vanished. CHAPTer 12. Part 2 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. Part 2. As the inquiry advanced, the fever of investigation took possession of him. He enjoyed the emotions of the struggle, his passion for his calling became stronger than ever. He was again an investigating magistrate, like the fencing master, who once practising with his dearest friend, became excited by the clash of the weapons and, forgetting himself, killed him. "So," resumed M. Daburon, "you met absolutely no one who can affirm that he saw you. You did not speak to a living soul. You entered no place, not even a café or a theatre, or a tobacconist's to light one of your favourite trabucos?" "No, sir." "Well, it is a great misfortune for you, yes, a very great misfortune, for I must inform you that it was precisely during this Tuesday evening, between 8 o'clock and midnight, that Widow Lerouge was assassinated. Justice can point out the exact hour. Again, sir, in your own interest, I recommend you to reflect, to make a strong appeal to your memory." This pointing out of the exact day and hour of the murder seemed to astound Albert. He raised his hand to his forehead with a despairing gesture. However, he replied in a calm voice, "I am very unfortunate, sir, but I can recollect nothing." M. Dabiron's surprise was immense. What, not an alibi? Nothing? This could be no snare nor system of defence. Was then this man as cunning as he had imagined? Doubtless. Only he had been taken unawares. He had never imagined it possible for the accusation to fall upon him, and it was almost by a miracle it had done so. The magistrate slowly raised one by one the large pieces of paper that covered the articles seized in Albert's rooms. "We will pass," he continued, "to the examination of the charges which weigh against you. Will you please come nearer? Do you recognize these articles as belonging to yourself?" "Yes, sir, they are all mine." "Well, take this foil. Who broke it?" "I, sir, in fencing with M. de Courtivois, who can bear witness to it." "He will be heard. Where is the broken end?" "I do not know. You must ask Lubin, my valet." "Exactly. He declares that he has hunted for it, and cannot find it. I must tell you that the victim received the fatal blow from the sharpened end of a broken foil. This piece of stuff, on which the assassin wiped his weapon, is a proof of what I state. I beseech you, sir, to order a most minute search to be made. It is impossible that the other half of the foil is not to be found." "Orders shall be given to that effect. Look, here is the exact imprint of the murderer's foot traced on this sheet of paper. I will place one of your boots upon it, and the sole, as you perceive, fits the tracing with the utmost precision. This plaster was poured into the hollow left by the heel. You observe that it is, in all respects, similar in shape to the heels of your own boots. I perceive, too, the mark of a peg, which appears in both." Albert followed with marked anxiety every movement of the magistrate. It was plain that he was struggling against a growing terror. Was he attacked by that fright which overpowers the guilty when they see themselves on the point of being confounded? To all the magistrate's remarks he answered in a low voice, "It is true, perfectly true." "That is so," continued M. Daburon. "Yet listen further, before attempting to defend yourself. The criminal had an umbrella. The end of this umbrella sank in the clayey soil. The round of wood which is placed at the end of the silk was found moulded in the clay. Look at this clod of clay, raised with the utmost care. And now look at your umbrella. Compare the rounds. Are they alike, or not?" "These things, sir," attempted Albert, "are manufactured in large quantities." "Well, we will pass over that proof. Look at this cigar end, found on the scene of the crime, and tell me of what brand it is, and how it was smoked." "It is a trabucos, and was smoked in a cigar holder." "Like these?" persisted the magistrate, pointing to the cigars and the amber and meerschaum holders found in the viscount's library. "Yes," murmured Albert, "it is a fatality, a strange coincidence." "Patience, that is nothing as yet. The assassin wore gloves. The victim in the death struggle seized his hands, and some pieces of kid remained in her nails. These have been preserved, and are here. They are of a lavender colour, are they not?" Now here are the gloves which you wore on Tuesday. They, too, are lavender, and they are frayed. Compare these pieces of kid with your own gloves. Do they not correspond? Are they not of the same colour, the same skin?" It was useless to deny it, equivocate, or seek subterfuges. The evidence was there, and it was irrefutable. While appearing to occupy himself solely with the objects lying upon his table, M. Daburon did not lose sight of the prisoner. Albert was terrified. A cold perspiration bathed his temples and glided drop by drop down his cheeks. His hands trembled so much that they were of no use to him. In a chilling voice he kept repeating, "It is horrible! It is horrible!" "Finally," pursued the inexorable magistrate, "here are the trousers you wore on the evening of the murder. It is plain that not long ago they were very wet; and, besides the mud on them, there are traces of earth. Besides that, they are torn at the knees. We will admit, for the moment, that you might not remember where you went on that evening; but who would believe that you do not know when you tore your trousers, and how you frayed your gloves? What courage could resist such assaults? Albert's firmness and energy were at an end. His brain whirled. He fell heavily in a chair, exclaiming, "It is enough to drive me mad!" "Do you admit," insisted the magistrate, whose gaze had become firmly fixed upon the prisoner, "do you admit that Widow Lerouge could only have been stabbed by you?" "I admit," protested Albert, "that I am the victim of one of those terrible fatalities which make men doubt the evidence of their reason. I am innocent." "Then tell me where you passed Tuesday evening." "Ah, sir," cried the prisoner, "I should have to " but, restraining himself, he added, in a faint voice, "I have made the only answer that I can make." M. Daburon rose, having now reached his grand stroke. "It is then my duty," said he, with a shade of irony, "to supply your failure of memory. I am going to remind you of where you went and what you did. On Tuesday evening, at 8:00, after having obtained from the wine you drank the dreadful energy you needed, you left your home. At 35 minutes past 8, you took the train at the St. Lazare station. At 9:00, you alighted at the station at Reuil." And, not disdaining to employ Tabaret's ideas, the investigating magistrate repeated nearly word for word the tirade improvised the night before by the amateur detective. He had every reason, while speaking, to admire the old fellow's penetration. In all his life his eloquence had never produced so striking an effect. Every sentence, every word told. The prisoner's assurance, already shaken, fell little by little, just like the outer coating of a wall when riddled with bullets. Albert was, as the magistrate perceived, like a man who, rolling to the bottom of a precipice, sees every branch and every projecture which might retard his fall fail him, and who feels a new and more painful bruise each time his body comes in contact with them. "And now," concluded the investigating magistrate, "listen to good advice. Do not persist in a system of denying impossible to sustain. Give in. Justice, rest assured, is ignorant of nothing which it is important to know. Believe me, seek to deserve the indulgence of your judges, confess your guilt." M. Daburon did not believe that his prisoner would still persist in asserting his innocence. He imagined he would be overwhelmed and confounded, that he would throw himself at his feet, begging for mercy. But he was mistaken. Albert, in spite of his great prostration, found, in one last effort of his will, sufficient strength to recover himself and again protest. "You are right, sir," he said in a sad but firm voice. "Everything seems to prove me guilty. In your place I should have spoken as you have done. Yet, all the same, I swear to you that I am innocent." "Come now, do you really?" began the magistrate. "I am innocent," interrupted Albert, "and I repeat it, without the least hope of changing in any way your conviction. Yes, everything speaks against me, everything, even my own bearing before you. It is true, my courage has been shaken by these incredible, miraculous, overwhelming coincidences. I am overcome, because I feel the impossibility of proving my innocence. But I do not despair. My honour and my life are in the hands of God. At this very hour, when to you I appear lost, for I in no way deceive myself, sir, I do not despair of a complete justification. I await confidently." "What do you mean?" asked the magistrate. "Nothing but what I say, sir." "So you persist in denying your guilt?" "I am innocent." "But this is folly." "I am innocent." "Very well," said M. Daburon, "that is enough for to day. You will hear the official report of your examination read, and will then be taken back to solitary confinement. I exhort you to reflect. Night will perhaps bring on a better feeling. If you wish at any time to speak to me, send word, and I will come to you. I will give orders to that effect. You may read now, Constant." When Albert had departed under the escort of the gendarmes, the magistrate muttered in a low tone, "There's an obstinate fellow for you." He certainly no longer entertained the shadow of a doubt. To him Albert was as surely the murderer as if he had admitted his guilt. Even if he should persist in his system of denial to the end of the investigation, it was impossible that, with the proofs already in the possession of the police, a true bill should not be found against him. He was therefore certain of being committed for trial at the assizes. It was 100 to 1 that the jury would bring in a verdict of guilty. Left to himself, however, M. Daburon did not experience that intense satisfaction mixed with vanity which he ordinarily felt after he had successfully conducted an examination, and had succeeded in getting his prisoner into the same position as Albert. Something disturbed and shocked him. At the bottom of his heart he fell ill at ease. He had triumphed, but his victory gave him only uneasiness, pain, and vexation. A reflection so simple that he could hardly understand why it had not occurred to him at first, increased his discontent, and made him angry with himself. "Something told me," he muttered, "that I was wrong to undertake this business. I am punished for not having obeyed that inner voice. I ought to have declined to proceed with the investigation. The Viscount de Comarin was, all the same, certain to be arrested, imprisoned, examined, confounded, tried, and probably condemned. Then, being in no way connected with the trial, I could have reappeared before Claire. Her grief will be great. As her friend, I could have soothed her, mingled my tears with hers, calmed her regrets. With time she might have been consoled, and perhaps have forgotten him. She could not have helped feeling grateful to me, and then, who knows? While now, whatever may happen, I shall be an object of loathing to her. She will never be able to endure the sight of me. In her eyes I shall always be her lover's assassin. I have with my own hands opened an abyss. I have lost her a second time, and by my own fault." The unhappy man heaped the bitterest reproaches upon himself. He was in despair. He had never so hated Albert, that wretch who, stained with a crime, stood in the way of his happiness. Then, too, he cursed old Tabaret. Alone he would not have decided so quickly. He would have waited, thought over the matter, matured his decision, and certainly have perceived the inconveniences which now occurred to him. The old fellow, always carried away like a badly trained bloodhound and full of stupid enthusiasm, had confused him, and led him to do what now he so much regretted. It was precisely this unfavourable moment that M. Tabaret chose for reappearing before the magistrate. He had just been informed of the termination of the inquiry, and he arrived impatient to know what had passed, swelling with curiosity, and full of the sweet hope of hearing of the fulfilment of his predictions. "What answers did he make?" he asked even before he had closed the door. "He is evidently guilty," replied the magistrate, with a harshness very different to his usual manner. Old Tabaret, who expected to receive praises by the basketful, was astounded at this tone. It was, therefore, with great hesitancy that he offered his further services. "I have come," he said modestly, "to know if any investigations are necessary to demolish the alibi pleaded by the prisoner."
He pleaded no alibi," replied the magistrate dryly. "How?" cried the detective. "No alibi? Pshaw! I ask pardon. He has, of course, then, confessed everything?" "No," said the magistrate impatiently, "he has confessed nothing. He acknowledges that the proofs are decisive. He cannot give an account of how he spent his time, but he protests his innocence." In the centre of the room, M. Tabaret stood with his mouth wide open and his eyes staring wildly, and altogether in the most grotesque attitude his astonishment could effect. He was literally thunderstruck. In spite of his anger, M. Daburon could not help smiling; and even Constant gave a grin which on his lips was equivalent to a paroxysm of laughter. "Not an alibi? Nothing?" murmured the old fellow. "No explanations? The idea! It is inconceivable! Not an alibi? We must, then, be mistaken. He cannot be the criminal. That is certain." The investigating magistrate felt that the old amateur must have been waiting the result of the examination at the wine shop round the corner, or else that he had gone mad. "Unfortunately," said he, "we are not mistaken. It is but too clearly shown that M. de Commarin is the murderer. However, if you like, you can ask Constant for his report of the examination, and read it over while I put these papers in order." "Very well," said the old fellow, with feverish anxiety. He sat down in Constant's chair, and, leaning his elbows on the table, thrusting his hands in his hair, he in less than no time read the report through. When he had finished he arose with pale and distorted features. "Sir," said he to the magistrate, in a strange voice, "I have been the involuntary cause of a terrible mistake. This man is innocent." "Come, come," said M. Daburon, without stopping his preparations for departure, "you are going out of your mind, my dear M. Tabaret. How, after all that you have read there, can " "Yes, sir, yes. It is because I have read this that I entreat you to pause, or we shall add one more mistake to the sad list of judicial errors. Read this examination over carefully. There is not a reply but which declares this unfortunate man innocent, not a word but which throws out a ray of light. And he is still in prison, still in solitary confinement." "He is, and there he will remain, if you please," interrupted the magistrate. "It becomes you well to talk in this manner, after the way you spoke last night, when I hesitated so much." "But, sir," cried the old detective, "I still say precisely the same. Ah, wretched Tabaret! All is lost. No one understands you. Pardon me, sir, if I lack the respect due to you. But you have not grasped my method. It is, however, very simple. Given a crime, with all the circumstances and details, I construct, bit by bit, a plan of accusation, which I do not guarantee until it is entire and perfect. If a man is found to whom this plan applies exactly in every particular, the author of the crime is found. Otherwise, one has laid hands upon an innocent person. It is not sufficient that such and such particulars seem to point to him. It must be all or nothing. This is infallible. Now, in this case, how have I reached the culprit? Through proceeding by inference from the known to the unknown. I have examined his work, and I have formed an idea of the worker. Reason and logic lead us to what? To a villain, determined, audacious, and prudent, versed in the business. And do you think that such a man would neglect a precaution that would not be omitted by the stupidest tyro? It is inconceivable. What, this man is so skilful as to leave such feeble traces that they escape Gevrol's practised eye, and you think he would risk his safety by leaving an entire night unaccounted for? It's impossible. I am as sure of my system as of a sum that has been proved. The assassin has an alibi. Albert has pleaded none. Then he is innocent.
Daburon surveyed the detective pityingly, much as he would have looked at a remarkable monomaniac. When the old fellow had finished, "My worthy Monsieur Tabaret," the magistrate said to him, "you have but one fault. You err through an excess of subtlety, you accord too freely to others the wonderful sagacity with which you yourself are endowed. Our man has failed in prudence, simply because he believed his rank would place him above suspicion. No, sir, no, 1,000 times no. My culprit, the true one, he whom we have missed catching, feared everything. Besides, does Albert defend himself? No. He is overwhelmed because he perceives coincidences so fatal that they appear to condemn him, without a chance of escape. Does he try to excuse himself? No. He simply replies, 'It is terrible,' and yet all through his examination I feel reticence that I cannot explain. I can explain it very easily, and I am as confident as though he had confessed everything. I have more than sufficient proofs for that." "Ah, sir, proofs! There are always enough of those against an arrested man. They existed against every innocent man who was ever condemned. Proofs! Why, I had them in quantities against Kaiser, the poor little tailor who—" "Well," interrupted the magistrate hastily, "if it is not he, the most interested one, who committed the crime, who then is it? His father, the Count de Commarin? No, the true assassin is a young man." M. Daburon had arranged his papers and finished his preparations. He took up his hat, and, as he prepared to leave, replied: "You must then see that I am right. Come and see me by and by, M. Tabaret, and make haste, and get rid of all your foolish ideas. To morrow we will talk the whole matter over again. I am rather tired to night." Then he added, addressing his clerk, "Constant, look in at the record office, in case the prisoner Commarin should wish to speak to me." He moved towards the door, but M. Tabaret barred his exit. "Sir," said the old man, "in the name of Heaven, listen to me. He is innocent, I swear to you. Help me, then, to find the real culprit. Sir, think of your remorse, should you cause an—" But the magistrate would hear no more. He pushed old Tabaret quickly aside, and hurried out. The old man now turned to Constant. He wished to convince him. Lost trouble. The tall clerk hastened to put his things away, thinking of his soup, which was getting cold. So that M. Tabaret soon found himself locked out of the room and alone in the dark passage. All the usual sounds of the Palais had ceased. The place was as silent as a tomb. The old detective desperately tore his hair with both hands. "Ah!" he exclaimed, "Albert is innocent, and it is I who have cast suspicion upon him. It is I, fool that I am, who have infused in the obstinate spirit of the magistrate a conviction that I can no longer destroy. He is innocent, and is yet enduring the most horrible anguish. Suppose he should commit suicide? There have been instances of wretched men who, in despair at being falsely accused, have killed themselves in their cells. Poor boy! But I will not abandon him. I have ruined him. I will save him. I will find the culprit, and he shall pay dearly for my mistake, the scoundrel." CHAPter 13. Part 1 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13. Part 1. After seeing the Count de Commarin safely in his carriage at the entrance of the Palais de Justice, Noël Gerdy seemed inclined to leave him. Resting one hand against the half-opened carriage door, he bowed respectfully, and said: "When, sir, shall I have the honour of paying my respects to you?" "Come with me now," said the old nobleman. The advocate, still leaning forward, muttered some excuses. He had, he said, important business. He must positively return home at once. "Come," repeated the count, in a tone which admitted no reply. Noël obeyed.
"You have found your father," said M. de Commarin in a low tone, "but I must warn you that at the same time you lose your independence." The carriage started, and only then did the count notice that Noel had very modestly seated himself opposite him. This humility seemed to displease him greatly. "Sit here, by my side, sir," he exclaimed. "Are you not my son?" The advocate, without replying, took his seat by the side of the terrible old man, but occupied as little room as possible. He had been very much upset by his interview with M. Daburon, for he retained none of his usual assurance, none of the exterior coolness by which he was accustomed to conceal his feelings. Fortunately the ride gave him time to breathe and to recover himself a little. On the way from the Palais de Justice to the de Commarin mansion, not a word passed between the father and son. When the carriage stopped before the steps leading to the principal entrance, and the count got out with Noel's assistance, there was great commotion among the servants. There were, it is true, few of them present, nearly all having been summoned to the Palais. But the count and the advocate had scarcely disappeared when, as if by enchantment, they were all assembled in the hall. They came from the garden, the stables, the cellar, and the kitchen. Nearly all bore marks of their calling. A young groom appeared with his wooden shoes filled with straw, shuffling about on the marble floor like a mangy dog on a Gobelin tapestry. One of them recognized Noel as the visitor of the previous Sunday, and that was enough to set fire to all these gossip mongers thirsting for scandal. Since morning, moreover, the unusual events at the de Commarin mansion had caused a great stir in society. 1,000 stories were circulated, talked over, corrected, and added to by the ill-natured and malicious, some abominably absurd, others simply idiotic. 20 people, very noble and still more proud, had not been above sending their most intelligent servants to pay a little visit among the count's retainers for the sole purpose of learning something positive. As it was, nobody knew anything, and yet everybody pretended to be fully informed. Let any one explain who can this very common phenomenon. A crime is committed, justice arrives, wrapped in mystery. The police are still ignorant of almost everything, and yet details of the most minute character are already circulated about the streets.
"So," said the cook, "that tall dark fellow with the whiskers is the count's true son?"
"You are right," said one of the footmen who had accompanied M. de Commarin. "As for the other, he is no more his son than Jean here, who, by the way, will be kicked out of doors if he is caught in this part of the house with his dirty working shoes on." "What a romance!" exclaimed Jean, supremely indifferent to the danger which threatened him.
"Such things constantly occur in great families," said the cook. "However did it happen?"
"Well, you see, one day long ago, when the countess, who is now dead, was out walking with her little son, who was about 6 months old, the child was stolen by gypsies. The poor lady was full of grief, but, above all, was greatly afraid of her husband, who was not over kind. What did she do? She purchased a brat from a woman who happened to be passing, and, never having noticed this child, the count has never known the difference." "But the assassination?" "That's very simple. When the woman saw her brat in such a nice berth, she bled him finally, and has kept up a system of blackmailing all along. The viscount had nothing left for himself, so he resolved at last to put an end to it, and came to a final settling with her." "And the other, who is up there, the dark fellow?" The orator would have gone on without doubt, giving the most satisfactory explanations of everything, if he had not been interrupted by the entrance of M. Lubin, who came from the Palais in company of young Joseph. His success, so brilliant up to this time, was cut short, just like that of a second-rate singer when the star of the evening comes on the stage. The entire assembly turned towards Albert's valet, all eyes questioning him. He, of course, knew all. He was the man they wanted. He did not take advantage of his position and keep them waiting. "What a rascal!" he exclaimed at first. "What a villainous fellow is this Albert!" He entirely did away with the Mr. and the Viscount, and met with general approval for doing so. "However," he added, "I always had my doubts. The fellow didn't please me by half. You see now to what we are exposed every day in our profession, and it is dreadfully disagreeable. The magistrate did not conceal it from me.
Monsieur Lubin," said he, "it is very sad for a man like you to have waited on such a scoundrel; for you must know that, besides an old woman over 80 years old, he also assassinated a young girl of 12. The little child, the magistrate told me, was chopped into bits." "Ah!" put in Joseph, "he must have been a great fool. Do people do those sort of things themselves when they are rich, and when there are so many poor devils who only ask to gain their living?" "Pshaw!" said M. Lubin, in a knowing tone. "You will see him come out of it as white as snow. These rich men can do anything." "Anyhow," said the cook, "I'd willingly give a month's wages to be a mouse, and to listen to what the count and the tall dark fellow are talking about. Suppose some one went up and tried to find out what is going on?"
This proposition did not meet with the least favour. The servants knew by experience that on important occasions spying was worse than useless. M. de Commarin knew all about servants from infancy. His study was, therefore, a shelter from all indiscretion. The sharpest ear placed at the keyhole could hear nothing of what was going on within, even when the master was in a passion and his voice loudest. One alone, Denis, the count's valet, had the opportunity of gathering information, but he was well paid to be discreet, and he was so. At this moment M. de Commarin was sitting in the same armchair on which the evening before he had bestowed such furious blows while listening to Albert. As soon as he left his carriage the old nobleman recovered his haughtiness. He became even more arrogant in his manner than he had been humble when before the magistrate, as though he were ashamed of what he now considered an unpardonable weakness. He wondered how he could have yielded to a momentary impulse, how his grief could have so basely betrayed him. At the remembrance of the avowals wrested from him by a sort of delirium he blushed, and reproached himself bitterly. The same as Albert the night before, Noel, having fully recovered himself, stood erect, cold as marble, respectful, but no longer humble. The father and son exchanged glances which had nothing of sympathy nor friendliness. They examined one another, they almost measured each other, much as two adversaries feel their way with their eyes before encountering with their weapons. "Sir," said the count at length, in a harsh voice, "henceforth this house is yours. From this moment you are the Viscount de Commarin. You regain possession of all the rights of which you were deprived. Listen before you thank me. I wish at once to relieve you of all misunderstanding. Remember this well, sir. Had I been master of the situation, I would never have recognized you. Albert should have remained in the position in which I placed him." "I understand you, sir," replied Noel. "I don't think that I could ever bring myself to do an act like that by which you deprived me of my birthright; but I declare that if I had the misfortune to do so, I should afterwards have acted as you have. Your rank was too conspicuous to permit a voluntary acknowledgment. It was 1,000 times better to suffer an injustice to continue in secret than to expose the name to the comments of the malicious." This answer surprised the count, and very agreeably too. But he wouldn't let his satisfaction be seen, and it was in a still harsher voice that he resumed: "I have no claim, sir, upon your affection. I do not ask for it, but I insist at all times upon the utmost deference. It is traditional in our house that a son shall never interrupt his father when he is speaking. That you have just been guilty of. Neither do children judge their parents. That also you have just done. When I was 40 years of age my father was in his second childhood, but I do not remember ever having raised my voice above his. This said, I continue. I provided the necessary funds for the expenses of Albert's household completely, distinct from my own, for he had his own servants, horses, and carriages; and besides that I allowed the unhappy boy 4,000 francs a month. I have decided, in order to put a stop to all foolish gossip, and to make your position the easier, that you should live on a grander scale. This matter concerns myself. Further, I will increase your monthly allowance to 6,000 francs, which I trust you will spend as nobly as possible, giving the least possible cause for ridicule. I cannot too strongly exhort you to the utmost caution. Keep close watch over yourself. Weigh your words well. Study your slightest actions.
You will be the point of observation of the thousands of impertinent idlers who compose our world. Your blunders will be their delight. Do you fence?" "Moderately well." "That will do. Do you ride?"
"No, but in 6 months I will be a good horseman, or break my neck."
"You must become a horseman, and not break anything. Let us proceed. You will, of course, not occupy Albert's apartments. They will be walled off, as soon as I am free of the police. Thank heaven, the house is large. You will occupy the other wing, and there will be a separate entrance to your apartments, by another staircase. Servants, horses, carriages, furniture, such as become a viscount, will be at your service, cost what it may, within 48 hours. On the day of your taking possession, you must look as though you had been installed there for years. There will be a great scandal, but that cannot be avoided. A prudent father might send you away for a few months to the Austrian or Russian courts; but in this instance such prudence would be absurd. Much better a dreadful outcry which ends quickly than low murmurs which last for ever. Dare public opinion, and in 8 days it will have exhausted its comments, and the story will have become old. So to work. This very evening the workmen shall be here, and in the first place I must present you to my servants."
To put his purpose into execution the count moved to touch the bell rope. Noel stopped him. Since the commencement of this interview the advocate had wandered in the regions of the 1001 Nights, the wonderful lamp in his hand. The fairy reality cast into the shade his wildest dreams. He was dazzled by the count's words, and had need of all his reason to struggle against the giddiness which came over him on realizing his great good fortune. Touched by a magic wand, he seemed to awake to 1,000 novel and unknown sensations. He rolled in purple and bathed in gold. But he knew how to appear unmoved. His face had contracted the habit of guarding the secret of the most violent internal excitement. While all his passions vibrated within him, he appeared to listen with a sad and almost indifferent coldness. "Permit me, sir," he said to the count, "without overstepping the bounds of the utmost respect, to say a few words. I am touched more than I can express by your goodness, and yet I beseech you to delay its manifestation. The proposition I am about to suggest may perhaps appear to you worthy of consideration. It seems to me that the situation demands the greatest delicacy on my part. It is well to despise public opinion, but not to defy it. I am certain to be judged with the utmost severity. If I install myself so suddenly in your house, what will be said? I shall have the appearance of a conqueror who thinks little, so long as he succeeds, of passing over the body of the conquered. They will reproach me with occupying the bed still warm from Albert's body. They will jest bitterly at my haste in taking possession. They will certainly compare me to Albert, and the comparison will be to my disadvantage, since I should appear to triumph at a time when a great disaster has fallen upon our house." The count listened without showing any signs of disapprobation, struck perhaps by the justice of these reasons. Noel imagined that his harshness was much more feigned than real, and this idea encouraged him. "I beseech you, then, sir," he continued, "to permit me, for the present, in no way to change my mode of living. By not showing myself, I leave all malicious remarks to waste themselves in air. I let public opinion the better familiarise itself with the idea of a coming change. There is a great deal in not taking the world by surprise. Being expected, I shall not have the air of an intruder on presenting myself. Absent, I shall have the advantages which the unknown always possess. I shall obtain the good opinion of all those who have envied Albert, and I shall secure as champions all those who would to-morrow assail me, if my elevation came suddenly upon them. Besides, by this delay I shall accustom myself to my abrupt change of fortune. I ought not to bring into your world, which is now mine, the manners of a parvenu. My name ought not to inconvenience me like a badly fitting coat." "Perhaps it would be wisest," murmured the count. This assent, so easily obtained, surprised Noel. He got the idea that the count had only wished to prove him, to tempt him. In any case, Whether he had triumphed by his eloquence, or whether he had simply shunned a trap, he had succeeded. His confidence increased. He recovered all his former assurance. "I must add, sir," he continued, "that there are a few matters concerning myself which demand my attention. Before entering upon my new life, I must think of those I am leaving behind me. I have friends and clients. This event has surprised me, just as I am beginning to reap the reward of 10 years of hard work and perseverance. I have as yet only sown, I am on the point of reaping. My name is already known. I have obtained some little influence. I confess, without shame, that I have heretofore professed ideas and opinions that would not be suited to this house, and it is impossible in the space of a day—" "Ah!" interrupted the count, in a bantering tone, "you are a liberal. It is a fashionable disease. Albert also was a great liberal." "My ideas, sir," said Noel, quickly, "were those of every intelligent man who wishes to succeed. Besides, have not all parties one and the same aim, power? They merely take different means of reaching it. I will not enlarge upon this subject. Be assured, sir, that I shall know how to bear my name, and think and act as a man of my rank should." "I trust so," said M. de Commarin, "and I hope that you will never make me regret Albert." "At least, sir, it will not be my fault. But since you have mentioned the name of that unfortunate young man, let us occupy ourselves about him." The count cast a look of distrust upon Noel. "What can now be done for Albert?" he asked. "What, sir?" cried Noel, with ardour. "Would you abandon him, when he has not a friend left in the world? He is still your son, sir; he is my brother. For 30 years he has borne the name of Commarin. All the members of a family are jointly liable. Innocent or guilty, he has a right to count upon us; and we owe him our assistance." "What do you then hope for, sir?" asked the count. "To save him, if he is innocent; and I love to believe that he is. I am an advocate, sir, and I wish to defend him. I have been told that I have some talent. In such a cause I must have. Yes, however strong the charges against him may be, I will overthrow them. I will dispel all doubts. The truth shall burst forth at the sound of my voice. I will find new accents to imbue the judges with my own conviction. I will save him, and this shall be my last cause." "And if he should confess?" said the count. "If he has already confessed?" "Then, sir," replied Noel, with a dark look, "I will render him the last service which in such a misfortune I should ask of a brother. I will procure him the means of avoiding judgment." "That is well spoken, sir," said the count. "Very well, my son." And he held out his hand to Noel, who pressed it, bowing a respectful acknowledgment. The advocate took a long breath. At last he had found the way to his haughty noble's heart. He had conquered, he had pleased him. "Let us return to yourself, sir," continued the count. "I yield to the reasons which you have suggested," continued the count. "All shall be done as you desire. But do not consider this a precedent. I never change my plans, even though they are proved to be bad and contrary to my interests. But, at least, nothing prevents your remaining here from to day, and taking your meals with me. We will, first of all, see where you can be lodged, until you formally take possession of the apartments which are to be prepared for you." Noel had the hardihood to again interrupt the old nobleman. "Sir," said he, "when you bade me to follow you here, I obeyed you, as was my duty. Now another and a sacred duty calls me away. Madame Gerdy is at the moment dying. Ought I to leave the deathbed of her who filled my mother's place?" "Valérie," murmured the count. He leaned upon the arm of his chair, his face buried in his hands. In one moment the whole past rose up before him. "She has done me great harm," he murmured, as if answering his thoughts. "She has ruined my whole life. But ought I to be implacable? She is dying from the accusation which is hanging over Albert, our son. It was I who was the cause of it all.
Doubtless, in this last hour, a word from me would be a great consolation to her. I will accompany you, sir."
Noel started at this unexpected proposal. "Oh, sir," said he hastily, "spare yourself, pray, a heart-rending sight. Your going would be useless. Madame Girdy exists probably still, but her mind is dead. Her brain was unable to resist so violent a shock. The unfortunate woman would neither recognize nor understand you." "Go, then, alone," sighed the count. "Go, my son." The words "my son," pronounced with a marked emphasis, sounded like a note of victory in Noel's ears. He bowed to take his leave. The count motioned him to wait. "In any case," he said, "a place at table will be set for you here. I dine at 6:30 precisely. I shall be glad to see you." He rang. His valet appeared. "Denis," said he, "none of the orders I may give will affect this gentleman. You will tell this to all the servants. This gentleman is at home here." The advocate took his leave, and the count felt great comfort in being once more alone. Since morning events had followed one another with such bewildering rapidity that his thoughts could scarcely keep pace with them. At last he was able to reflect. "That, then," said he to himself, "is my legitimate son. I am sure of his birth, at any rate. Besides, I should be foolish to disown him, for I find him the exact picture of myself at 30. He is a handsome fellow, Noel, very handsome. His features are decidedly in his favour. He is intelligent and acute. He knows how to be humble, without lowering himself, and firm without arrogance. His unexpected good fortune does not turn his head. I augur well of a man who knows how to bear himself in prosperity. He thinks well. He will carry his title proudly. And yet I feel no sympathy with him. It seems to me that I shall always regret my poor Albert. I never knew how to appreciate him. Unhappy boy! To commit such a vile crime! He must have lost his reason. I do not like the look of this one's eye. They say that he is perfect. He expresses, at least, the noblest and most appropriate sentiments. He is gentle and strong, magnanimous, generous, heroic. He is without malice, and is ready to sacrifice himself to repay me for what I have done for him. He forgives Madame Girdy. He loves Albert. It is enough to make one distrust him. But all young men nowadays are so. Ah, we live in a happy age. Our children are born free from all human shortcomings. They have neither the vices, the passions, nor the tempers of their fathers; and these precocious philosophers, models of sagacity and virtue, are incapable of committing the least folly. Alas, Albert, too, was perfect, and he has assassinated Claudine. What will this one do? All the same," he added, half aloud, "I ought to have accompanied him to see Valerie." And although the advocate had been gone at least a good 10 minutes, M. de Commarin, not realizing how the time had passed, hastened to the window, in the hope of seeing Noel in the courtyard and calling him back. But Noel was already far away. On leaving the house he took a cab and was quickly driven to the Rue St. Lazare. On reaching his own door, he threw rather than gave 5 francs to the driver, and ran rapidly up the 4 flights of stairs. "Who has called to see me?" he asked one of the servants. "No one, sir." He seemed relieved from a great anxiety, and continued in a calmer tone, "And the doctor?" "He came this morning, sir," replied the girl, "while you were out; and he did not seem at all hopeful. He came again just now, and is still here." "Very well, I will go and speak to him. If any one calls, show them into my study, and let me know." On entering Madame Girdy's chamber, Noel saw at a glance that no change for the better had taken place during his absence. With fixed eyes and convulsed features the sick woman lay extended upon her back. She seemed dead, save for the sudden starts which shook her at intervals, and disarranged the bedclothes. Above her head was placed a little vessel filled with ice water, which fell drop by drop upon her forehead, covered with large bluish spots. The table and mantelpiece were covered with little pots, medicine bottles, and half-emptied glasses. At the foot of the bed, a piece of rag stained with blood showed that the doctor had just had recourse to leeches. Near the fireplace, where was blazing a large fire, a nun of the order of St. Vincent de Paul was kneeling, watching a saucepan. She was a young woman, with a face whiter than her cap. Her immovably placid features, her mournful look, betokened the renunciation of the flesh, and the abdication of all independence of thought. Her heavy grey costume hung about her in large ungraceful folds. Every time she moved, her long chaplet of beads of coloured boxwood, loaded with crosses and copper medals, shook and trailed along the floor with a noise like a jingling of chains. End of chapter 13, part 1. Chapter 13, part 2 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 13, part 2. Dr. Hervé was seated on a chair opposite the bed, watching, apparently with close attention, the nun's preparations. He jumped as Noel entered. "At last you are here," he said, giving his friend a strong grasp of the hand. "I was detained at the Palais," said the advocate, as if he felt the necessity of explaining his absence, "and I have been, as you well imagine, dreadfully anxious." He leant towards the doctor's ear, and in a trembling voice asked, "Well, is she at all better?" The doctor shook his head with an air of deep discouragement. "She is much worse," he replied, "since morning bad symptoms have succeeded each other with frightful rapidity." He checked himself. The advocate had seized his arm, and was pressing it with all his might. Madame Gerdy stirred a little, and a feeble groan escaped her. "She heard you," murmured Noel. "I wish it were so," said the doctor. "It would be most encouraging. But I fear you are mistaken. However, we will see." He went up to Madame Gerdy, and whilst feeling her pulse, examined her carefully, then with the tip of his finger he lightly raised her eyelid. The eye appeared dull, glassy, lifeless. "Come, judge for yourself. Take her hand. Speak to her." Noel, trembling all over, did as his friend wished. He drew near, and, leaning over the bed, so that his mouth almost touched the sick woman's ear, he murmured, "Mother, it is I, Noel, your own Noel. Speak to me. Make some sign. Do you hear me, mother?" It was in vain. She retained her frightful immobility. Not a sign of intelligence crossed her features. "You see," said the doctor, "I told you the truth." "Poor woman!" sighed Noel. "Does she suffer?" "Not at present." The nun now rose, and she too came beside the bed. "Doctor," said she, "all is ready." "Then call the servant, sister, to help us. We are going to apply a mustard poultice." The servant hastened in. In the arms of the two women Madame Gerdy was like a corpse whom they were dressing for the last time. She was as rigid as though she were dead. She must have suffered much and long, poor woman, for it was pitiable to see how thin she was. The nun herself was affected, although she had become habituated to the sight of suffering. How many invalids had breathed their last in her arms during the 15 years that she had gone from pillow to pillow? Noel, during this time, had retired into the window recess, and pressed his burning brow against the panes. Of what was he thinking, while she, who had given him so many proofs of maternal tenderness and devotion, was dying a few paces from him? Did he regret her? Was he not thinking of the grand and magnificent existence which awaited him on the other side of the river, at the Faubourg St. Germain? He turned abruptly round on hearing his friend's voice. "It is done," said the doctor. "We have only now to wait the effect of the mustard. If she feels it, it will be a good sign. If it has no effect, we will try cupping." "And if that does not succeed?" The doctor answered only with a shrug of the shoulders, which showed his inability to do more. "I understand your silence, Hervé," murmured Noel. "Alas, you told me last night she was lost." "Scientifically, yes. But I do not despair. It is hardly a year ago that the father-in-law of one of our comrades recovered from an almost identical attack.
and I saw him when he was much worse than this. Suppuration had set in." "It breaks my heart to see her in this state," resumed Noel. "Must she die without recovering her reason even for one moment? Will she not recognize me, speak one word to me? Who knows? This disease, my poor friend, baffles all foresight. Each moment the aspect may change, according as the inflammation affects such or such part of the brain. She is now in a state of utter insensibility, of complete prostration of all her intellectual faculties, of coma, of paralysis, so to say. To-morrow she may be seized with convulsions, accompanied with a fierce delirium." "And will she speak then?" "Certainly; but that will neither modify the nature nor the gravity of the disease." "And will she recover her reason?" "Perhaps," answered the doctor, looking fixedly at his friend. "But why do you ask that?" "Ah, my dear Hervé, one word from Madame Gerdy, only one, would be of such use to me." "For your affair, eh?" "Well, I can tell you nothing, can promise you nothing. You have as many chances in your favour as against you; only do not leave her. If her intelligence returns it will be only momentary; try and profit by it." "But I must go," added the doctor. "I have still 3 calls to make." Noel followed his friend. When they reached the landing he asked: "You will return?" "This evening, at 9. There will be no need of me till then. All depends upon the watcher; but I have chosen a pearl. I know her well." "It was you, then, who brought this nun?" "Yes, and without your permission. Are you displeased?" "Not the least in the world. Only I confess " "What, you make a grimace? Do your political opinions forbid you having your mother, I should say Madame Gerdy, nursed by a nun of St. Vincent?" "My dear Hervé, you " "Ah, I know what you are going to say. They are adroit, insinuating, dangerous, all that is quite true. If I had a rich uncle whose heir I expected to be, I shouldn't introduce one of them into his house. These good creatures are sometimes charged with strange commissions. But what have you to fear from this one? Never mind what fools say. Money aside, these worthy sisters are the best nurses in the world. I hope you will have one when your end comes. But good bye, I am in a hurry." And regardless of his professional dignity the doctor hurried down the stairs; while Noel, full of thought, his countenance displaying the greatest anxiety, returned to Madame Gerdy. At the door of the sick room the nun awaited the advocate's return. "Sir," said she, "sir!" "You want something of me, sister?" "Sir, the servant bade me come to you for money; she has no more, and had to get credit at the chemist's." "Excuse me, sister," interrupted Noel, seemingly very much vexed; "excuse me for not having anticipated your request. But you see I am rather confused." And taking 100-franc note out of his pocket book, he laid it on the mantelpiece. "Thanks, sir," said the nun. "I will keep an account of what I spend. We always do that," she added. "It is more convenient for the family. One is so troubled at seeing those one loves laid low by illness. You have perhaps not thought of giving this poor lady the sweet aid of our holy religion? In your place, sir, I should send without delay for a priest." "What now, sister? Do you not see the condition she is in? She is the same as dead. You saw that she did not hear my voice." "That is of little consequence, sir," replied the nun. "You will always have done your duty. She did not answer you; but are you sure that she will not answer the priest?" "Ah, you do not know all the power of the last sacraments. I have seen the dying recover their intelligence and sufficient strength to confess, and to receive the sacred body of our Lord Jesus Christ. I have often heard families say that they do not wish to alarm the invalid, that the sight of the minister of our Lord might inspire a terror that would hasten the final end. It is a fatal error. The priest does not terrify; he reassures the soul, at the beginning of its long journey; he speaks in the name of the God of mercy, who comes to save, not to destroy. I could cite to you many cases of dying people who have been cured simply by contact with this sacred balm." The nun spoke in a tone as mournful as her look. Her heart was evidently not in the words which she uttered. Without doubt she had learned them when she first entered the convent. Then they expressed something she really felt, she spoke her own thoughts. But since then she had repeated the words over and over again to the friends of every sick person that she attended, until they lost all meaning so far as she was concerned. To utter them became simply a part of her duties as nurse, the same as the preparation of draughts and the making of poultices. Noel was not listening to her. His thoughts were far away. "Your dear mother," continued the nun, "this good lady that you love so much, no doubt trusted in her religion. Do you wish to endanger her salvation? If she could speak in the midst of her cruel sufferings—" The advocate was on the point of replying when the servant announced that a gentleman who would not give his name wished to speak with him on business. "I will come," he said quickly. "What do you decide, sir?" persisted the nun. "I leave you free, sister, to do as you may judge best." The worthy woman began to recite her lesson of thanks, but to no purpose. Noel had disappeared with a displeased look, and almost immediately she heard his voice in the next room, saying, "At last you have come, Monsieur Clergeau. I had almost given you up." The visitor whom the advocate had been expecting is a person well known in the Rue Saint Lazare, round about the Rue de Provence, the neighbourhood of Notre Dame de Lorette, and all along the exterior boulevards, from the Chaussée des Martyrs to the rond point of the old Barrière de Clichy. Monsieur Clergeau is no more a usurer than Monsieur Jourdain's father was a shopkeeper. Only, as he has lots of money and is very obliging, he lends it to his friends; and in return for his kindness he consents to receive interest, which varies from 15 to 500 per cent. The excellent man positively loves his clients, and his honesty is generally appreciated. He has never been known to seize a debtor's goods; he prefers to follow him up without respite for 10 years, and tear from him bit by bit what is his due. He lives near the top of the Rue de la Victoire. He has no shop, and yet he sells everything saleable, and some other things, too, that the law scarcely considers merchandise. Anything to be useful or neighbourly. He often asserts that he is not very rich. It is possibly true. He is whimsical more than covetous, and fearfully bold. Free with his money when one pleases him, he would not lend 5 francs, even with a mortgage on the Château of Ferrières as guarantee, to whosoever does not meet with his approval. However, he often risks his all on the most unlucky cards. His preferred customers consist of women of doubtful morality, actresses, artists, and those venturesome fellows who enter upon professions which depend solely upon those who practise them, such as lawyers and doctors. He lends to women upon their present beauty, to men upon their future talent. Slight pledges. His discernment, it should be said, however, enjoys a great reputation. It is rarely at fault. A pretty girl furnished by Clergeau is sure to go far. For an artist to be in Clergeau's debt was a recommendation preferable to the warmest criticism. Madame Juliette had procured this useful and honourable acquaintance for her lover. Noel, who well knew how sensitive this worthy man was to kind attentions, and how pleased by politeness, began by offering him a seat and asking after his health. Clergeau went into details. His teeth were still good, but his sight was beginning to fail. His legs were no longer so steady, and his hearing was not all that could be desired. The chapter of complaints ended. "You know," said he, "why I have called. Your bills fall due to day, and I am devilishly in need of money. I have one of 10, one of 7, and a third of 5,000 francs, total 22,000 francs." "Come, Monsieur Clergeau," replied Noel, "do not let us have any joking." "Excuse me," said the usurer, "I am not joking at all." "I rather think you are, though. Why, it's just 8 days ago to day that I wrote to tell you that I was not prepared to meet the bills, and asked for a renewal. I recollect very well receiving your letter." "What do you say to it, then?" By not answering the note, I supposed that you would understand that I could not comply with your request. I hoped that you would exert yourself to find the amount for me."
Noel allowed a gesture of impatience to escape him.
"I have not done so," he said. "So take your own course. I haven't a sou." "The devil! Do you know that I have renewed these bills 4 times already?" "I know that the interest has been fully and promptly paid, and at a rate which cannot make you regret the investment."
Clergeau never likes talking about the interest he received. He pretends that it is humiliating.
"I do not complain. I only say that you take things too easily with me. If I had put your signature in circulation all would have been paid by now."
"Not at all."
"Yes. You would have found means to escape being sued. But you say to yourself, 'Old Clergeau is a good fellow.' And that is true. But I am so only when it can do me no harm. Now, to day, I am absolutely in great need of my money. Ab-so-lute-ly," he added, emphasizing each syllable.
The old fellow's decided tone seemed to disturb the advocate.
"Must I repeat it?" he said. "I am completely drained, completely." "Indeed?" said the usurer. "Well, I am sorry for you, but I shall have to sue you." "And what good will that do?" "Let us play above board, M. Clergeau. Do you care to increase the lawyer's fees? You don't, do you? Even though you may put me to great expense, will that procure you even a centime? You will obtain judgment against me. Well, what then? Do you think of putting in an execution? This is not my home. The lease is in Madame Gerdy's name." "I know all that. Besides, the sale of everything here would not cover the amount." "Then you intend to put me in prison, at Clichy. Bad speculation, I warn you, my practice will be lost, and, you know, no practice, no money." "Good!" cried the worthy money lender. "Now you are talking nonsense. You call that being frank? Pshaw! If you supposed me capable of half the cruel things you have said, my money would be there in your drawer, ready for me." "A mistake. I should not know where to get it, unless by asking Madame Gerdy, a thing I would never do." A sarcastic and most irritating little laugh, peculiar to old Clergeau, interrupted Noel. "It would be no good doing that," said the usurer. "Mamma's purse has long been empty. And if the dear creature should die now, they tell me she is very ill, I would not give 200 Napoleons for the inheritance." The advocate turned red with passion, his eyes glittered, but he dissembled, and protested with some spirit. "We know what we know," continued Clergeau, quietly. "Before a man risks his money, he takes care to make some inquiries. Mamma's remaining bonds were sold last October. Ah, the Rue de Provence is an expensive place. I have made an estimate, which is at home. Juliet is a charming woman, to be sure. She has not her equal, I am convinced. But she is expensive, devilish expensive." Noel was enraged at hearing his Juliet thus spoken of by this honourable personage. But what reply could he make? Besides, none of us are perfect, and M. Clergeau possessed the fault of not properly appreciating women, which doubtless arises from the business transactions he has had with them. He is charming in his business with the fair sex, complimenting and flattering them; but the coarsest insult would be less revolting than his disgusting familiarity. "You have gone too fast," he continued, without deigning to notice his client's ill looks, "and I have told you so before. But you would not listen. You are mad about the girl. You can never refuse her anything. Fool! When a pretty girl wants anything, you should let her long for it for a while. She has then something to occupy her mind and keep her from thinking of a quantity of other follies. 4 good strong wishes well managed ought to last a year. You don't know how to look after your own interests. I know that her glance would turn the head of a stone saint, but you should reason with yourself, hang it! Why, there are not 10 girls in Paris who live in such style. And do you think she loves you any the more for it? Not a bit. When she has ruined you, she'll leave you in the lurch."
Noel accepted the eloquence of his prudent banker like a man with an umbrella accepts a shower.
"What is the meaning of all this?" he asked. "Simply that I will not renew your bills. You understand? Just now, if you try very hard, you will be able to hand me the 22,000 francs in question. You need not frown. You will find means to do so, to prevent my seizing your goods. Not here, for that would be absurd, but at your little woman's apartments. She would not be at all pleased, and would not hesitate to tell you so."
"But everything there belongs to her, and you have no right."
"What of that? She will oppose the seizure, no doubt, and I expect her to do so, but she will make you find the requisite sum. Believe me, you had best parry the blow. I insist on being paid now. I won't give you any further delay, because in 3 months' time you will have used your last resources. It is no use saying no like that. You are in one of those conditions that must be continued at any price. You would burn the wood from your dying mother's bed to warm this creature's feet. Where did you obtain the 10,000 francs that you left with her the other evening? Who knows what you will next attempt to procure money? The idea of keeping her 15 days, 3 days, a single day more may lead you far. Open your eyes. I know the game well. If you do not leave Juliet, you are lost. Listen to a little good advice, gratis. You must give her up, sooner or later, mustn't you? Do it to-day, then."
As you see, our worthy Clergeau never minces the truth to his customers when they do not keep their engagements. If they are displeased, so much the worse for them. His conscience is at rest. He would never join in any foolish business. Noel could bear it no longer, and his anger burst forth.
"Enough!" he cried, decidedly. "Do as you please, Monsieur Clergeau, but have done with your advice. I prefer the lawyer's plain prose. If I have committed follies, I can repair them, and in a way that would surprise you.
"Yes, Monsieur Clergeau,
I can procure 22,000 francs.
I could have 100,000 to morrow morning, if I saw fit."
"They would only cost me the trouble of asking for them. But that I will not do. My extravagance, with all due deference to you, will remain a secret as heretofore. I do not choose that my present embarrassed circumstances should be even suspected. I will not relinquish, for your sake, that at which I have been aiming, the very day it is within my grasp." "He resists," thought the usurer. "He is less deeply involved than I imagined." "So," continued the advocate, "put your bills in the hands of your lawyer. Let him sue me. In 8 days I shall be summoned to appear before the Tribunal de Commerce, and I shall ask for the 25 days' delay, which the judges always grant to an embarrassed debtor. 25 and 8, all the world over, make just 33 days. That is precisely the respite I need. You have 2 alternatives. Either accept from me at once a new bill for 24,000 francs, payable in 6 weeks, or else, as I have an appointment, go off to your lawyer." "And in 6 weeks," replied the usurer, "you will be in precisely the same condition you are to day. And 45 days more of Juliet will cost—" "Monsieur Clergeau," interrupted Noel, "long before that time my position will be completely changed."
"But I have finished," he added, rising, "and my time is valuable."
"One moment, you impatient fellow!" exclaimed the good natured banker. "You said 24,000 francs at 45 days?" "Yes, that is about 75 per cent. Pretty fair interest." "I never cavil about interest," said M. Clergeau. "Only—" He looked slyly at Noel, scratching his chin violently, a movement which in him indicated how insensibly his brain was at work. "Only," he continued, "I should very much like to know what you are counting upon." "That I will not tell you. You will know it ere long, in common with all the world." "I have it!" cried M. Clergeau. "I have it! You are going to marry. You have found an heiress, of course. Your little Juliette told me something of the sort this morning. Ah, you are going to marry. Is she pretty? But no matter. She has a full purse, eh? You wouldn't take her without that. So you are going to start a home of your own? I did not say so. That's right. Be discreet. But I can take a hint. One word more. Beware of the storm. Your little woman has a suspicion of the truth. You are right. It wouldn't do to be seeking money now. The slightest inquiry would be sufficient to enlighten your father-in-law as to your financial position, and you would lose the damsel. Marry and settle down, but get rid of Juliette, or I won't give 5 francs for the fortune. So it is settled. Prepare a new bill for 24,000 francs, and I will call for it when I bring you the old ones on Monday. You haven't them with you, then? No. And, to be frank, I confess that, knowing well I should get nothing from you, I left them with others at my lawyer's. However, you may rest easy. You have my word." Monsieur Clergeau made a pretence of retiring, but just as he was going out he returned quickly. "I had almost forgotten," said he. "While you are about it, you can make the bill for 26,000 francs. Your little woman ordered some dresses, which I shall deliver to morrow. In this way they will be paid for." The advocate began to remonstrate. He certainly did not refuse to pay, only he thought he ought to be consulted when any purchases were made. He didn't like this way of disposing of his money. "What a fellow!" said the usurer, shrugging his shoulders. "Do you want to make the girl unhappy for nothing at all? She won't let you off yet, my friend. You may be quite sure she will eat up your new fortune also. And you know, if you need any money for the wedding, you have but to give me some guarantee. Procure me an introduction to the notary, and everything shall be arranged. But I must go. On Monday, then." Noel listened, to make sure that the usurer had actually gone. When he heard him descending the staircase, "Scoundrel!" he cried. "Miserable, thieving old skinflint! Didn't he need a lot of persuading? He had quite made up his mind to sue me. It would be a pleasant thing had the count come to hear of it. Vile usurer! I was afraid one moment of being obliged to tell him all." While inveighing thus against the money-lender, the advocate looked at his watch. 5:30 already," he said. His indecision was great. Ought he to go and dine with his father? Could he leave Madame Gerdie? He longed to dine at the de Commarin mansion. Yet, on the other hand, to leave a dying woman. "Decidedly," he murmured, "I can't go." He sat down at his desk, and with all haste wrote a letter of apology to his father. Madame Gerdie, he said, might die at any moment. He must remain with her. As he bade the servant give the note to a messenger to carry it to the count, a sudden thought seemed to strike him. "Does Madame's brother," he asked, "know that she is dangerously ill?" "I do not know, sir," replied the servant. "At any rate, I have not informed him. What, did you not think to send him word? Run to his house quickly. Have him sought for if he is not at home. He must come." Considerably more at ease, Noel went and sat in the sick room. The lamp was lighted, and the nun was moving about the room as though quite at home, dusting and arranging everything and putting it in its place. She wore an air of satisfaction that Noel did not fail to notice. "Have we any gleam of hope, sister?" he asked. "Perhaps," replied the nun. "The priest has been here, sir. Your dear mother did not notice his presence, but he is coming back. That is not all. Since the priest was here, the poultice has taken admirably. The skin is quite reddened. I am sure she feels it." "God grant that she does, sister." "Oh, I have already been praying. But it is important not to leave her alone a minute. I have arranged all with the servant. After the doctor has been I shall lie down, and she will watch until 1 in the morning. I will then take her place, and " "You shall both go to bed, sister," interrupted Noel, sadly. "It is I, who could not sleep a wink, who will watch through this night." CHAPTer 13.
Chapter 14 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. Old Tabaret did not consider himself defeated because he had been repulsed by the investigating magistrate, already irritated by a long day's examination. You may call it a fault or an accomplishment, but the old man was more obstinate than a mule. To the excess of despair to which he succumbed in the passage outside the magistrate's office, there soon succeeded that firm resolution which is the enthusiasm called forth by danger. The feeling of duty got the upper hand. Was it a time to yield to unworthy despair, when the life of a fellow man depended on each minute? Inaction would be unpardonable. He had plunged an innocent man into the abyss, and he must draw him out, he alone, if no one would help him. Old Tabaret, as well as the magistrate, was greatly fatigued. On reaching the open air he perceived that he too was in want of food. The emotions of the day had prevented him from feeling hungry, and since the previous evening he had not even taken a glass of water. He entered a restaurant on the boulevard and ordered dinner. While eating, not only his courage but also his confidence came insensibly back to him. It was with him as with the rest of mankind, who knows how much one's ideas may change from the beginning to the end of a repast, be it ever so modest. A philosopher has plainly demonstrated that heroism is but an affair of the stomach. The old fellow looked at the situation in a much less sombre light. He had plenty of time before him. A clever man could accomplish a great deal in a month. Would his usual penetration fail him now? Certainly not. His great regret was his inability to let Albert know that someone was working for him. He was entirely another man as he rose from the table, and it was with a sprightly step that he walked towards the Rue Saint-Lazare. 9 o'clock struck as the concierge opened the door for him. He went at once up to the 4th floor to inquire after the health of his former friend, her whom he used to call the excellent, the worthy Madame Gerdy. It was Noel who let him in, Noel, who had doubtless been thinking of the past, for he looked as sad as though the dying woman was really his mother. In consequence of this unexpected circumstance, old Tabaret could not avoid going in for a few minutes, though he would much have preferred not doing so. He knew very well that, being with the advocate, he would be unavoidably led to speak of the Lerouge case. And how could he do this, knowing, as he did, the particulars much better than his young friend himself, without betraying his secret? A single imprudent word might reveal the part he was playing in this sad drama. It was, above all others, for his dear Noel, now Viscount de Commarin, that he wished entirely to conceal his connection with the police. But, on the other hand, he thirsted to know what had passed between the advocate and the count. His ignorance on this single point aroused his curiosity. However, as he could not withdraw, he resolved to keep close watch upon his language and remain constantly on his guard. The advocate ushered the old man into Madame Gerdy's room. Her condition since the afternoon had changed a little, though it was impossible to say whether for the better or the worse. One thing was evident, her prostration was not so great. Her eyes still remained closed, but a slight quivering of the lids was evident. She constantly moved on her pillow and moaned feebly. "What does the doctor say?" asked old Tabaret in that low voice one unconsciously employs in a sick room. "He has just gone," replied Noel. "Before long all will be over." The old man advanced on tiptoe and looked at the dying woman with evident emotion. "Poor creature!" he murmured. "God is merciful in taking her. She perhaps suffers much, but what is this pain compared to what she would feel if she knew that her son, her true son, was in prison, accused of murder?" "That is what I keep thinking," said Noel, "to console myself for this sight. For I still love her, my old friend. I shall always regard her as a mother. You have heard me curse her, have you not? I have twice treated her very harshly. I thought I hated her; but now, at the moment of losing her, I forget every wrong she has done me, only to remember her tenderness. Yes, for her, death is far preferable. And yet I do not think, no, I cannot think her son guilty." "No? What? You too?" Old Tabaret put so much warmth and vivacity in this exclamation that Noel looked at him with astonishment. He felt his face grow red, and he hastened to explain himself. "I said, 'You too,'" he continued, "because I, thanks perhaps to my inexperience, am persuaded also of this young man's innocence. I cannot in the least imagine a man of his rank meditating and accomplishing so cowardly a crime. I have spoken with many persons on this matter, which has made so much noise, and everybody is of my opinion. He has public opinion in his favour. That is already something." Seated near the bed, sufficiently far from the lamp to be in the shade, the nun hastily knitted stockings destined for the poor. It was a purely mechanical work, during which she usually prayed. But since old Tabaret entered the room she forgot her everlasting prayers whilst listening to the conversation. What did it all mean? Who could this woman be? And this young man who was not her son, and who yet called her mother, and at the same time spoke of a true son accused of being an assassin? Before this she had overheard mysterious remarks pass between Noel and the doctor. Into what strange house had she entered? She was a little afraid, and her conscience was sorely troubled. Was she not sinning? She resolved to tell all to the priest when he returned. "No," said Noel. "No, Monsieur Tabaret. Albert has not public opinion for him. We are sharper than that in France, as you know. When a poor devil is arrested, entirely innocent, perhaps, of the crime charged against him, we are always ready to throw stones at him. We keep all our pity for him who, without doubt guilty, appears before the court of assize. As long as the justice hesitates, we side with the prosecution against the prisoner. The moment it is proved that the man is a villain, all our sympathies are in his favour. That is public opinion. You understand, however, that it affects me but little. I despise it to such an extent that if, as I dare still hope, Albert is not released, I will defend him. Yes, I have told the Count de Commarin, my father, as much. I will be his counsel, and I will save him." Gladly would the old man have thrown himself on Noel's neck. He longed to say to him, "We will save him together." But he restrained himself. Would not the advocate despise him if he told him his secret? He resolved, however, to reveal all should it become necessary, or should Albert's position become worse. For the time being he contented himself with strongly approving his young friend. "Bravo, my boy!" said he. "You have a noble heart. I feared to see you spoiled by wealth and rank. Pardon me. You will remain, I see, what you have always been in your more humble position. But tell me, you have, then, seen your father, the count?" Now, for the first time, Noel seemed to notice the nun's eyes, which, lighted by eager curiosity, glittered in the shadow like carbuncles. With a look he drew the old man's attention to her, and said, "I have seen him, and everything is arranged to my satisfaction. I will tell you all in detail by and by, when we are more at ease. By this bedside I am almost ashamed of my happiness." M. Tabaret was obliged to content himself with this reply and this promise. Seeing that he would learn nothing that evening, he spoke of going to bed, declaring himself tired out by what he had had to do during the day. Noel did not ask him to stop. He was expecting, he said, Madame Gerdy's brother, who had been sent for several times, but who was not at home. He hardly knew how he could again meet his brother, he added. He did not yet know what conduct he ought to pursue. Should he tell him all? It would only increase his grief. On the other hand, silence would oblige him to play a difficult part. The old man advised him to say nothing. He could explain all later on. "What a fine fellow Noel is!" murmured old Tabaret, as he regained his apartments as quietly as possible. He had been absent from home 24 hours, and he fully expected a formidable scene with his housekeeper. Manette was decidedly out of temper, and declared once for all that she would certainly seek a new place if her master did not change his conduct. She had remained up all night in a terrible fright, listening to the least sound on the stairs, expecting every moment to see her master brought home on a litter assassinated. There had been great commotion in the house. Monsieur Gerdy had gone down a short time after her master, and she had seen him return 2 hours later. After that they had sent for the doctor. Such goings on would be the death of her, without counting that her constitution was too weak to allow her to sit up so late. But Manette forgot that she did not sit up on her master's account nor on Noel's, but was expecting one of her old friends, one of those handsome gardes de Paris who had promised to marry her, and for whom she had waited in vain, the rascal. She burst forth in reproaches while she prepared her master's bed, too sincere, she declared, to keep anything on her mind, or to keep her mouth closed when it was a question of his health and reputation. M. Tabaret made no reply, not being in the mood for argument. He bent his head to the storm and turned his back to the hail. But as soon as Manette had finished what she was about, he put her out of the room and double-locked the door. He busied himself in forming a new line of battle, and in deciding upon prompt and active measures. He rapidly examined the situation. Had he been deceived in his investigations? No. Were his calculations of probabilities erroneous? No. He had started with a positive fact, the murder. He had discovered the particulars. His inferences were correct, and the criminal was evidently such as he had described him. The man M. Daburon had arrested could not be the criminal. His confidence in a judicial axiom had led him astray when he pointed to Albert. That, thought he, is the result of following accepted opinions and those absurd phrases, all ready to hand, which are like milestones along a fool's road. Left free to my own inspirations, I should have examined this case more thoroughly, I would have left nothing to chance. The formula, "Seek out the one whom the crime benefits," may often be as absurd as true. The heirs of a man assassinated are in reality all benefited by the murder, while the assassin obtains at most the victim's watch and purse. 3 persons were interested in Widow Lerouge's death: Albert, Madame Gerdy, and the Count de Comarin. It is plain to me that Albert is not the criminal. It is not Madame Gerdy who is dying from the shock caused by the unexpected announcement of the crime. There remains, then, the count. Can it be he? If so, he certainly did not do it himself. He must have hired some wretch, a wretch of good position, if you please, wearing patent leather boots of a good make, and smoking Trabucos cigars with an amber mouthpiece. These well-dressed villains ordinarily lack nerve. They cheat, they forge, but they don't assassinate. Supposing, though, that the count did get hold of some dare-devil fellow, he would simply have replaced one accomplice by another still more dangerous. That would be idiotic, and the count is a sensible man. He, therefore, had nothing whatever to do with the matter. To be quite sure, though, I will make some inquiries about him. Another thing. Widow Lerouge, who so readily exchanged the children while nursing them, would be very likely to undertake a number of other dangerous commissions. Who can say that she has not obliged other persons who had an equal interest in getting rid of her? There is a secret, I am getting at it, but I do not hold it yet. One thing is certain, though, she was not assassinated to prevent Noel recovering his rights. She must have been suppressed for some analogous reason, by a bold and experienced scoundrel prompted by similar motives to those of which I suspected Albert. It is, then, in that direction that I must follow up the case now. And, above all, I must obtain the past history of this obliging widow, and I will have it, too, for in all probability the particulars which have been written for from her birthplace will arrive to-morrow. Returning to Albert, old Tabaret weighed the charges which were brought against the young man, and reckoned the chances which he still had in favour of his release. "From the look of things," he murmured, "I see only luck and myself, that is to say absolutely nothing, in his favour at present. As to the charges, they are countless. However, it is no use going over them. It is I who amassed them, and I know what they are worth. At once everything and nothing. What do signs prove, however striking they may be,
in cases where one ought to disbelieve even the evidence of one's own senses. Albert is a victim of the most remarkable coincidences. But one word might explain them. There have been many such cases. It was even worse in the matter of the little tailor. At 5 o'clock he bought a knife which he showed to 10 of his friends, saying, "This is for my wife, who is an idle jade and plays me false with my workmen." In the evening the neighbours heard a terrible quarrel between the couple, cries, threats, stampings, blows, then suddenly all was quiet. The next day the tailor had disappeared from his home, and the wife was discovered dead, with the very same knife buried to the hilt between her shoulders. Ah, well, it turned out it was not the husband who had stuck it there, it was a jealous lover. After that, what is to be believed? Albert, it is true, will not give an account of how he passed Tuesday evening. That does not affect me. The question for me is not to prove where he was, but that he was not at La Jonchère. Perhaps, after all, Gevrol is on the right track. I hope so from the bottom of my heart. Yes, God grant that he may be successful. My vanity and my mad presumption will deserve the slight punishment of his triumph over me. What would I not give to establish this man's innocence? Half my fortune would be but a small sacrifice. If I should not succeed, if, after having caused the evil, I should find myself powerless to undo it." Old Tabaret went to bed shuddering at this last thought. He fell asleep and had a terrible nightmare. Lost in that vulgar crowd which on these days when society revenges itself, presses about the Place de la Rouquette, and watches the last convulsions of one condemned to death, he attended Albert's execution. He saw the unhappy man, his hands bound behind his back, his collar turned down, ascend, supported by a priest, the steep flight of steps leading on to the scaffold. He saw him standing upon the fatal platform, turning his proud gaze upon the terrified assembly beneath him. Soon the eyes of the condemned man met his own, and bursting his cords he pointed him, Tabaret, out to the crowd, crying in a loud voice, "That man is my assassin!" Then a great clamour arose to curse the detective. He wished to escape, but his feet seemed fixed to the ground. He tried at least to close his eyes. He could not. A power unknown and irresistible compelled him to look. Then Albert again cried out, "I am innocent! The guilty one is—" He pronounced a name. The crowd repeated this name, and he alone did not catch what it was. At last the head of the condemned man fell. M. Tabaret uttered a loud cry and awoke in a cold perspiration. It took him some time to convince himself that nothing was real of what he had just heard and seen, and that he was actually in his own house, in his own bed. It was only a dream. But dreams sometimes are, they say, warnings from heaven. His imagination was so struck with what had just happened that he made unheard-of efforts to recall the name pronounced by Albert. Not succeeding, he got up and lighted his candle. The darkness made him afraid, the night was full of phantoms. It was no longer with him a question of sleep. Beset with these anxieties, he accused himself most severely, and harshly reproached himself for the occupation he had until then so delighted in. Poor humanity! He was evidently stark mad the day when he first had the idea of seeking employment in the Rue de Jérusalem. A noble hobby, truly, for a man of his age, a good quiet citizen of Paris, rich and esteemed by all. And to think that he had been proud of his exploits, that he had boasted of his cunning, that he had plumed himself on his keenness of scent, that he had been flattered by that ridiculous sobriquet, tir au clair. Old fool! What could he hope to gain from that bloodhound calling? All sorts of annoyance, the contempt of the world, without counting the danger of contributing to the conviction of an innocent man. Why had he not taken warning by the little tailor's case? Recalling his few satisfactions of the past, and comparing them with his present anguish, he resolved that he would have no more to do with it. Albert once saved, he would seek some less dangerous amusement, and one more generally appreciated.
He would break the connection of which he was ashamed, and the police and justice might get on the best they could without him. At last the day which he had awaited with feverish impatience dawned. To pass the time he dressed himself slowly, with much care, trying to occupy his mind with needless details, and to deceive himself as to the time by looking constantly at the clock to see if it had not stopped. In spite of all this delay, it was not 8 o'clock when he presented himself at the magistrate's house, begging him to excuse, on account of the importance of his business, a visit too early not to be indiscreet. Excuses were superfluous. M. Daburon was never disturbed by a call at 8 o'clock in the morning. He was already at work. He received the old amateur detective with his usual kindness, and even joked with him a little about his excitement of the previous evening. Who would have thought his nerves were so sensitive? Doubtless the night had brought deliberation. Had he recovered his reason, or had he put his hand on the true criminal? This trifling tone in a magistrate who was accused of being grave even to a fault troubled the old man. Did not this quizzing hide a determination not to be influenced by anything that he could say? He believed it did, and it was without the least deception that he commenced his pleading. He put the case more calmly this time, but with all the energy of a well-digested conviction. He had appealed to the heart, he now appealed to reason. But although doubt is essentially contagious, he neither succeeded in convincing the magistrate nor in shaking his opinion. His strongest arguments were of no more avail against M. Daburon's absolute conviction than bullets made of breadcrumbs would be against a breastplate. And there was nothing very surprising in that. Old Tabaret had on his side only a subtle theory, mere words. M. Daburon possessed palpable testimony, facts. And such was the peculiarity of the case, that all the reasons brought forward by the old man to justify Albert simply reacted against him and confirmed his guilt. A repulse at the magistrate's hands had entered too much into M. Tabaret's anticipations for him to appear troubled or discouraged. He declared that, for the present, he would insist no more. He had full confidence in the magistrate's wisdom and impartiality. All he wished was to put him on his guard against the presumptions which he himself unfortunately had taken such pains to inspire. He was going, he added, to busy himself with obtaining more information. They were only at the beginning of the investigation, and they were still ignorant of very many things, even of Widow Lerouge's past life. More facts might come to light. Who knew what testimony the man with the earrings who was being pursued by Gevrol might give? Though in a great rage internally, and longing to insult and chastise he whom he inwardly styled a fool of a magistrate, old Tabaret forced himself to be humble and polite. He wished, he said, to keep well posted up in the different phases of the investigation, and to be informed of the result of future interrogations. He ended by asking permission to communicate with Albert. He thought his services deserved this slight favour. He desired an interview of only 10 minutes without witnesses. M. Daburon refused this request. He declared that, for the present, the prisoner must continue to remain strictly in solitary confinement. By way of consolation he added that, in 3 or 4 days, he might perhaps be able to reconsider this decision, as the motives which prompted it would then no longer exist. "Your refusal is cruel, sir," said M. Tabaret, "but I understand it, and submit." That was his only complaint, and he withdrew almost immediately, fearing that he could no longer master his indignation. He felt that, besides the great happiness of saving an innocent man, compromised by his imprudence, he would experience unspeakable delight in avenging himself for the magistrate's obstinacy. 3 or 4 days," he muttered, "that is the same as 3 or 4 years to the unfortunate prisoner. He takes things quite at his ease, this charming magistrate. But I must find out the real truth of the case between now and then." Yes, M. Daburon only required 3 or 4 days to wring a confession from Albert, or at least to make him abandon his system of defence. The difficulty of the prosecution was not being able to produce any witness who had seen the prisoner during the evening of Shrove Tuesday. One deposition alone to that effect would have such great weight that M. Daburon, as soon as Tabaret had left him, turned all his attention in that direction. He could still hope for a great deal. It was only Saturday, The day of the murder was remarkable enough to fix people's memories, and up till then there had not been time to start a proper investigation. He arranged for 5 of the most experienced detectives in the Secret Service to be sent to Bougival, supplied with photographs of the prisoner. They were to scour the entire country between Reuil and La Jonchère to inquire everywhere and make the most minute investigations. The photographs would greatly aid their efforts. They had orders to show them everywhere, and to everybody, and even to leave a dozen about the neighbourhood, as they were furnished with a sufficient number to do so. It was impossible that, on an evening when so many people were about, no one had noticed the original of the portrait, either at the railway station at Reuil, or upon one of the roads which lead to La Jonchère, the high road and the path by the river. These arrangements made, the investigating magistrate proceeded to the Palais de Justice and sent for Albert. He had already in the morning received a report, informing him hour by hour of the acts, gestures, and utterances of the prisoner, who had been carefully watched. Nothing in him, the report said, betrayed the criminal. He seemed very sad, but not despairing. He had not cried out, nor threatened, nor cursed justice, nor even spoken of a fatal error. After eating lightly, he had gone to the window of his cell, and had there remained standing for more than an hour. Then he laid down and had quietly gone to sleep. "What an iron constitution!" thought M. Daburon, when the prisoner entered his office. Albert was no longer the despairing man who, the night before, bewildered with the multiplicity of charges, surprised by the rapidity with which they were brought against him, had writhed beneath the magistrate's gaze, and appeared ready to succumb. Innocent or guilty, he had made up his mind how to act. His face left no doubt of that. His eyes expressed that cold resolution of a sacrifice freely made, and a certain haughtiness which might be taken for disdain, but which expressed the noble resentment of an injured man. In him could be seen the self-reliant man who might be shaken but never overcome by misfortune. On beholding him, the magistrate understood that he would have to change his mode of attack. He recognized one of those natures which are provoked to resistance when assailed, and strengthened when menaced. He therefore gave up his former tactics, and attempted to move him by kindness. It was a hackneyed trick, but almost always successful, like certain pathetic scenes at theatres. The criminal who has girt up his energy to sustain the shock of intimidation finds himself without defence against the wheedling of kindness, the greater in proportion to its lack of sincerity. Now M. Daburon excelled in producing affecting scenes. What confessions he had obtained with a few tears! No one knew so well as he how to touch those old chords which vibrate still even in the most corrupt hearts. Honour, love, and family ties. With Albert he became kind and friendly, and full of the liveliest compassion. Unfortunate man! How greatly he must suffer, he whose whole life had been like one long enchantment! How at a single blow everything about him had fallen in ruins! Who could have foreseen all this at the time when he was the one hope of a wealthy and illustrious house? Recalling the past, the magistrate pictured to him the most touching reminiscences of his early youth, and stirred up the ashes of all his extinct affections. Taking advantage of all that he knew of the prisoner's life, he tortured him by the most mournful allusions to Claire. Why did he persist in bearing alone his great misfortune? Had he no one in the world who would deem it happiness to share his sufferings? Why this morose silence? Should he not rather hasten to reassure her whose very life depended upon his? What was necessary for that? A single word. Then he would be, if not free, at least returned to the world. His prison would become a habitable abode, no more solitary confinement. His friends would visit him. He might receive whomsoever he wished to see. It was no longer the magistrate who spoke. It was a father, who, no matter what happens, always keeps in the recesses of his heart the greatest indulgence for his child. M. Daburon did even more. For a moment he imagined himself in Albert's position. What would he have done after the terrible revelation? He scarcely dared ask himself. He understood the motive which prompted the murder of Widow Lerouge. He could explain it to himself. He could almost excuse it. Another trap. It was certainly a great crime, but in no way revolting to conscience or to reason. It was one of those crimes which society might, if not forget, at least forgive up to a certain point, because the motive was not a shameful one. What tribunal would fail to find extenuating circumstances for a moment of frenzy so excusable? Besides, was not the Count de Comarin the more guilty of the two? Was it not his folly that prepared the way for this terrible event? His son was the victim of fatality, and was in the highest degree to be pitied. M. Daburon spoke for a long time upon this text, seeking those things most suitable in his opinion to soften the hardened heart of an assassin. And he arrived always at the same conclusion, the wisdom of confessing. But he wasted his eloquence precisely as M. Tabaret had wasted his. Albert appeared in no way affected. His answers were of the shortest. He began and ended as on the first occasion by protesting his innocence. One test, which had often given the desired result, still remained to be tried. On this same day, Saturday, Albert was confronted with the corpse of Widow Lerouge. He appeared impressed by the sad sight, but no more than any one would be if forced to look at the victim of an assassination 4 days after the crime. One of the bystanders having exclaimed, "Ah, if she could but speak!" he replied, "That would be very fortunate for me." Since morning M. Daburon had not gained the least advantage. He had had to acknowledge the failure of his manoeuvres, and now this last attempt had not succeeded either. The prisoner's continued calmness filled to overflowing the exasperation of this man so sure of his guilt. His spite was evident to all, when suddenly ceasing his wheedling, he harshly gave the order to reconduct the prisoner to his cell. "I will compel him to confess," he muttered between his teeth. Perhaps he regretted those gentle instruments of investigation of the Middle Ages, which compelled the prisoner to say whatever one wished to hear. Never, thought he, did any one ever meet a culprit like this. What could he reasonably hope for from his system of persistent denial? This obstinacy, absurd in the presence of such absolute proofs, drove the magistrate into a rage. Had Albert confessed his guilt, he would have found M. Daburon disposed to pity him, but as he denied it, he opposed himself to an implacable enemy. It was the very falseness of the situation which misled and blinded this magistrate, naturally so kind and generous. Having previously wished Albert innocent, he now absolutely longed to prove him guilty, and that for 100 reasons which he was unable to analyse. He remembered too well his having had the Viscount de Comarin for a rival, and his having nearly assassinated him. Had he not repented even to remorse his having signed the warrant of arrest, and his having accepted the duty of investigating the case? Old Tabaret's incomprehensible change of opinion troubled him too. All these feelings combined inspired M. Daburon with a feverish hatred, and urged him on in the path which he had chosen. It was now less the proofs of Albert's guilt which he sought for than the justification of his own conduct as magistrate. The investigation became embittered like a personal matter. In fact, were the prisoner innocent, he would become inexcusable in his own eyes; and in proportion as he reproached himself the more severely, and as the knowledge of his own failings grew, he felt the more disposed to try everything to conquer his former rival, even to abusing his own power. The logic of events urged him on. It seemed as though his honour itself was at stake, and he displayed a passionate activity such as he had never before known to show in any investigation. M. Daburon passed all Sunday in listening to the reports of the detectives he had sent to Bougival. They had spared no trouble, they stated, but they could report nothing new. They had heard many people speak of a woman who pretended, they said, to have seen the assassin leave Widow Lerouge's cottage, but no one had been able to point this woman out to them, or even to give them her name. They all thought it their duty, however, to inform the magistrate that another inquiry was going on at the same time as theirs. It was directed by M. Tabaret, who personally scoured the country round about in a cabriolet drawn by a very swift horse. He must have acted with great promptness, for, no matter where they went, he had been there before them. He appeared to have under his orders a dozen men, 4 of whom at least certainly belonged to the Rue de Jérusalem. All the detectives had met him, and he had spoken to them. To one he had said,
What the deuce are you showing this photograph for? In less than no time you will have a crowd of witnesses, who, to earn 3 francs, will describe some one more like the portrait than the portrait itself."
He had met another on the high road, and had laughed at him.
"You are a simple fellow," he cried out, "to hunt for a hiding man on the highway. Look a little aside, and you may find him."
Again he had accosted 2 who were together in a café at Bougival, and had taken them aside.
"I have him," he said to them. "He is a smart fellow. He came by Chatois. 3 people have seen him, 2 railway porters, and a 3rd person whose testimony will be decisive, for she spoke to him. He was smoking."
M. Daburon became so angry with old Tabaret that he immediately started for Bougival, firmly resolving to bring the too zealous man back to Paris, and to report his conduct in the proper quarter. The journey, however, was useless. M. Tabaret, the cabriolet, the swift horse, and the 12 men had all disappeared, or at least were not to be found. On returning home, greatly fatigued, and very much out of temper, the investigating magistrate found the following telegram from the chief of the detective force awaiting him. It was brief, but to the point. "Rouen, Sunday. The man is found. This evening we start for Paris. The most valuable testimony. Gevrol." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, Part 1 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15. Part 1. On the Monday morning at 9 o'clock, M. Daburon was preparing to start for the Palais de Justice, where he expected to find Gevrol and his man, and perhaps old Tabaret. His preparations were nearly made when his servant announced that a young lady, accompanied by another considerably older, asked to speak with him. She declined giving her name, saying, however, that she would not refuse it, if it was absolutely necessary in order to be received. "Show them in," said the magistrate. He thought it must be a relation of one or other of the prisoners, whose case he had had in hand when this fresh crime occurred. He determined to send her away quickly. He was standing before the fireplace, seeking for an address in a small china plate filled with visiting cards. At the sound of the opening of the door, at the rustling of a silk dress gliding by the window, he did not take the trouble to move, nor deign even to turn his head. He contented himself with merely casting a careless glance into the mirror. But he immediately started with a movement of dismay as if he had seen a ghost. In his confusion he dropped the card plate, which fell noisily on to the hearth and broke into 1,000 pieces. "Claire!" he stammered. "Claire!" And, as if he feared equally either being deceived by an illusion, or actually seeing her whose name he had uttered, he turned slowly round. It was, truly, Mademoiselle d'Arlange. This young girl, usually so proud and reserved, had had the courage to come to his house alone, or almost so, for her governess, whom she had left in the anteroom, could hardly count. She was evidently obeying some powerful emotion, since it made her forget her habitual timidity. Never, even in the time when a sight of her was his greatest happiness, had she appeared to him more fascinating. Her beauty, ordinarily veiled by a sweet sadness, was bright and shining. Her features had an animation which he had never seen in them before. In her eyes, rendered more brilliant by recent tears, but partly wiped away, shone the noblest resolution. One could see that she was conscious of performing a great duty, and that she performed it, if not with pleasure, at least with that simplicity which in itself is heroism. She advanced, calm and dignified, and held out her hand to the magistrate in that English style that some ladies can render so gracefully. "We are always friends, are we not?" asked she, with a sad smile. The magistrate did not dare take the ungloved hand she held out to him. He scarcely touched it with the tips of his fingers, as though he feared too great an emotion. "Yes," he replied indistinctly, "I am always devoted to you." Mademoiselle d'Arlange sat down in the large armchair where 2 nights previously old Tabaret had planned Albert's arrest. M. Daburon remained standing leaning against his writing table. "You know why I have come?" asked the young girl. With a nod he replied in the affirmative. He divined her object only too easily, and he was asking himself whether he would be able to resist prayers from such a mouth. What was she about to ask of him? What could he refuse her? Ah, if he had but foreseen this! He had not yet got over his surprise.
"I only knew of this dreadful event yesterday," pursued Claire. "My grandmother considered it best to hide it from me, and, but for my devoted Schmidt, I should still be ignorant of it all. What a night I have passed! At first I was terrified; but, when they told me that all depended upon you, my fears were dispelled. It is for my sake, is it not, that you have undertaken this investigation? Oh, you are good, I know it. How can I ever express my gratitude?"
What humiliation for the worthy magistrate were these heartfelt thanks! Yes, he had at first thought of Mademoiselle d'Arlange, but since— He bowed his head to avoid Claire's glance, so pure and so daring. "Do not thank me, mademoiselle," he stammered. "I have not the claim that you think upon your gratitude." Claire had been too troubled herself at first to notice the magistrate's agitation. The trembling of his voice attracted her attention, but she did not suspect the cause. She thought that her presence recalled sad memories, that he doubtless still loved her, and that he suffered. This idea saddened her, and filled her with self–reproach.
"And yet, sir," she continued, "I thank you, all the same. I might never have dared to go to another magistrate, to speak to a stranger. Besides, what value would another attach to my words, not knowing me? While you, so generous, will reassure me, will tell me by what awful mistake he has been arrested like a villain, and thrown into prison."
"Alas!" sighed the magistrate, so low that Claire scarcely heard him, and did not understand the terrible meaning of the exclamation.
"With you," she continued, "I am not afraid. You are my friend, you told me so. You will not refuse my prayers. Give him his liberty quickly. I do not know exactly of what he is accused, but I swear to you that he is innocent."
Claire spoke in the positive manner of one who saw no obstacle in the way of the very simple and natural desire which she had expressed. A formal assurance given by her ought to be amply sufficient. With a word, M. Daburon would repair everything. The magistrate was silent. He admired that saint–like ignorance of everything, that artless and frank confidence which doubted nothing. She had commenced by wounding him, unconsciously, it is true, but he had quite forgotten that. He was really an upright man, as good as the best, as is proved from the fact that he trembled at the moment of unveiling the fatal truth. He hesitated to pronounce the words which, like a whirlwind, would overturn the fragile edifice of this young girl's happiness. He, who had been so humiliated, so despised, he was going to have his revenge. And yet he did not experience the least feeling of a shameful, though easily understood satisfaction. "And if I should tell you, mademoiselle," he commenced, "that Monsieur Albert is not innocent?" She half raised herself with a protesting gesture. He continued, "If I should tell you that he is guilty—" "Oh, sir," interrupted Claire, "you cannot think so." "I do think so, mademoiselle," explained the magistrate in a sad voice, "and I must add that I am morally certain of it." Claire looked at the investigating magistrate with profound amazement. Could it be really he who was speaking thus? Had she heard him aright? Did she understand? She was far from sure. Had he answered seriously? Was he not deluding her by a cruel, unworthy jest? She asked herself this, scarcely knowing what she did, for to her everything appeared possible, probable, rather than that which he had said. Not daring to raise his eyes, he continued in a tone expressive of the sincerest pity. "I suffer cruelly for you at this moment, mademoiselle. But I have the sad courage to tell you the truth, and you must summon yours to hear it. It is far better that you should know everything from the mouth of a friend. Summon, then, all your fortitude. Strengthen your noble soul against a most dreadful misfortune. No, there is no mistake. Justice has not been deceived.
The Viscount de Comarin is accused of an assassination, and everything, you understand me, proves that he committed it." Like a doctor who pours out drop by drop a dangerous medicine, M. Daburon pronounced this last sentence slowly, word by word. He watched carefully the result, ready to cease speaking if the shock was too great. He did not suppose that this young girl, timid to excess, with a sensitiveness almost a disease, would be able to hear without flinching such a terrible revelation. He expected a burst of despair, tears, distressing cries. She might, perhaps, faint away, and he stood ready to call in the worthy Schmidt. He was mistaken. Claire drew herself up, full of energy and courage. The flame of indignation flushed her cheeks and dried her tears. "It is false!" she cried, "and those who say it are liars. He cannot be, no, he cannot be an assassin. If he were here, sir, and should himself say, 'It is true,' I would refuse to believe it. I would still cry out, 'It is false!'" "He has not yet admitted it," continued the magistrate, "but he will confess. Even if he should not, there are more proofs than are needed to convict him. The charges against him are as impossible to deny as is the sun which shines upon us." "Ah, well," interrupted Mademoiselle d'Harlange, in a voice filled with emotion, "I assert, I repeat, that justice is deceived. Yes," she persisted in answer to the magistrate's gesture of denial, "yes, he is innocent. I am sure of it. And I would proclaim it even were the whole world to join with you in accusing him. Do you not see that I know him better even than he can know himself, that my faith in him is absolute, as is my faith in God, that I would doubt myself before doubting him?" The investigating magistrate attempted timidly to make an objection. Claire quickly interrupted him. "Must I then, sir," said she, "in order to convince you, forget that I am a young girl, and that I am not talking to my mother, but to a man? For his sake I will do so. It is 4 years, sir, since we first loved each other. Since that time I have not kept a single one of my thoughts from him, nor has he hid one of his from me. For 4 years there has never been a secret between us. He lived in me as I lived in him. I alone can say how worthy he is to be loved. I alone know all that grandeur of soul, nobleness of thought, generosity of feelings, out of which you have so easily made an assassin. And I have seen him, oh, so unhappy, while all the world envied his lot. He is like me alone in the world. His father never loved him. Sustained one by the other, we have passed through many unhappy days, and it is at the very moment our trials are ending that he has become a criminal. Why? Tell me why?" "Neither the name nor the fortune of the Count de Comarin would descend to him, mademoiselle, and the knowledge of it came upon him with a sudden shock. One old woman alone was able to prove this. To maintain his position, he killed her." "What infamy!" cried the young girl. "What a shameful, wicked calumny! I know, sir, that story of fallen greatness. He himself told me of it. It is true that for 3 days this misfortune unmanned him; but, if he was dismayed, it was on my account more than his own. He was distressed at thinking that perhaps I should be grieved when he confessed to me that he could no longer give me all that his love dreamed of. I grieved? Ah, what to me are that great name, that immense wealth? I owe to them the only unhappiness I have ever known. Was it, then, for such things that I loved him? It was thus that I replied to him; and he, so sad, immediately recovered his gaiety. He thanked me, saying, 'You love me; the rest is of no consequence.' I chided him then for having doubted me; and, after that, you pretend that he cowardly assassinated an old woman. You would not dare repeat it." Mademoiselle d'Harlange ceased speaking, a smile of victory on her lips. The smile meant, "At last I have attained my end. You are conquered. What can you reply to all that I have said?" The investigating magistrate did not long leave this smiling allusion to the unhappy child. He did not perceive how cruel and offensive was his persistence. Always the same predominant idea.
in persuading Claire he would justify his own conduct to himself. "You do not know, mademoiselle," he resumed, "how a sudden calamity may affect a good man's reason. It is only at the time a thing escapes us that we feel the greatness of the loss. God preserve me from doubting all that you have said; but picture to yourself the immensity of the blow which struck M. de Commarin. Can you say that on leaving you he did not give way to despair? Think of the extremities to which it may have led him. He may have been for a time bewildered, and have acted unconsciously. Perhaps this is the way the crime should be explained." Mademoiselle d'Erlange's face grew deathly pale, and betrayed the utmost terror. The magistrate thought that at last doubt had begun to affect her pure and noble belief. "He must, then, have been mad?" she murmured. "Possibly," replied the magistrate; "and yet the circumstances of the crime denote a well laid plan. Believe me, then, mademoiselle, and do not be too confident. Pray, and wait patiently for the issue of this terrible trial. Listen to my voice, it is that of a friend. You used to have in me the confidence a daughter gives to her father, you told me so. Do not, then, refuse my advice. Remain silent and wait. Hide your grief to all. You might hereafter regret having exposed it. Young, inexperienced, without a guide, without a mother, alas, you sadly misplaced your first affections." "No, sir, no," stammered Claire. "Ah," she added, "you talk like the rest of the world, that prudent and egotistical world which I despise and hate." "Poor child!" continued M. Daburon, pitiless even in his compassion. "Unhappy young girl! This is your first deception. Nothing more terrible could be imagined. Few women would know how to bear it. But you are young, you are brave, your life will not be ruined. Hereafter you will feel horrified at this crime. There is no wound, I know by experience, which time does not heal." Claire tried to grasp what the magistrate was saying, but his words reached her only as confused sounds, their meaning entirely escaped her. "I do not understand you, sir," she said. "What advice, then, do you give me?" "The only advice that reason dictates, and that my affection for you can suggest, mademoiselle. I speak to you as a kind and devoted brother. I say to you, Courage, Claire! Resign yourself to the saddest, the greatest sacrifice which honour can ask of a young girl. Weep, yes, weep for your deceived love; but forget it. Pray Heaven to help you to do so. He whom you have loved is no longer worthy of you." The magistrate stopped, slightly frightened. Mademoiselle d'Erlange had become livid. But though the body was weak, the soul still remained firm. "You said just now," she murmured, "that he could only have committed this crime in a moment of distraction, in a fit of madness?" "Yes, it is possible." "Then, sir, not knowing what he did, he cannot be guilty." The investigating magistrate forgot a certain troublesome question which he put to himself one morning in bed after his illness. "Neither justice nor society, mademoiselle," he replied, "can take that into account. God alone, who sees into the depths of our hearts, can judge, can decide those questions which human justice must pass by. In our eyes, M. de Commarin is a criminal. There may be certain extenuating circumstances to soften the punishment, but the moral effect will be the same. Even if he were acquitted, and I wish he may be, but without hope, he will not be less unworthy. He will always carry the dishonour, the stain of blood cowardly shed. Therefore, forget him." Mademoiselle d'Erlange stopped the magistrate with a look in which flashed the strongest resentment. "That is to say," she exclaimed, "that you counsel me to abandon him in his misfortune. All the world deserts him, and your prudence advises me to act with the world. Men behave thus, I have heard, when one of their friends is down; but women never do. Look about you. However humiliated, however wretched, however low a man may be, you will always find a woman near to sustain and console him.
When the last friend has boldly taken to flight, when the last relation has abandoned him, woman remains."
The magistrate regretted having been carried away perhaps a little too far. Claire's excitement frightened him. He tried, but in vain, to stop her.
"I may be timid," she continued with increasing energy, "but I am no coward. I chose Albert voluntarily from amongst all. Whatever happens, I will never desert him. No, I will never say, 'I do not know this man.' He would have given me half of his prosperity and of his glory. I will share, whether he wishes it or not, half of his shame and of his misfortune. Between two, the burden will be less heavy to bear. Strike! I will cling so closely to him that no blow shall touch him without reaching me too. You counsel me to forget him. Teach me, then, how to. I forget him? Could I, even if I wished? But I do not wish it. I love him. It is no more in my power to cease loving him than it is to arrest, by the sole effort of my will, the beating of my heart. He is a prisoner accused of murder. So be it. I love him. He is guilty. What of that? I love him. You will condemn him. You will dishonour him. Condemned and dishonoured, I shall love him still. You will send him to a convict prison. I will follow him, and in the prison, under the convict's dress, I will yet love him. If he falls to the bottom of the abyss, I will fall with him. My life is his, let him dispose of it. No, nothing will separate me from him, nothing short of death. And if he must mount the scaffold, I shall die, I know it, from the blow which kills him."
M. Daburon had buried his face in his hands. He did not wish Claire to perceive a trace of the emotion which affected him. "How she loves him!" he thought. "How she loves him!" His mind was sunk in the darkest thoughts. All the stings of jealousy were rending him. What would not be his delight if he were the object of so irresistible a passion as that which burst forth before him? What would he not give in return? He had, too, a young and ardent soul, a burning thirst for love. But who had ever thought of that? He had been esteemed, respected, perhaps feared, but not loved, and he never would be. Was he, then, unworthy of it? Why do so many men pass through life dispossessed of love, while others, the vilest beings sometimes, seem to possess a mysterious power which charms and seduces, and inspires those blind and impetuous feelings which to assert themselves rush to the sacrifice, all the while longing for it? Have women, then, no reason, no discernment? Mademoiselle d'Erlange's silence brought the magistrate back to the reality. He raised his eyes to her. Overcome by the violence of her emotion, she lay back in her chair and breathed with such difficulty that M. Daburon feared she was about to faint. He moved quickly towards the bell to summon aid, but Claire noticed the movement and stopped him. "What would you do?" she asked. "You seemed suffering so," he stammered, "that I—" "It is nothing, sir," replied she. "I may seem weak, but I am not so. I am strong, believe me, very strong. It is true that I suffer, as I never believed that one could suffer. It is cruel for a young girl to have to do violence to all her feelings. You ought to be satisfied, sir. I have torn aside all veils, and you have read even the inmost recesses of my heart. But I do not regret it. It was for his sake. That which I do regret is having lowered myself so far as to defend him. But he will forgive me that one doubt. Your assurance took me unawares. A man like him does not need defence. His innocence must be proved, and, God helping me, I will prove it." As Claire was half rising to depart, M. Daburon detained her by a gesture. In his blindness he thought he would be doing wrong to leave this poor young girl in the slightest way deceived. Having gone so far as to begin, he persuaded himself that his duty bade him to go on to the end. He said to himself, in all good faith, that he would thus preserve Claire from herself, and spare her in the future many bitter regrets. The surgeon who has commenced a painful operation does not leave it half finished because the patient struggles, suffers, and cries out. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 15, part 2. "It is painful, mademoiselle," he began. Claire did not let him finish.
"Enough, sir," said she. "All that you can say will be of no avail. I respect your unhappy conviction. I ask, in return, the same regard for mine. If you were truly my friend, I would ask you to aid me in the task of saving him, to which I am about to devote myself. But doubtless you would not do so."
"If you knew the proofs which I possess, mademoiselle," he said in a cold tone which expressed his determination not to give way to anger, "if I detailed them to you, you would no longer hope."
"Speak, sir!" cried Claire, imperiously.
"You wish it, mademoiselle. Very well. I will give you in detail all the evidence we have collected. I am entirely yours, as you are aware. But yet, why should I harass you with all these proofs? There is one which alone is decisive. The murder was committed on the evening of Shrove Tuesday, and the prisoner cannot give an account of what he did on that evening. He went out, however, and only returned home about 2:00 in the morning, his clothes soiled and torn, and his gloves frayed."
"Oh, enough, sir, enough!" interrupted Claire, whose eyes beamed once more with happiness. "You say it was on Shrove Tuesday evening?"
"Yes, mademoiselle."
"Ah, I was sure!" she cried triumphantly. "I told you truly that he could not be guilty."
She clasped her hands, and from the movement of her lips it was evident that she was praying. The expression of the most perfect faith represented by some of the Italian painters illuminated her beautiful face, while she rendered thanks to God in the effusion of her gratitude. The magistrate was so disconcerted that he forgot to admire her. He awaited an explanation. "Well?" he asked impatiently.
"Sir," replied Claire, "if that is your strongest proof, it exists no longer. Albert passed the entire evening you speak of with me."
"With you?" stammered the magistrate.
"Yes, with me at my home."
M. Daburon was astounded. Was he dreaming? He hardly knew. "What!" he exclaimed. "The viscount was at your house? Your grandmother, your companion, your servants, they all saw him, and spoke to him?"
"No, sir. He came and left in secret. He wished no one to see him. He desired to be alone with me."
"Ah!" said the magistrate, with a sigh of relief. The sigh signified, "It's all clear, only too evident. She is determined to save him, at the risk even of compromising her reputation. Poor girl! But has this idea only just occurred to her?" The ah was interpreted very differently by Mademoiselle d'Arlange. She thought that M. Daburon was astonished at her consenting to receive Albert.
"Your surprise is an insult, sir," said she.
"Mademoiselle!"
"A daughter of my family, sir, may receive her betrothed without danger of anything occurring for which she would have to blush."
She spoke thus, and at the same time was red with shame, grief, and anger. She began to hate M. Daburon. "I had no such insulting thought as you imagine, mademoiselle," said the magistrate. "I was only wondering why M. de Courmarin went secretly to your house, when his approaching marriage gave him the right to present himself openly at all hours. I still wonder how, on such a visit, he could get his clothes in the condition in which we found them."
"That is to say, sir," replied Claire, bitterly, "that you doubt my word."
"The circumstances are such, mademoiselle."
"You accuse me, then, of falsehood, sir. Know that, were we criminals, we should not descend to justifying ourselves, we should never pray nor ask for pardon."
Mademoiselle d'Arlange's haughty, contemptuous tone could only anger the magistrate. How harshly she treated him, and simply because he would not consent to be her dupe. "Above all, mademoiselle," he answered severely, "I am a magistrate, and I have a duty to perform.
A crime has been committed. Everything points to M. Albert de Commarin as the guilty man. I arrest him, I examine him, and I find overwhelming proofs against him. You come and tell me that they are false. That is not enough. So long as you addressed me as a friend, you found me kind and gentle. Now it is the magistrate to whom you speak, and it is the magistrate who answers. Prove it." "My word, sir." "Prove it." Mademoiselle d'Erlange rose slowly, casting upon the magistrate a look full of astonishment and suspicion. "Would you then be glad, sir," she asked, "to find Albert guilty? Would it give you such pleasure to have him convicted? Do you then hate this prisoner whose fate is in your hands? One would almost think so. Can you answer for your impartiality? Do not certain memories weigh heavily in the scale? Are you sure that you are not, armed with the law, revenging yourself upon a rival?" "This is too much," murmured the magistrate. "This is too much." "Do you know the unusual, the dangerous position we are in at this moment? One day, I remember, you declared your love for me. It appeared to me sincere and honest. It touched me. I was obliged to refuse you, because I loved another, and I pitied you. Now that other is accused of murder, and you are his judge; and I find myself between you two, praying to you for him. In undertaking the investigation, you acquired an opportunity to help him, and yet you seem to be against him." Every word Claire uttered fell upon M. Daburon's heart like a slap on his face. Was it really she who was speaking? Whence came this sudden boldness, which made her choose all those words which found an echo in his heart? "Mademoiselle," said he, "your grief has been too much for you. From you alone could I pardon what you have just said. Your ignorance of things makes you unjust. If you think that Albert's fate depends upon my pleasure, you are mistaken. To convince me is nothing; it is necessary to convince others. That I should believe you is all very natural. I know you; but what weight will others attach to your testimony, when you go to them with a true story, most true, I believe, but yet highly improbable?" Tears came into Claire's eyes. "If I have unjustly offended you, sir," said she, "pardon me. My unhappiness makes me forget myself." "You cannot offend me, mademoiselle," replied the magistrate. "I have already told you that I am devoted to your service." "Then, sir, help me to prove the truth of what I have said. I will tell you everything." M. Daburon was fully convinced that Claire was seeking to deceive him, but her confidence astonished him. He wondered what fable she was about to concoct. "Sir," began Claire, "you know what obstacles have stood in the way of my marriage with Albert. The Count de Commarin would not accept me for a daughter in law, because I am poor; I possess nothing. It took Albert 5 years to triumph over his father's objections. Twice the count yielded; twice he recalled his consent, which he said had been extorted from him. At last, about a month ago, he gave his consent of his own accord; but these hesitations, delays, refusals, had deeply hurt my grandmother. You know her sensitive nature, and in this case, I must confess, she was right. Though the wedding day had been fixed, the marchioness declared that we should not be compromised nor laughed at again for any apparent haste to contract a marriage so advantageous, that we had often before been accused of ambition. She decided, therefore, that, until the publication of the banns, Albert should only be admitted into the house every other day, for 2 hours in the afternoon, and in her presence. We could not get her to alter this determination. Such was the state of affairs when, on Sunday morning, a note came to me from Albert. He told me that pressing business would prevent his coming, although it was his regular day. What could have happened to keep him away? I feared some evil. The next day I awaited him impatiently and distracted, when his valet brought Schmidt a note for me. In that letter, sir, Albert entreated me to grant him an interview. It was necessary, he wrote, that he should have a long conversation with me, alone, and without delay. Our whole future, he added, depended upon this interview. He left me to fix the day and hour, urging me to confide in no one. I did not hesitate. I sent him word to meet me on the Tuesday evening at the little garden gate which opens into an unfrequented street. To inform me of his presence, he was to knock just as 9 o'clock chimed at the Invalides. I knew that my grandmother had invited a number of her friends for that evening, and I thought that, by pretending a headache, I might retire early and so be free. I expected also that Madame d'Arlange would keep Schmidt with her." "Excuse me, mademoiselle," interrupted M. Daburon. "What day did you write to M. Albert?" "On Tuesday." "Can you fix the hour?" "I must have sent the letter between 2 and 3 o'clock." "Thanks, mademoiselle. Continue, I pray." "All my anticipations," continued Claire, "were realized. I retired during the evening, and I went into the garden a little before the appointed time. I had procured the key of the little door, and I at once tried it. Unfortunately, I could not make it turn, the lock was so rusty. I exerted all my strength in vain. I was in despair when 9 o'clock struck. At the third stroke Albert knocked. I told him of the accident, and I threw him the key that he might try and unlock the door. He tried, but without success. I then begged him to postpone our interview. He replied that it was impossible, that what he had to say admitted of no delay, that during 3 days he had hesitated about confiding in me, and had suffered martyrdom, and that he could endure it no longer. We were speaking, you must understand, through the door. At last he declared that he would climb over the wall. I begged him not to do so, fearing an accident. The wall is very high, as you know. The top is covered with pieces of broken glass, and the acacia branches stretch out above like a hedge. But he laughed at my fears, and said that, unless I absolutely forbade him to do so, he was going to attempt to scale the wall. I dared not say no, and he risked it. I was very frightened, and trembled like a leaf. Fortunately, he is very active, and got over without hurting himself. He had come, sir, to tell me of the misfortune which had befallen him. We first of all sat down upon the little seat you know of, in front of the grove. Then, as the rain was falling, we took shelter in the summer house. It was past midnight when Albert left me, quieted and almost gay. He went back in the same manner, only with less danger, because I made him use the gardener's ladder, which I laid down alongside the wall when he had reached the other side." This account, given in the simplest and most natural manner, puzzled M. Daburon. What was he to think? "Mademoiselle," he asked, "had the rain commenced to fall when M. Albert climbed over the wall?" "No, sir. The first drops fell when we were on the seat. I recollect it very well, because he opened his umbrella, and I thought of Paul and Virginia." "Excuse me a minute, mademoiselle," said the magistrate. He sat down at his desk and rapidly wrote 2 letters. In the first he gave orders for Albert to be brought at once to his office in the Palais de Justice. In the second, he directed a detective to go immediately to the Faubourg Saint Germain to the Darlange house, and examine the wall at the bottom of the garden, and make a note of any marks of its having been scaled, if any such existed. He explained that the wall had been climbed twice, both before and during the rain; consequently the marks of the going and returning would be different from each other. He enjoined upon the detective to proceed with the utmost caution, and to invent a plausible pretext which would explain his investigations. Having finished writing, the magistrate rang for his servant, who soon appeared. "Here," said he, "are 2 letters, which you must take to my clerk Constant. Tell him to read them, and to have the orders they contain executed at once. At once, you understand? Run, take a cab, and be quick. Ah, 1 word. If Constant is not in my office, have him sought for. He will not be far off, as he is waiting for me. Go quickly." M. Daburon then turned and said to Claire: "Have you kept the letter, mademoiselle, in which M. Albert asked for this interview?" "Yes, sir. I even think I have it with me." She arose, felt in her pocket, and drew out a much crumpled piece of paper. "Here it is." The investigating magistrate took it. A suspicion crossed his mind. This compromising letter happened to be very conveniently in Claire's pocket;
and yet young girls do not usually carry about with them requests for secret interviews. At a glance he read the 10 lines of the note. "No date," he murmured. "No stamp. Nothing at all." Claire did not hear him. She was racking her brain to find other proofs of the interview. "Sir," said she suddenly, "it often happens that when we wish to be, and believe ourselves to be alone, we are nevertheless observed. Summon, I beseech you, all of my grandmother's servants, and inquire if any of them saw Albert that night." "Inquire of your servants? Can you dream of such a thing, mademoiselle?" "What, sir? You fear that I shall be compromised? What of that, if he is only freed?" M. Daburon could not help admiring her. What sublime devotion in this young girl, whether she spoke the truth or not! He could understand the violence she had been doing to her feelings during the past hour, he who knew her character so well. "That is not all," she added. "The key which I threw to Albert, he did not return it to me. He must have forgotten to do so. If it is found in his possession, it will prove that he was in the garden." "I will give orders respecting it, mademoiselle." "There is still another thing," continued Claire. "While I am here, send some one to examine the wall." She seemed to think of everything. "That is already done, mademoiselle," replied M. Daburon. "I will not hide from you that one of the letters which I have just sent off ordered an examination of your grandmother's wall, a secret examination, though, be assured." Claire rose joyfully, and, for the second time, held out her hand to the magistrate. "Oh, thanks!" she said. "1,000 thanks! Now I can well see that you are with me. But I have still another idea. Albert ought to have the note I wrote on Tuesday." "No, mademoiselle, he burnt it." Claire drew back. She imagined she felt a touch of irony in the magistrate's reply. There was none, however. M. Daburon remembered the letter thrown into the fire by Albert on the Tuesday afternoon. It could only have been the one Claire had sent him. It was to her, then, that the words, "She cannot resist me," applied. He understood now the action and the remark. "Can you understand, mademoiselle," he next asked, "how M. de Commarin could lead justice astray, and expose me to committing a most deplorable error, when it would have been so easy to have told me all this?" "It seems to me, sir, that an honourable man cannot confess that he has obtained a secret interview from a lady until he has full permission from her to do so. He ought to risk his life sooner than the honour of her who has trusted in him. But be assured Albert relied on me." There was nothing to reply to this, and the sentiments expressed by Mademoiselle d'Arlange gave a meaning to one of Albert's replies in the examination. "This is not all yet, mademoiselle," continued the magistrate. "All that you have told me here you must repeat in my office, at the Palais de Justice. My clerk will take down your testimony, and you must sign it. This proceeding will be painful to you, but it is a necessary formality." "Ah, sir, I will do so with pleasure. What can I refuse, when I know that he is in prison? I was determined to do everything. If he had been tried at the assizes, I would have gone there. Yes, I would have presented myself, and there, before all, I would have told the truth. Doubtless," she added sadly, "I should have been greatly compromised. I should have been looked upon as a heroine of romance. But what matters public opinion, the blame or approval of the world, since I am sure of his love?" She rose from her seat, readjusting her cloak and the strings of her bonnet. "Is it necessary," she asked, "that I should await the return of the police agents who are examining the wall?" "It is needless, mademoiselle." "Then," she continued, in a sweet voice, "I can only beseech you," she clasped her hands, "conjure you," her eyes implored, "to let Albert out of prison." "He shall be liberated as soon as possible. I give you my word." "Oh, to day, dear M. Daburon, to day, I beg of you, now, at once. Since he is innocent, be kind, for you are our friend. Do you wish me to go down on my knees?" The magistrate had only just time to extend his arms and prevent her. He was choking with emotion, the unhappy man.
Ah, how much he envied the prisoner's lot!
"That which you ask of me is impossible, mademoiselle," said he, in an almost inaudible voice, "impracticable, upon my honour. Ah, if it depended upon me alone, I could not, even were he guilty, see you weep, and resist." Mademoiselle d'Arlange, hitherto so firm, could no longer restrain her sobs.
"Miserable girl that I am!"
she cried. "He is suffering, he is in prison. I am free, and yet I can do nothing for him. Great Heaven, inspire me with accents to touch the hearts of men!
At whose feet must I cast myself to obtain his pardon?"
She suddenly stopped, surprised at having uttered such a word. "Pardon!" she repeated fiercely. "He has no need of pardon."
"Why am I only a woman?"
"Can I not find one man who will help me?" "Yes," she said, after a moment's reflection.
"There is one man who owes himself to Albert,
since it was he who put him in this position, the Count de Comarin. He is his father, and yet he has abandoned him. Ah, well, I will remind him that he still has a son." The magistrate rose to see her to the door, but she had already disappeared, taking the kind hearted Schmidt with her. M. Daburon, more dead than alive, sank back again in his chair. His eyes filled with tears. "And that is what she is," he murmured. "Ah, I made no vulgar choice. I had divined and understood all her good qualities." He had never loved her so much, and he felt that he would never be consoled for not having won her love in return. But in the midst of his meditations a sudden thought passed like a flash across his brain. Had Claire spoken the truth? Had she not been playing a part previously prepared? No, most decidedly no. But she might have been herself deceived, might have been the dupe of some skilful trick. In that case old Tabaret's prediction was now realized. Tabaret had said, "Look out for an indisputable alibi." How could he show the falsity of this one planned in advance, affirmed by Claire, who was herself deceived? How could he expose a plan so well laid that the prisoner had been able without danger to await certain results with his arms folded, and without himself moving in the matter? And yet, if Claire's story were true, and Albert innocent? The magistrate struggled in the midst of inextricable difficulties, without a plan, without an idea. He arose. "Oh," he said, in a loud voice, as though encouraging himself, "at the Palais all will be unravelled." CHAPTer 15. Chapter 16 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. M. Daburon had been surprised at Claire's visit. M. de Comarin was still more so when his valet whispered to him that Mademoiselle d'Arlange desired a moment's conversation with him. M. Daburon had broken a handsome card plate. M. de Comarin, who was at breakfast, dropped his knife on his plate. Like the magistrate, he exclaimed, "Claire!" He hesitated to receive her, fearing a painful and disagreeable scene. She could only have, as he knew, a very slight affection for him who had for so long repulsed her with such obstinacy. What could she want with him? To inquire about Albert, of course. And what could he reply? She would probably have some nervous attack or other, and he would be thoroughly upset. However, he thought of how much she must have suffered, and he pitied her. He felt that it would be cruel as well as unworthy of him to keep away from her who was to have been his daughter-in-law, the Viscountess de Comarin. He sent a message asking her to wait a few minutes in one of the little drawing rooms on the ground floor. He did not keep her waiting long, his appetite having been destroyed by the mere announcement of her visit. He was fully prepared for anything disagreeable. As soon as he appeared, Claire saluted him with one of those graceful yet highly dignified bows which distinguished the Marchioness d'Arlange. "Sir," she began. "You come, do you not, my poor child, to obtain news of the unhappy boy?" asked M. de Comarin.
He interrupted Claire and went straight to the point in order to get the disagreeable business more quickly over.
"No, sir," replied the young girl. "I come, on the contrary, to bring you news. Albert is innocent."
The count looked at her most attentively, persuaded that grief had affected her reason; but in that case her madness was very quiet.
"I never doubted it," continued Claire; "but now I have the most positive proof."
"Are you quite sure of what you are saying?" inquired the count, whose eyes betrayed his doubt. Mademoiselle d'Arlange understood his thoughts. Her interview with M. Daburon had given her experience.
"I state nothing which is not of the utmost accuracy," she replied, "and easily proved. I have just come from M. Daburon, the investigating magistrate, who is one of my grandmother's friends, and, after what I told him, he is convinced that Albert is innocent."
"He told you that, Claire?" exclaimed the count. "My child, are you sure? Are you not mistaken?"
"No, sir. I told him something of which every one was ignorant, and of which Albert, who is a gentleman, could not speak. I told him that Albert passed with me in my grandmother's garden all that evening on which the crime was committed. He had asked to see me, you see."
"But your word will not be sufficient."
"There are proofs, and justice has them by this time."
"Heavens! Is it really possible?" cried the count, who was beside himself.
"Ah, sir," said Mademoiselle d'Arlange, bitterly, "you are like the magistrate. You believed in the impossible. You are his father, and you suspected him. You do not know him, then. You were abandoning him, without trying to defend him. Ah, I did not hesitate one moment."
"One is easily induced to believe true that which one is anxiously longing for. M. de Commarin was not difficult to convince. Without thinking, without discussion, he put faith in Claire's assertions. He shared her convictions without asking himself whether it were wise or prudent to do so. Yes, he had been overcome by the magistrate's certitude, he had told himself that what was most unlikely was true, and he had bowed his head. One word from a young girl had upset this conviction. Albert innocent? The thought descended upon his heart like heavenly dew. Claire appeared to him like a bearer of happiness and hope. During the last 3 days he had discovered how great was his affection for Albert. He had loved him tenderly, for he had never been able to discard him, in spite of his frightful suspicions as to his paternity. For 3 days the knowledge of the crime imputed to his unhappy son, the thought of the punishment which awaited him, had nearly killed the father. And after all, he was innocent. No more shame, no more scandalous trial, no more stains upon the escutcheon. The name of Commarin would not be heard at the assizes. "But then, mademoiselle," asked the count, "are they going to release him?"
"Alas, sir, I demanded that they should at once set him at liberty. It is just, is it not, since he is not guilty? But the magistrate replied that it was not possible, that he was not the master, that Albert's fate depended on many others. It was then that I resolved to come to you for aid."
"Can I then do something?"
"I, at least, hope so. I am only a poor girl, very ignorant, and I know no one in the world. I do not know what can be done to get him released from prison. There ought, however, to be some means for obtaining justice. Will you not try all that can be done, sir, you who are his father?"
"Yes," replied M. de Commarin, quickly. "Yes, and without losing a minute." Since Albert's arrest, the count had been plunged in a dull stupor. In his profound grief, seeing only ruin and disaster about him, he had done nothing to shake off his mental paralysis. Ordinarily very active, he now sat all day long without moving. He seemed to enjoy a condition which prevented his feeling the immensity of his misfortune. Claire's voice sounded in his ear like the resurrection trumpet. The frightful darkness was dispelled. He saw a glimmering in the horizon. He recovered the energy of his youth. "Let us go," he said. Suddenly the radiance in his face changed to sadness mixed with anger. "But where?" he asked. "At what door shall we knock with any hope of success? In the olden times I would have sought the king. But to day
Even the Emperor himself cannot interfere with the law. He will tell me to await the decision of the tribunals, that he can do nothing. Wait, and Albert is counting the minutes in mortal agony. We shall certainly have justice, but to obtain it promptly is an art taught in schools that I have not frequented."
"Let us try at least, sir," persisted Claire. "Let us seek out judges, generals, ministers, any one. Only lead me to them. I will speak, and you shall see if we do not succeed."
The count took Claire's little hands between his own and held them a moment, pressing them with paternal tenderness.
"Brave girl!" he cried. "You are a noble, courageous woman, Claire. Good blood never fails. I did not know you. Yes, you shall be my daughter, and you shall be happy together, Albert and you. But we must not rush about everywhere like wild geese. We need some one to tell us whom we should address, some guide, lawyer, advocate." "Ah!" he cried. "I have it, Noel."
Claire raised her eyes to the count's in surprise.
"He is my son," replied M. de Commarin, evidently embarrassed. "My other son, Albert's brother. The best and worthiest of men," he added, repeating quite appropriately a phrase already uttered by M. Daburon. "He is an advocate. He knows all about the Palais. He will tell us what to do."
Noel's name, thus thrown into the midst of this conversation so full of hope, oppressed Claire's heart. The count perceived her affright.
"Do not feel anxious, dear child," he said. "Noel is good, and I will tell you more, he loves Albert. Do not shake your head so. Noel told me himself, on this very spot, that he did not believe Albert guilty. He declared that he intended doing everything to dispel the fatal mistake, and that he would be his advocate."
These assertions did not seem to reassure the young girl. She thought to herself,
"What then has this Noel done for Albert?"
But she made no remark.
"I will send for him," continued M. de Commarin. "He is now with Albert's mother, who brought him up, and who is now on her deathbed."
"Albert's mother?"
"Yes, my child. Albert will explain to you what may perhaps seem to you an enigma. Now time presses, but I think—"
He stopped suddenly. He thought that, instead of sending for Noel at Madame Gerdy's, he might go there himself. He would thus see Valérie, and he had longed to see her again so much. It was one of those actions which the heart urges, but which one does not dare risk because 1,000 subtle reasons and interests are against it. One wishes, desires, and even longs for it, and yet one struggles, combats, and resists. But if an opportunity occurs, one is only too happy to seize it. Then one has an excuse with which to silence one's conscience. In thus yielding to the impulse of one's feelings one can say, "It was not I who willed it, it was fate."
"It will be quicker, perhaps," observed the count, "to go to Noel."
"Let us start, then, sir."
"I hardly know, though, my child," said the old gentleman, hesitating, whether I ought to take you with me. Propriety."
"Ah, sir, propriety has nothing to do with it," replied Claire, impetuously. "With you, and for his sake, I can go anywhere. Is it not indispensable that I should give some explanations? Only send word to my grandmother by Schmidt, who will come back here, and await my return. I am ready, sir."
"Very well, then," said the count.
Then, ringing the bell violently, he called to the servant, "My carriage!" In descending the steps he insisted upon Claire's taking his arm. The gallant and elegant politeness of the friend of the Count d'Artois reappeared.
"You have taken 20 years from my age," he said. "It is but right that I should devote to you the youth you have restored to me."
As soon as Claire had entered the carriage, he said to the footman, "Rue Saint-Lazare, quick!" Whenever the count said "quick" on entering his carriage, the pedestrians had to get out of the way. But the coachman was a skilful driver, and arrived without accident. Aided by the concierge's directions, the count and the young girl went toward Madame Gerdy's apartments. The count mounted slowly, holding tightly to the balustrade, stopping at every landing to recover his breath. He was then about to see her again. His emotion pressed his heart like a vice. "Monsieur Noel Gerdy?" he asked of the servant. The advocate had just that moment gone out. She did not know where he had gone, but he had said he should not be out more than half an hour. "We will wait for him, then," said the count. He advanced, and the servant drew back to let him pass. Noel had strictly forbidden her to admit any visitors; but the Count de Commarin was one of those whose appearance makes servants forget all their orders. 3 persons were in the room into which the servant introduced the count and Mademoiselle d'Erlange. They were the parish priest, the doctor, and a tall man, an officer of the Legion of Honour, whose figure and bearing indicated the old soldier. They were conversing near the fireplace, and the arrival of strangers appeared to astonish them exceedingly. In bowing in response to M. de Commarin's and Claire's salutations, they seemed to inquire their business; but this hesitation was brief, for the soldier almost immediately offered Mademoiselle d'Erlange a chair. The count considered that his presence was inopportune, and he thought that he was called upon to introduce himself and explain his visit. "You will excuse me, gentlemen," said he, "if I am indiscreet. I did not think of being so when I asked to wait for Noel, whom I have the most pressing need of seeing. I am the Count de Commarin." At this name the old soldier let go the back of the chair which he was still holding, and haughtily raised his head. An angry light flashed in his eyes, and he made a threatening gesture. His lips moved as if he were about to speak; but he restrained himself, and retired, bowing his head to the window. Neither the count nor the 2 other men noticed his strange behaviour, but it did not escape Claire. While Mademoiselle d'Erlange sat down rather surprised, the count, much embarrassed at his position, went up to the priest, and asked in a low voice, "What is, I pray, Monsieur l'Abbé, Madame Gerdy's condition?" The doctor, who had a sharp ear, heard the question, and approached quickly. He was very pleased to have an opportunity to speak to a person as celebrated as the Count de Commarin, and to become acquainted with him. "I fear, sir," he said, "that she cannot live through the day." The count pressed his hand against his forehead, as though he had felt a sudden pain there. He hesitated to inquire further. After a moment of chilling silence he resolved to go on. "Does she recognize her friends?" he murmured. "No, sir. Since last evening, however, there has been a great change. She was very uneasy all last night. She had moments of fierce delirium. About an hour ago we thought she was recovering her senses, and we sent for Monsieur l'Abbé." "Very needlessly, though," put in the priest, "and it is a sad misfortune. Her reason is quite gone. Poor woman! I have known her 10 years. I have been to see her nearly every week. I never knew a more worthy person." "She must suffer dreadfully," said the doctor. Almost at the same instant, and as if to bear out the doctor's words, they heard stifled cries from the next room, the door of which was slightly open. "Do you hear?" exclaimed the count, trembling from head to foot. Claire understood nothing of this strange scene. Dark presentiments oppressed her. She felt as though she were enveloped in an atmosphere of evil. She grew frightened, rose from her chair, and drew near the count. "She is, I presume, in there?" asked M. de Commarin. "Yes, sir," harshly answered the old soldier, who had also drawn near. At any other time the count would have noticed the soldier's tone, and have resented it. Now he did not even raise his eyes. He remained insensible to everything. Was she not there, close to him? His thoughts were in the past. It seemed to him but yesterday that he had quitted her for the last time. "I should very much like to see her," he said, timidly. "That is impossible," replied the old soldier. "Why?" stammered the count. "At least, Monsieur de Commarin," replied the soldier, "let her die in peace." The count started as if he had been struck. His eyes encountered the officers. He lowered them like a criminal before his judge. "Nothing need prevent the count's entering Madame Gerdy's room," put in the doctor, who purposely saw nothing of all this. "She would probably not notice his presence, and if—" "Oh, she would perceive nothing," said the priest.
I have just spoken to her, taken her hand. She remained quite insensible."
The old soldier reflected deeply. "Enter," said he at last to the count.
"Perhaps it is God's will."
The count tottered so that the doctor offered to assist him. He gently motioned him away. The doctor and the priest entered with him. Claire and the old soldier remained at the threshold of the door facing the bed. The count took 3 or 4 steps, and was obliged to stop. He wished to, but could not go further. Could this dying woman really be Valérie? He taxed his memory severely. Nothing in those withered features, nothing in that distorted face recalled the beautiful, the adored Valérie of his youth. He did not recognize her. But she knew him, or rather divined his presence. With supernatural strength she raised herself, exposing her shoulders and emaciated arms; then pushing away the ice from her forehead and throwing back her still plentiful hair, bathed with water and perspiration, she cried: "Guy! Guy!" The count trembled all over. He did not perceive that which immediately struck all the other persons present, the transformation in the sick woman. Her contracted features relaxed, a celestial joy spread over her face, and her eyes, sunken by disease, assumed an expression of infinite tenderness. "Guy," said she, in a voice heartrending by its sweetness, "you have come at last. How long, oh, my God, I have waited for you! You cannot think what I have suffered by your absence. I should have died of grief had it not been for the hope of seeing you again. Who kept you from me? Your parents again. How cruel of them! Did you not tell them that no one could love you here below as I do? No, that is not it. I remember. You were angry when you left me. Your friends wished to separate us. They said I was deceiving you with another. Who have I injured that I should have so many enemies? They envied my happiness, and we were so happy. But you did not believe the wicked calumny, you scorned it, for are you not here?" The nun, who had risen on seeing so many persons enter the sick room, opened her eyes with astonishment. "I deceive you!" continued the dying woman. "Only a madman would believe it. Am I not yours, your very own, heart and soul? To me you are everything, and there is nothing I could expect or hope for from any other which you have not already given me. Was I not yours, alone, from the very first? I never hesitated to give myself entirely to you. I felt that I was born for you, Guy, do you remember? I was working for a lace maker, and was barely earning a living. You told me you were a poor student. I thought you were depriving yourself for me. You insisted on having our little apartment on the Quai St. Michel done up. It was lovely, with the new paper all covered with flowers, which we hung ourselves. How delightful it was! From the window we could see the great trees of the Tuileries Gardens, and by leaning out a little we could see the sun set through the arches of the bridges. Oh, those happy days! The first time that we went into the country together, one Sunday, you brought me a more beautiful dress than I ever dreamed of, and such darling little boots that it was a shame to walk out in them. But you had deceived me. You were not a poor student. One day, when taking my work home, I met you in an elegant carriage, with tall footmen, dressed in liveries, covered with gold lace, behind. I could not believe my eyes. That evening you told me the truth, that you were a nobleman, and immensely rich. Oh, my darling, why did you tell me?" Had she her reason, or was this a mere delirium? Great tears rolled down the Count de Commarin's wrinkled face, and the doctor and the priest were touched by the sad spectacle of an old man weeping like a child. Only the previous evening the count had thought his heart dead, and now this penetrating voice was sufficient to regain the fresh and powerful feelings of his youth. Yet how many years had passed away since then! "After that," continued Madame Gerdy, "we left the Quai St. Michel. You wished it, and I obeyed in spite of my apprehensions. You told me that, to please you, I ought to look like a great lady. You provided teachers for me, for I was so ignorant that I scarcely knew how to sign my name. Do you remember the queer spelling in my first letter? Ah, Guy, if you had really only been a poor student! When I knew that you were so rich, I lost my simplicity, my thoughtlessness, my gaiety. I feared that you would think me covetous, that you would imagine that your fortune influenced my love. Men who, like you, have millions, must be unhappy. They must be always doubting and full of suspicions. They can never be sure whether it is themselves or their gold which is loved, and this awful doubt makes them mistrustful, jealous, and cruel. Oh, my dearest, why did we leave our dear little room? There we were happy. Why did you not leave me always where you first found me? Did you not know that the sight of happiness irritates mankind? If we had been wise, we would have hid ours like a crime. You thought to raise me, but you only sunk me lower. You were proud of our love. You published it abroad. Vainly I asked you in mercy to leave me in obscurity and unknown. Soon the whole town knew that I was your mistress. Every one was talking of the money you spent on me. How I blushed at the flaunting luxury you thrust upon me. You were satisfied because my beauty became celebrated. I wept because my shame became so too. People talked about me as those women who make their lovers commit the greatest follies. Was not my name in the papers? And it was through the same papers that I heard of your approaching marriage. Unhappy woman! I should have fled from you, but I had not the courage. I resigned myself without an effort to the most humiliating, the most shameful of positions. You were married, and I remained your mistress. Oh, what anguish I suffered during that terrible evening! I was alone in my own home, in that room so associated with you, and you were marrying another. I said to myself, at this moment a pure, noble young girl is giving herself to him. I said again, what oath is that mouth which has so often pressed my lips now taking? Often, since that dreadful misfortune, I have asked Heaven what crime I had committed that I should be so terribly punished. This was the crime. I remained your mistress, and your wife died. I only saw her once, and then scarcely for a minute, but she looked at you, and I knew that she loved you as only I could. Ah, Guy, it was our love that killed her." She stopped exhausted, but none of the bystanders moved. They listened breathlessly, and waited with feverish emotion for her to resume. Mademoiselle d'Harlange had not the strength to remain standing. She had fallen upon her knees, and was pressing her handkerchief to her mouth to keep back her sobs. Was not this woman Albert's mother? The worthy nun was alone unmoved. She had seen, she said to herself, many such deliriums before. She understood absolutely nothing of what was passing. "These people are very foolish," she muttered, "to pay so much attention to the ramblings of a person out of her mind." She thought she had more sense than the others, so, approaching the bed, she began to cover up the sick woman. "Come, madame," said she, "cover yourself, or you will catch cold." "Sister!" remonstrated the doctor and priest at the same moment. "For God's sake," exclaimed the soldier, "let her speak." "Who," continued the sick woman, unconscious of all that was passing about her,
Who told you I was deceiving you? Oh, the wretches! They set spies upon me. They discovered that an officer came frequently to see me. But that officer was my brother, my dear Louis. When he was 18 years old, and being unable to obtain work, he enlisted, saying to my mother that there would then be one mouth the less in the family. He was a good soldier, and his officers always liked him. He worked whilst with his regiment. He taught himself, and he quickly rose in rank. He was promoted a lieutenant, then captain, and finally became major. Louis always loved me. Had he remained in Paris, I should not have fallen. But our mother died, and I was left all alone in this great city. He was a non-commissioned officer when he first knew that I had a lover, and he was so enraged that I feared he would never forgive me. But he did forgive me, saying that my constancy in my error was its only excuse. Ah, my friend, he was more jealous of your honor than you yourself. He came to see me in secret, because I placed him in the unhappy position of blushing for his sister. I had condemned myself never to speak of him, never to mention his name. Could a brave soldier confess that his sister was the mistress of a count? That it might not be known, I took the utmost precautions, but alas, only to make you doubt me. When Louis knew what was said, he wished in his blind rage to challenge you. And then I was obliged to make him think that he had no right to defend me. What misery! Ah, I have paid dearly for my years of stolen happiness. But you are here, and all is forgotten. For you do believe me, do you not, Guy? I will write to Louis. He will come. He will tell you that I do not lie, and you cannot doubt his, a soldier's word."
"Yes, on my honor," said the old soldier. "What my sister says is the truth." The dying woman did not hear him. She continued in a voice panting from weariness:
"How your presence revives me! I feel that I am growing stronger. I have nearly been very ill. I am afraid I am not very pretty to day. But never mind. Kiss me."
She opened her arms and thrust out her lips as if to kiss him.
"But it is on one condition, Guy, that you will leave me my child. Oh, I beg of you, I entreat you not to take him from me. Leave him to me. What is a mother without her child? You are anxious to give him an illustrious name, an immense fortune. No. You tell me that this sacrifice will be for his good. No. My child is mine. I will keep him. The world has no honors, no riches, which can replace a mother's love. You wish to give me in exchange that other woman's child. Never. What, you would have that woman embrace my boy? It is impossible. Take away this strange child from me. He fills me with horror. I want my own. Ah, do not insist. Do not threaten me with anger. Do not leave me. I should give in, and then I should die. Guy, forget this fatal project. The thought of it alone is a crime. Cannot my prayers, my tears, can nothing move you? Ah, well, God will punish us. All will be discovered. The day will come when these children will demand a fearful reckoning. Guy, I foresee the future. I see my son coming towards me, justly angered. What does he say, great Heaven? Oh, those letters, those letters! Sweet memories of our love! My son, he threatens me, he strikes me. Ah, help! A son strike his mother! Tell no one of it, though. Oh, my God, what torture! Yet he knows well that I am his mother. He pretends not to believe me. Lord, this is too much. Guy, pardon, oh, my only friend. I have neither the power to resist nor the courage to obey you."
At this moment the door opening on the landing opened, and Noel appeared, pale as usual, but calm and composed. The dying woman saw him, and the sight affected her like an electric shock. A terrible shudder shook her frame, her eyes grew inordinately large, her hair seemed to stand on end. She raised herself on her pillows, stretched out her arm in the direction where Noel stood, and in a loud voice exclaimed, "Assassin!" She fell back convulsively on the bed. Some one hastened forward. She was dead. A deep silence prevailed. Such is the majesty of death, and the terror which accompanies it, that in its presence even the strongest and most skeptical bow their heads. For a time passions and interests are forgotten. Involuntarily we are drawn together, when some mutual friend breathes his last in our presence. All the bystanders were deeply moved by this painful scene, this last confession, wrested, so to say, from the delirium. And the last word uttered by Madame Gerdy, "Assassin," surprised no one. All, excepting the nun, knew of the awful accusation which had been made against Albert. To him they applied the unfortunate mother's malediction. Noel seemed quite broken hearted. Kneeling by the bedside of her who had been as a mother to him, he took one of her hands and pressed it close to his lips. "Dead," he groaned. "She is dead." The nun and the priest knelt beside him, and repeated in a low voice the prayers for the dead. They implored God to shed his peace and mercy on the departed soul. They begged for a little happiness in heaven for her who had suffered so much on earth. Fallen into a chair, his head thrown back, the Count de Comarin was more overwhelmed and more livid than this dead woman, his old love, once so beautiful. Claire and the doctor hastened to assist him. They undid his cravat and took off his shirt collar, for he was suffocating. With the help of the old soldier, whose red, tearful eyes told of suppressed grief, they moved the Count's chair to the half-opened window to give him a little air. 3 days before, this scene would have killed him. But the heart hardens by misfortune, like hands by labour. "His tears have saved him," whispered the doctor to Claire. M. de Comarin gradually recovered, and as his thoughts became clearer, his sufferings returned. Prostration follows great mental shocks. Nature seems to collect her strength to sustain the misfortune. We do not feel all its intensity at once. It is only afterwards that we realize the extent and profundity of the evil. The Count's gaze was fixed upon the bed where lay Valerie's body. There, then, was all that remained of her. The soul, that soul so devoted and so tender, had flown. What would he not have given if God would have restored that unfortunate woman to life for a day, or even for an hour? With what transports of repentance he would have cast himself at her feet to implore her pardon, to tell her how much he detested his past conduct. How had he acknowledged the inexhaustible love of that angel? Upon a mere suspicion, without deigning to inquire, without giving her a hearing, he had treated her with the coldest contempt. Why had he not seen her again? He would have spared himself 20 years of doubt as to Albert's birth. Instead of an isolated existence, he would have led a happy, joyous life. Then he remembered the countess's death. She also had loved him, and had died of her love. He had not understood them. He had killed them both. The hour of expiation had come, and he could not say, "Lord, the punishment is too great." And yet, what punishment, what misfortunes during the last 5 days! "Yes," he stammered, "she predicted it. Why did I not listen to her?" Madame Gerdy's brother pitied the old man, so severely tried. He held out his hand. "Monsieur de Comarin," he said in a grave, sad voice, "my sister forgave you long ago, even if she ever had any ill feeling against you. It is my turn to day. I forgive you sincerely." "Thank you, sir," murmured the count. "Thank you." And then he added, "What a death!" "Yes," murmured Claire, "she breathed her last in the idea that her son was guilty of a crime. And we were not able to undeceive her." "At least,"
cried the count. "Her son should be free to render her his last duties. Yes, he must be. Noel!"
The advocate had approached his father, and heard all.
"I have promised, father," he replied, "to save him."
For the first time Mademoiselle d'Erlange was face to face with Noel. Their eyes met, and she could not restrain a movement of repugnance, which the advocate perceived.
"Albert is already saved," she said proudly. "What we ask is, that prompt justice shall be done him; that he shall be immediately set at liberty. The magistrate now knows the truth."
"The truth?" exclaimed the advocate.
"Yes. Albert passed at my house, with me, the evening the crime was committed."
Noel looked at her surprised. So singular a confession from such a mouth, without explanation, might well surprise him. She drew herself up haughtily.
"I am Mademoiselle Claire d'Erlange, sir," said she.
M. de Commarin now quickly ran over all the incidents reported by Claire. When he had finished, Noel replied: "You see, sir, my position at this moment. To-morrow " "To-morrow?" interrupted the count. "You said, I believe, to-morrow. Honour demands, sir, that we act to-day, at this moment. You can show your love for this poor woman much better by delivering her son than by praying for her." Noel bowed low. "To hear your wish, sir, is to obey it," he said. "I go. This evening, at your house, I shall have the honour of giving you an account of my proceedings. Perhaps I shall be able to bring Albert with me." He spoke, and again embracing the dead woman, went out. Soon the count and Mademoiselle d'Erlange also retired. The old soldier went to the mayor to give notice of the death, and to fulfil the necessary formalities. The nun alone remained, awaiting the priest, which the curé had promised to send to watch the corpse. The daughter of St. Vincent felt neither fear nor embarrassment, she had been so many times in a similar position. Her prayers said, she arose and went about the room, arranging everything as it should be in the presence of death. She removed all traces of the illness, put away the medicine bottles, burnt some sugar upon the fire shovel, and on a table covered with a white cloth at the head of the bed, placed some lighted candles, a crucifix with holy water, and a branch of palm. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, Part 1 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17. Part 1. Greatly troubled and perplexed by Mademoiselle d'Erlange's revelations, M. Daburon was ascending the stairs that led to the offices of the investigating magistrates, when he saw old Tabaret coming towards him. The sight pleased him, and he at once called out, "Monsieur Tabaret?" But the old fellow, who showed signs of the most intense agitation, was scarcely disposed to stop, or to lose a single minute. "You must excuse me, sir," he said, bowing, "but I am expected at home." "I hope, however " "Oh, he is innocent," interrupted old Tabaret. "I have already some proofs. And before 3 days But you are going to see Gevrol's man with the earrings? He is very cunning, Gevrol. I misjudged him." And without listening to another word he hurried away, jumping down 3 steps at a time, at the risk of breaking his neck. M. Daburon, greatly disappointed, also hastened on. In the passage, on a bench of rough wood before his office door, Albert sat awaiting him, under the charge of a Garde de Paris. "You will be summoned immediately, sir," said the magistrate to the prisoner, as he opened his door. In the office Constant was talking with a skinny little man who might have been taken, from his dress, for a well to do inhabitant of Batignolles, had it not been for the enormous pin in imitation gold which shone in his cravat, and betrayed the detective. "You received my letters?" asked M. Daburon of his clerk. "Your orders have been executed, sir. The prisoner is without, and here is M. Martin, who this moment arrived from the neighbourhood of the Invalides." "That is well," said the magistrate, in a satisfied tone; and, turning towards the detective, "Well, M. Martin," he asked, "what did you see?" "The walls had been scaled, sir." "Lately?"
5 or 6 days ago." "You are sure of this?" "As sure as I am that I see M. Constant at this moment mending his pen." "The marks are plain?" "As plain as the nose on my face, sir, if I may so express myself. The thief it was done by a thief, I imagine," continued M. Martin, who was a great talker. "The thief entered the garden before the rain, and went away after it, as you had conjectured. This circumstance is easy to establish by examining the marks on the wall of the ascent and the descent, on the side towards the street. These marks are several abrasions, evidently made by feet of some one climbing. The first are clean, the others muddy. The scamp he was a nimble fellow in getting in, pulled himself up by the strength of his wrists, but when going away he enjoyed the luxury of a ladder, which he threw down as soon as he was on the top of the wall. It is to see where he placed it by holes made in the ground by the fellow's weight, and also by the mortar which has been knocked away from the top of the wall." "Is that all?" asked the magistrate. "Not yet, sir. 3 of the pieces of glass which cover the top of the wall have been removed. Several of the acacia branches which extend over the wall have been twisted or broken. Adhering to the thorns of one of the branches, I found this little piece of lavender kid, which appears to me to belong to a glove." The magistrate eagerly seized the piece of kid. It had evidently come from a glove. "You took care, I hope, M. Martin," said M. Daburon, "not to attract attention at the house where you made this investigation." "Certainly, sir. I first of all examined the exterior of the wall at my leisure. After that, leaving my hat at a wine shop round the corner, I called at the Marchioness d'Erlange's house, pretending to be the servant of a neighbouring duchess, who was in despair at having lost a favourite, and, if I may so speak, an eloquent parrot. I was very kindly given permission to explore the garden, and as I spoke as disrespectfully as possible of my pretended mistress, they, no doubt, took me for a genuine servant." "You are an adroit and prompt fellow, M. Martin," interrupted the magistrate. "I am well satisfied with you, and I will report you favourably at headquarters." He rang his bell, while the detective, delighted at the praise he had received, moved backwards to the door, bowing the while. Albert was then brought in. "Have you decided, sir," asked the investigating magistrate, without preamble, "to give me a true account of how you spent last Tuesday evening?" "I have already told you, sir." "No, sir, you have not. And I regret to say that you lied to me." Albert, at this apparent insult, turned red, and his eyes flashed. "I know all that you did on that evening," continued the magistrate, "because justice, as I have already told you, is ignorant of nothing that is important for it to know." Then, looking straight into Albert's eyes, he continued slowly, "I have seen Mademoiselle Claire d'Erlange." On hearing that name, the prisoner's features, contracted by a firm resolve not to give way, relaxed. It seemed as though he experienced an immense sensation of delight, like a man who escapes almost by a miracle from an imminent danger which he had despaired of avoiding. However, he made no reply. "Mademoiselle d'Erlange," continued the magistrate, "has told me where you were on Tuesday evening." Albert still hesitated. "I am not setting a trap for you," added M. Daburon. "I give you my word of honour. She has told me all. You understand?" This time Albert decided to speak. His explanations corresponded exactly with Claire's, not one detail more. Henceforth doubt was impossible. Mademoiselle d'Erlange had not been imposed upon. Either Albert was innocent, or she was his accomplice. Could she knowingly be the accomplice of such an odious crime? No, she could not even be suspected of it. But who, then, was the assassin? For, when a crime has been committed, justice demands a culprit. "You see, sir," said the magistrate severely to Albert, "you did deceive me. You risked your life, sir, and, what is also very serious, you exposed me, you exposed justice, to commit a most deplorable mistake. Why did you not tell me the truth at once?" Mademoiselle d'Erlange, sir," replied Albert, "in according me a meeting, trusted in my honour " "And you would have died sooner than to mention that interview?" interrupted M. Daburon, with a touch of irony. "That is all very fine, sir, and worthy of the days of chivalry." "I am not the hero that you suppose, sir," replied the prisoner, simply. "If I told you that I did not count on Claire, I should be telling a falsehood. I was waiting for her. I knew that, on learning of my arrest, she would brave everything to save me; but her friends might have hid it from her, and that was what I feared. In that event I do not think, so far as one can answer for oneself, that I should have mentioned her name." There was no appearance of bravado. What Albert said he thought and felt. M. Daburon regretted his irony. "Sir," he said kindly, "you must return to your prison. I cannot release you yet; but you will be no longer in solitary confinement. You will be treated with every attention due to a prisoner whose innocence appears probable." Albert bowed and thanked him, and then was removed. "We are now ready for Gevrol," said the magistrate to his clerk. The chief of detectives was absent; he had been sent for from the Prefecture of Police; but his witness, the man with the earrings, was waiting in the passage. He was told to enter. He was one of those short, thick-set men, powerful as oaks, who look as though they could carry almost any weight on their broad shoulders. His white hair and whiskers set off his features hardened and tanned by the inclemency of the weather, the sea winds, and the heat of the tropics. He had large, callous black hands, with big sinewy fingers which must have possessed the strength of a vice. Great earrings in the form of anchors hung from his ears. He was dressed in the costume of a well-to-do Normandy fisherman, out for a holiday. The clerk was obliged to push him into the office, for this son of the ocean was timid and abashed when on shore. He advanced, balancing himself first on one leg, then on the other, with that irregular walk of the sailor, who, used to the rolling and tossing of the waves, is surprised to find anything immovable beneath his feet. To give himself confidence he fumbled over his soft felt hat, decorated with little lead medals, like the cap of King Louis XI, of devout memory, and also adorned with some of that worsted twist made by the young country girls, on a primitive frame composed of 4 or 5 pins stuck in a hollow cork. M. Daburon examined him, and estimated him at a glance. There was no doubt but that he was the sunburnt man described by one of the witnesses at La Jonchère. It was also impossible to doubt his honesty. His open countenance displayed sincerity and good nature. "Your name?" demanded the investigating magistrate. "Marie-Pierre Lerouge." "Are you, then, related to Claudine Lerouge?" "I am her husband, sir." "What! The husband of the victim alive, and the police ignorant of his existence?" Thus thought M. Daburon. What, then, does this wonderful progress in invention accomplish? To day, precisely as 20 years ago, when justice is in doubt, it requires the same inordinate loss of time and money to obtain the slightest information. On Friday they had written to inquire about Claudine's past life; it was now Monday, and no reply had arrived. And yet photography was in existence, and the electric telegraph. They had at their service 1,000 means, formerly unknown, and they made no use of them. "Every one," said the magistrate, "believed her a widow. She herself pretended to be one." "Yes, for in that way she partly excused her conduct. Besides, it was an arrangement between ourselves. I had told her that I would have nothing more to do with her." "Indeed? Well, you know that she is dead, victim of an odious crime?" "The detective who brought me here told me of it, sir," replied the sailor, his face darkening. "She was a wretch," he added, in a hollow voice. "How? You, her husband, accuse her?" "I have but too good reason to do so, sir." "Ah! My dead father, who foresaw it all the time, warned me. I laughed when he said, 'Take care, or she will dishonour us all.' He was right. Through her, I have been hunted down by the police, just like some skulking thief. Everywhere that they inquired after me with their warrant, people must have said, 'Aha! He has then committed some crime.' And here I am before a magistrate. Ah, sir, what a disgrace! The Lerouges have been honest people, from father to son, ever since the world began. Inquire of all who have ever had dealings with me. They will tell you. Lerouge's word is as good as another man's writing. Yes, she was a wicked woman, and I have often told her that she would come to a bad end." "You told her that?" "More than 100 times, sir." "Why? Come, my friend, do not be uneasy. Your honour is not at stake here. No one questions it. When did you warn her so wisely?" "Ah, a long time ago, sir," replied the sailor. "The first time was more than 30 years back. She had ambition, even in her blood. She wished to mix herself up in the intrigues of the great. It was that ruined her. She said that one got money for keeping secrets, and I said that one got disgraced, and that was all. To help the great to hide their villainies, and to expect happiness from it, is like making your bed of thorns, in the hope of sleeping well. But she had a will of her own." "You were her husband, though," objected M. Daburon. "You had the right to command her obedience." The sailor shook his head and heaved a deep sigh. "Alas, sir, it was I who obeyed." To proceed by short inquiries with a witness, when you have no idea of the information he brings, is but to lose time in attempting to gain it. When you think you are approaching the important fact, you may be just avoiding it. It is much better to give the witness the rein, and to listen carefully, putting him back on the track should he get too far away. It is the surest and easiest method. This was the course M. Daburon adopted, all the time cursing Gevrol's absence, as he by a single word could have shortened by a good half of the examination, the importance of which, by the way, the magistrate did not even suspect. "In what intrigues did your wife mingle?" asked he. "Go on, my friend. Tell me everything exactly. Here, you know, we must have not only the truth, but the whole truth." Lerouge placed his hat on a chair. Then he began alternately to pull his fingers, making them crack almost sufficiently to break them, and ultimately scratched his head violently. It was his way of arranging his ideas. "I must tell you," he began, "that it will be 35 years, on St. John's Day, since I fell in love with Claudine. She was a pretty, neat, fascinating girl, with a voice sweeter than honey. She was the most beautiful girl in our part of the country, straight as a mast, supple as a willow, graceful and strong as a racing boat. Her eyes sparkled like old cider, her hair was black, her teeth as white as pearls, and her breath was as fresh as the sea breeze. The misfortune was that she hadn't a sou, while we were in easy circumstances. Her mother, who was the widow of I can't say how many husbands, was saving, your presence, a bad woman, and my father was the worthiest man alive. When I spoke to the old fellow of marrying Claudine, he swore fiercely, and 8 days after he sent me to Porto, on a schooner belonging to one of our neighbours, just to give me a change of air. I came back at the end of 6 months, thinner than a marling spike, but more in love than ever. Recollections of Claudine scorched me like a fire. I could scarcely eat or drink, but I felt that she loved me a little in return, for I was a fine young fellow, and more than one girl had set her cap at me. Then my father, seeing that he could do nothing, that I was wasting away, and was on the road to join my mother in the cemetery, decided to let me complete my folly. So one evening, after we had returned from fishing, and I got up from supper without tasting it, he said to me, 'Marry the hag's daughter, and let's have no more of this.' I remember it distinctly, because, when I heard the old fellow call my love such a name, I flew into a great passion, and almost wanted to kill him. Ah, one never gains anything by marrying in opposition to one's parents." The worthy fellow was lost in the midst of his recollections.
He was very far from his story. The investigating magistrate attempted to bring him back into the right path.
"Come to the point," he said. "I am going to, sir, but it was necessary to begin at the beginning. I married. The evening after the wedding, and when the relatives and guests had departed, I was about to join my wife, when I perceived my father all alone in a corner weeping. The sight touched my heart, and I had a foreboding of evil, but it quickly passed away. It is so delightful during the first 6 months one passes with a dearly loved wife. One seems to be surrounded by mists that change the very rocks into palaces and temples so completely that novices are taken in. For 2 years, in spite of a few little quarrels, everything went on nicely. Claudine managed me like a child. And she was cunning. She might have seized and bound me and carried me to market and sold me without my noticing it. Her great fault was her love of finery. All that I earned, and my business was very prosperous, she put on her back. Every week there was something new, dresses, jewels, bonnets, the devil's baubles, which the dealers invent for the perdition of the female sex. The neighbors chattered, but I thought it was all right. At the baptism of our son, who was called Jacques, after my father, to please her, I squandered all I had economized during my youth, more than 300 pistoles, with which I had intended purchasing a meadow that lay in the midst of our property. Monsieur Daburon was boiling over with impatience, but he could do nothing. Go on," he said every time Lerouge seemed inclined to stop. "I was well enough pleased," continued the sailor, "until one morning I saw one of the Count de Comarain's servants entering our house. The Count's château is only about a mile from where I lived on the other side of the town. It was a fellow named Germain, whom I didn't like at all. It was said about the country that he had been mixed up in the seduction of poor Thomasine, a fine young girl who lived near us. She appears to have pleased the count, and one day suddenly disappeared. I asked my wife what the fellow wanted. She replied that he had come to ask her to take a child to nurse. I would not hear of it at first, for our means were sufficient to allow Claudine to keep all her milk for our own child. But she gave me the very best of reasons. She said she regretted her past flirtations and her extravagance. She wished to earn a little money, being ashamed of doing nothing while I was killing myself with work. She wanted to save, to economize, so that our child should not be obliged in his turn to go to sea. She was to get a very good price, that we could save up to go towards the 300 pistoles. That confounded meadow to which she alluded decided me." "Did she not tell you of the commission with which she was charged?" asked the magistrate. This question astonished Lerouge. He thought that there was good reason to say that justice sees and knows everything. "Not then," he answered, "but you will see. 8 days after, the postman brought a letter, asking her to go to Paris to fetch the child. It arrived in the evening. 'Very well,' said she, 'I will start to morrow by the diligence.' I didn't say a word then, but next morning, when she was about to take her seat in the diligence, I declared that I was going with her. She didn't seem at all angry, on the contrary. She kissed me, and I was delighted. At Paris, she was to call for the little one at Madame Gerdy's, who lived on the boulevard. We arranged that she should go alone, while I awaited for her at our inn. After she had gone, I grew uneasy. I went out soon after, and prowled about near Madame Gerdy's house, making inquiries of the servants and others. I soon discovered that she was the Count de Comarain's mistress. I felt so annoyed that, if I had been master, my wife should have come away without the little bastard. I am only a poor sailor, and I know that a man sometimes forgets himself. One takes too much to drink, for instance, or goes out on the loose with some friends. But that a man with a wife and children should live with another woman, and give her what really belongs to his legitimate offspring, I think is bad, very bad. Is it not so, sir?"
The investigating magistrate moved impatiently in his chair. "Will this man never come to the point?" he muttered. "Yes, you are perfectly right," he added aloud. "But never mind your thoughts. Go on, go on." CHAPter 17, Part 2 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 17, Part 2.
Claudine, sir, was more obstinate than a mule. After 3 days of violent discussion, she obtained from me a reluctant consent between 2 kisses. Then she told me that we were not going to return home by the diligence. The lady, who feared the fatigue of the journey for her child, had arranged that we should travel back by short stages in her carriage and drawn by her horses; for she was kept in grand style. I was ass enough to be delighted, because it gave me a chance to see the country at my leisure. We were therefore installed with the children, mine and the other, in an elegant carriage, drawn by magnificent animals and driven by a coachman in livery. My wife was mad with joy. She kissed me over and over again, and chinked handfuls of gold in my face. I felt as foolish as an honest husband who finds money in his house which he didn't earn himself. Seeing how I felt, Claudine, hoping to pacify me, resolved to tell me the whole truth. "See here," she said to me.
Lerouge stopped, and changing his tone, said,
"You understand that it is my wife who is speaking?"
"Yes, yes. Go on."
"She said to me, shaking her pocket full of money, 'See here, my man, we shall always have as much of this as ever we may want, and this is why. The count, who also had a legitimate child at the same time as this bastard, wishes that this one shall bear his name instead of the other, and this can be accomplished thanks to me. On the road, we shall meet at the inn where we are to sleep, M. Germain and the nurse to whom they have entrusted the legitimate son. We shall be put in the same room, and during the night I am to change the little ones, who have been purposely dressed alike. For this the count gives me 8,000 francs down, and a life annuity of 1,000 francs."
"And you," exclaimed the magistrate, "you, who call yourself an honest man, permitted such villainy, when one word would have been sufficient to prevent it?"
"Sir, I beg of you," entreated Lerouge, "permit me to finish."
"Well, continue."
"I could say nothing at first, I was so choked with rage. I must have looked terrible. But she, who was generally afraid of me when I was in a passion, burst out laughing, and said, 'What a fool you are! Listen before turning sour like a bowl of milk. The count is the only one who wants this change made, and he is the one that's to pay for it. His mistress, this little one's mother, doesn't want it at all. She merely pretended to consent, so as not to quarrel with her lover, and because she has got a plan of her own. She took me aside, during my visit in her room, and after having made me swear secrecy on a crucifix, she told me that she couldn't bear the idea of separating herself from her babe for ever, and of bringing up another's child. She added that, if I would agree not to change the children, and not to tell the count, she would give me 10,000 francs down, and guarantee me an annuity equal to the one the count had promised me. She declared, also, that she could easily find out whether I kept my word, as she had made a mark of recognition on her little one. She didn't show me the mark, and I have examined him carefully, but can't find it. Do you understand now? I merely take care of this little fellow here. I tell the count that I have changed the children, we receive from both sides, and Jacques will be rich. Now kiss your little wife, who has more sense than you old dear." "That, sir, is word for word what Claudine said to me."
The rough sailor drew from his pocket a large blue checked handkerchief, and blew his nose so violently that the windows shook. It was his way of weeping. M. Daburon was confounded. Since the beginning of this sad affair he had encountered surprise after surprise. Scarcely had he got his ideas in order on one point, when all his attention was directed to another. He felt himself utterly routed. What was he about to learn now? He longed to interrogate quickly, but he saw that Lerouge told his story with difficulty, laboriously disentangling his recollections. He was guided by a single thread which the least interruption might seriously entangle.
"What Claudine proposed to me," continued the sailor, "was villainous, and I am an honest man. But she kneaded me to her will as easily as a baker kneads dough. She turned my heart topsy-turvy. She made me see white as snow that which was really as black as ink. How I loved her! She proved to me that we were wronging no one, that we were making little Jacques's fortune, and I was silenced. At evening we arrived at some village, and the coachman, stopping the carriage before an inn, told us we were to sleep there. We entered, and who do you think we saw? That scamp Germain, with a nurse carrying a child dressed so exactly like the one we had that I was startled. They had journeyed there like ourselves in one of the count's carriages. A suspicion crossed my mind. How could I be sure that Claudine had not invented the second story to pacify me? She was certainly capable of it. I was enraged. I had consented to the one wickedness, but not to the other. I resolved not to lose sight of the little bastard, swearing that they shouldn't change it. So I kept him all the evening on my knees, and to be all the more sure, I tied my handkerchief about his waist. Ah, the plan had been well laid. After supper, some one spoke of retiring, and then it turned out that there were only 2 double-bedded rooms in the house. It seemed as though it had been built expressly for the scheme. The innkeeper said that the 2 nurses might sleep in one room, and Germain and myself in the other. Do you understand, sir? Add to this that during the evening I had surprised looks of intelligence passing between my wife and that rascally servant, and you can imagine how furious I was. It was conscience that spoke, and I was trying to silence it. I knew very well that I was doing wrong, and I almost wished myself dead. Why is it that women can turn an honest man's conscience about like a weathercock with their wheedling?"
M. Daburon's only reply was a heavy blow of his fist on the table. Lerouge proceeded more quickly.
"As for me, I upset that arrangement, pretending to be too jealous to leave my wife a minute. They were obliged to give way to me. The other nurse went up to bed first. Claudine and I followed soon afterwards. My wife undressed and got into bed with our son and the little bastard. I did not undress. Under the pretext that I should be in the way of the children, I installed myself in a chair near the bed, determined not to shut my eyes and to keep close watch. I put out the candle, in order to let the women sleep, though I could not think of doing so myself, and I thought of my father, and of what he would say, if he ever heard of my behaviour. Towards midnight, I heard Claudine moving. I held my breath. She was getting out of bed. Was she going to change the children? Now I knew that she was not. Then I felt sure that she was. I was beside myself, and, seizing her by the arm, I commenced to beat her roughly, giving free vent to all that I had on my heart. I spoke in a loud voice, the same as when I am on board ship in a storm. I swore like a fiend. I raised a frightful disturbance. The other nurse cried out as though she were being murdered. At this uproar, Germain rushed in with a lighted candle. The sight of him finished me. Not knowing what I was doing, I drew from my pocket a long Spanish knife which I always carried, and seizing the cursed bastard, I thrust the blade through his arm, crying, "This way at least he can't be changed without my knowing it. He is marked for life."
Lerouge could scarcely utter another word. Great drops of sweat stood out upon his brow, then trickling down his cheeks, lodged in the deep wrinkles of his face. He panted, but the magistrate's stern glance harassed him, and urged him on, like the whip which flogs the negro slave overcome with fatigue. "The little fellow's wound," he resumed, "was terrible. It bled dreadfully, and he might have died. But I didn't think of that. I was only troubled about the future, about what might happen afterwards.
I declared that I would write out all that had occurred and that every one should sign it. This was done. We could all four write. Germain didn't dare resist, for I spoke with knife in hand. He wrote his name first, begging me to say nothing about it to the count, swearing that, for his part, he would never breathe a word of it, and pledging the other nurse to a like secrecy. "And have you kept this paper?" asked M. Daburon. "Yes, sir, and as the detective to whom I confessed all advised me to bring it with me, I went to take it from the place where I always kept it, and I have it here." "Give it to me." Lerouge took from his coat pocket an old parchment pocket-book fastened with a leather thong, and withdrew from it a paper yellowed by age and carefully sealed. "Here it is," said he. "The paper hasn't been opened since that accursed night." And, in fact, when the magistrate unfolded it, some dust fell out, which had been used to keep the writing when wet from blotting. It was really a brief description of the scene described by the old sailor. The 4 signatures were there. "What has become of the witnesses who signed this declaration?" murmured the magistrate, speaking to himself. Lerouge, who thought the question was put to him, replied: "Germain is dead. I have been told that he was drowned when out rowing. Claudine has just been assassinated, but the other nurse still lives. I even know that she spoke of the affair to her husband, for he hinted as much to me. His name is Brossette, and she lives in the village of Comarin itself." "And what next?" asked the magistrate, after having taken down the name and address. "The next day, sir, Claudine managed to pacify me, and extorted a promise of secrecy. The child was scarcely ill at all, but he retained an enormous scar on his arm." "Was Madame Gerdy informed of what took place?" "I do not think so, sir. But I would rather say that I do not know." "What! You do not know?" "Yes, sir, I swear it. You see, my ignorance comes from what happened afterwards." "What happened then?" The sailor hesitated. "That, sir, concerns only myself and—" "My friend," interrupted the magistrate, "you are an honest man, I believe. In fact, I am sure of it. But once in your life, influenced by a wicked woman, you did wrong, you became an accomplice in a very guilty action. Repair that error by speaking truly now. All that is said here, and which is not directly connected with the crime, will remain secret. Even I will forget it immediately. Fear nothing, therefore. And if you experience some humiliation, think that it is your punishment for the past." "Alas, sir," answered the sailor, "I have been already greatly punished, and it is a long time since my troubles began. Money, wickedly acquired, brings no good. On arriving home I bought the wretched meadow for much more than it was worth, and the day I walked over it, feeling that it was actually mine, closed my happiness. Claudine was a coquette, but she had a great many other vices. When she realized how much money we had, these vices showed themselves just like a fire, smouldering at the bottom of the hold, burst forth when you opened the hatches. From slightly greedy as she had been, she became a regular glutton. In our house there was feasting without end. Whenever I went to sea she would entertain the worst women in the place, and there was nothing too good or too expensive for them. She would get so drunk that she would have to be put to bed. Well, one night, when she thought me at Rouen, I returned unexpectedly. I entered, and found her with a man. And such a man, sir! A miserable looking wretch, ugly, dirty, stinking, shunned by every one, in a word, the bailiff's clerk. I should have killed him, like the vermin that he was. It was my right, but he was such a pitiful object. I took him by the neck and pitched him out of the window, without opening it. It didn't kill him. Then I fell upon my wife and beat her until she couldn't stir."
Lerouge spoke in a hoarse voice, every now and then thrusting his fists into his eyes.
"I pardoned her," he continued, "but the man who beats his wife and then pardons her is lost. In the future she took better precautions, became a greater hypocrite, and that was all. In the meanwhile, Madame Gerdy took back her child, and Claudine had nothing more to restrain her. Protected and counselled by her mother, whom she had taken to live with us, on the pretence of looking after Jacques, she managed to deceive me for more than a year. I thought she had given up her bad habits, but not at all. She lived a most disgraceful life. My house became the resort of all the good-for-nothing rogues in the country, for whom my wife brought out bottles of wine and brandy whenever I was at sea, and they got drunk promiscuously. When money failed, she wrote to the count or his mistress, and the orgies continued. Occasionally I had doubts which disturbed me. And then, without reason, for a simple yes or no, I would beat her until I was tired, and then I would forgive her, like a coward, like a fool. It was a cursed life. I don't know which gave me the most pleasure, embracing her or beating her. My neighbours despised me, and turned their backs on me. They believed me an accomplice or a willing dupe. I heard afterwards that they believed I profited by my wife's misconduct, while in reality she paid her lovers. At all events, people wondered where all the money came from that was spent in my house. To distinguish me from a cousin of mine, also named Lerouge, they tacked an infamous word on to my name. What disgrace! And I knew nothing of all the scandal, no, nothing. Was I not the husband? Fortunately, though, my poor father was dead. M. Daburon pitied the speaker sincerely. "Rest awhile, my friend," he said. "Compose yourself." "No," replied the sailor. "I would rather get through with it quickly. One man, the priest, had the charity to tell me of it. If ever he should want Lerouge—" Without losing a minute, I went and saw a lawyer, and asked him how an honest sailor who had had the misfortune to marry a hussy ought to act. He said that nothing could be done. To go to law was simply to publish abroad one's own dishonour, while a separation would accomplish nothing. When once a man has given his name to a woman, he told me, he cannot take it back. It belongs to her for the rest of her days, and she has a right to dispose of it. She may sully it, cover it with mire, drag it from wine shop to wine shop, and her husband can do nothing. That being the case, my course was soon taken. That same day I sold the fatal meadow, and sent the proceeds of it to Claudine, wishing to keep nothing of the price of shame. I then had a document drawn up, authorizing her to administer our property, but not allowing her either to sell or mortgage it. Then I wrote her a letter in which I told her that she need never expect to hear of me again, that I was nothing more to her, and that she might look upon herself as a widow. That same night I went away with my son." "And what became of your wife after your departure?" "I cannot say, sir. I only know that she quitted the neighbourhood a year after I did." "You have never lived with her since?" "Never." "But you were at her house 3 days before the crime was committed." "That is true, but it was absolutely necessary. I had had much trouble to find her, no one knew what had become of her. Fortunately, my notary was able to procure Madame Gerdy's address. He wrote to her, and that is how I learnt that Claudine was living at La Jonchère. I was then at Rome. Captain Gervais, who is a friend of mine, offered to take me to Paris on his boat, and I accepted. Ah, sir, what a shock I experienced when I entered her house! My wife did not know me. By constantly telling every one that I was dead, she had without a doubt ended by believing it herself. When I told her my name, she fell back in her chair. The wretched woman had not changed in the least. She had by her side a glass and a bottle of brandy." "All this doesn't explain why you went to seek your wife." "It was on Jacques's account, sir, that I went. The youngster has grown to be a man, and he wants to marry. For that his mother's consent was necessary, and I was taking to Claudine a document which the notary had drawn up, and which she signed. This is it." M. Daburon took the paper, and appeared to read it attentively. After a moment he asked, Have you thought who could have assassinated your wife?"
Lerouge made no reply.
"Do you suspect any one?" persisted the magistrate.
"Well, sir," replied the sailor, "what can I say? I thought that Claudine had wearied out the people from whom she drew money like water from a well. Or else, getting drunk one day, she had blabbed too freely."
The testimony being as complete as possible, M. Daburon dismissed Lerouge, at the same time telling him to wait for Gevrol, who would take him to a hotel, where he might wait at the disposal of justice until further orders.
"All your expenses will be paid you," added the magistrate.
Lerouge had scarcely left when an extraordinary, unheard of, unprecedented event took place in the magistrate's office. Constant, the serious, impressive, immovable, deaf and dumb Constant, rose from his seat and spoke. He broke a silence of 15 years. He forgot himself so far as to offer an opinion.
"This, sir," said he, "is a most extraordinary affair."
Very extraordinary, truly, thought M. Daburon, and calculated to rout all predictions, all preconceived opinions. Why had he, the magistrate, moved with such deplorable haste? Why, before risking anything, had he not waited to possess all the elements of this important case, to hold all the threads of this complicated drama? Justice is accused of slowness, but it is this very slowness that constitutes its strength and surety, its almost infallibility. One scarcely knows what a time evidence takes to produce itself. There is no knowing what important testimony investigations apparently useless may reveal. When the entanglement of the various passions and motives seems hopeless, an unknown personage presents himself, coming from no one knows where, and it is he who explains everything. M. Daburon, usually the most prudent of men, had considered as simple one of the most complex of cases. He had acted in a mysterious crime which demanded the utmost caution, as carelessly as though it were a case of simple misdemeanour. Why? Because his memory had not left him his free deliberation, judgment, and discernment. He had feared equally appearing weak and being revengeful. Thinking himself sure of his facts, he had been carried away by his animosity. And yet, how often had he not asked himself, "Where is duty?" But then, when one is at all doubtful about duty, one is on the wrong road. The singular part of it all was that the magistrate's faults sprang from his very honesty. He had been led astray by a too great refinement of conscience. The scruples which troubled him had filled his mind with phantoms, and had prompted in him the passionate animosity he had displayed at a certain moment. Calmer now, he examined the case more soundly. As a whole, thank Heaven, there was nothing done which could not be repaired. He accused himself, however, none the less harshly. Chance alone had stopped him. At that moment he resolved that he would never undertake another investigation. His profession henceforth inspired him with an unconquerable loathing. Then his interview with Claire had reopened all the old wounds in his heart, and they bled more painfully than ever. He felt, in despair, that his life was broken, ruined. A man may well feel so, when all women are as nothing to him except one, whom he may never dare hope to possess. Too pious a man to think of suicide, he asked himself with anguish what would become of him when he threw aside his magistrate's robes. Then he turned again to the business in hand. In any case, innocent or guilty, Albert was really the Viscount de Commarin, the count's legitimate son. But was he guilty? Evidently he was not. "I think," exclaimed M. Daburon suddenly, "I must speak to the Count de Commarin. Constant, send to his house a message for him to come here at once. If he is not at home, he must be sought for." M. Daburon felt that an unpleasant duty was before him. He would be obliged to say to the old nobleman, "Sir, your legitimate son is not Noel, but Albert." What a position, not only painful, but bordering on the ridiculous! As a compensation, though, he could tell him that Albert was innocent. To Noel he would also have to tell the truth, hurl him to earth after having raised him among the clouds. What a blow it would be! But without a doubt the count would make him some compensation. At least he ought to. "Now," murmured the magistrate.
"Who can be the criminal?"
An idea crossed his mind. At first it seemed to him absurd. He rejected it, then thought of it again. He examined it in all its various aspects. He had almost adopted it when M. de Commaret entered. M. Daburon's messenger had arrived just as the count was alighting from his carriage on returning with Claire from Madame Gerdy's. CHAPTer 18 of the Lerouge Case, by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 18. Old Tabaret talked, but he acted also. Abandoned by the investigating magistrate to his own resources, he set to work without losing a minute and without taking a moment's rest. The story of the cabriolet drawn by a swift horse was exact in every particular. Lavish with his money, the old fellow had gathered together a dozen detectives on leave or rogues out of work, and at the head of these worthy assistants, seconded by his friend Lecoq, he had gone to Bougival. He had actually searched the country house by house, with the obstinacy and the patience of a maniac hunting for a needle in a haystack. His efforts were not absolutely wasted. After 3 days' investigation he felt comparatively certain that the assassin had not left the train at Reuil, as all the people of Bougival, La Jonchère, and Marly do, but had gone on as far as Chatou. Tabaret thought he recognized him in a man described to him by the porters at the station as rather young, dark, and with black whiskers, carrying an overcoat and an umbrella. This person, who arrived by the train which left Paris for St. Germain at 35 minutes past 8 in the evening, had appeared to be in a very great hurry. On quitting the station, he had started off at a rapid pace on the road which led to Bougival. Upon the way, 2 men from Marly and a woman from La Malmaison had noticed him on account of his rapid pace. He smoked as he hurried along. On crossing the bridge which joins the 2 banks of the Seine at Bougival, he had been still more noticed. It is usual to pay a toll on crossing this bridge, and the supposed assassin had apparently forgotten this circumstance. He passed without paying, keeping up his rapid pace, pressing his elbows to his side, husbanding his breath, and the gatekeeper was obliged to run after him for his toll. He seemed greatly annoyed at the circumstance, threw the man a 10-sou piece, and hurried on, without waiting for the 9-sou change. Nor was that all. The station master of Reuil remembered that 2 minutes before the 10:15 train came up, a passenger arrived very agitated and so out of breath that he could scarcely ask for a second-class ticket for Paris. The appearance of this man corresponded exactly with the description given of him by the porters at Chatou and by the gatekeeper at the bridge. Finally the old man thought he was on the track of some one who entered the same carriage as the breathless passenger. He had been told of a baker living at Asnières, and he had written to him asking him to call at his house. Such was old Tabaret's information when on the Monday morning he called at the Palais de Justice, in order to find out if the record of Widow Lerouge's past life had been received. He found that nothing had arrived, but in the passage he met Gevrol and his man. The chief of detectives was triumphant, and showed it too. As soon as he saw Tabaret he called out, "Well, my illustrious mare's nest hunter, what news? Have you had any more scoundrels guillotined since the other day? Ah, you old rogue, you want to oust me from my place, I can see." The old man was sadly changed. The consciousness of his mistake made him humble and meek. These pleasantries, which a few days before would have made him angry, now did not touch him. Instead of retaliating, he bowed his head in such a penitent manner that Gevrol was astonished. "Jeer at me, my good Monsieur Gevrol," he replied. "Mock me without pity. You are right. I deserve it all." "Ah, come now," said the chief. "Have you then performed some new masterpiece, you impetuous old fellow?" Old Tabaret shook his head sadly. "I have delivered up an innocent man," he said, "and justice will not restore him his freedom." Gevrol was delighted, and rubbed his hands until he almost wore away the skin. "This is fine," he sang out. "This is capital.
To bring criminals to justice is of no account at all. But to free the innocent, by Jove! That is the last touch of art. Tirauclair, you are an immense wonder, and I bow before you."
And at the same time he raised his hat ironically.
"Don't crush me," replied the old fellow. "As you know, in spite of my gray hairs, I am young in the profession. Because chance served me 3 or 4 times, I became foolishly proud. I have learned too late that I am not all that I thought myself. I am but an apprentice, and success has turned my head. While you, M. Gevrol, you are the master of all of us. Instead of laughing, pray help me, aid me with your advice and your experience. Alone I can do nothing, while with your assistance—" Gevrol is vain in the highest degree. Tabaret's submission tickled his pretensions as a detective immensely, for in reality he thought the old man very clever. He was softened. "I suppose," he said patronizingly, "you refer to la Jonchère affair?" "Alas, yes, my dear M. Gevrol. I wished to work without you, and I have got myself into a pretty mess."
Cunning old Tabaret kept his countenance as penitent as that of a sacristan caught eating meat on a Friday; but he was inwardly laughing and rejoicing all the while.
"Conceited fool!" he thought. "I will flatter you so much that you will end by doing everything I want."
M. Gevrol rubbed his nose, put out his lower lip, and said, "Ahem!" He pretended to hesitate, but it was only because he enjoyed prolonging the old amateur's discomfiture.
"Come," said he at last, "cheer up, old Tirauclair. I'm a good fellow at heart, and I'll give you a lift. That's kind, isn't it? But to day I'm too busy. I've an appointment to keep. Come to me to morrow morning, and we'll talk it over. But before we part, I'll give you a light to find your way with. Do you know who that witness is that I've brought?" "No. But tell me, my good M. Gevrol." "Well, that fellow on the bench there, who is waiting for M. Daburon, is the husband of the victim of the La Jonchère tragedy." "Is it possible?" exclaimed old Tabaret, perfectly astounded. Then, after reflecting a moment, he added, "You are joking with me." "No, upon my word. Go and ask him his name. He will tell you that it is Pierre Lerouge." "She wasn't a widow, then?" "It appears not," replied Gevrol sarcastically, "since there is her happy spouse." "Phew!" muttered the old fellow. "And does he know anything?" In a few sentences the chief of detectives related to his amateur colleague the story that Lerouge was about to tell the investigating magistrate. "What do you say to that?" he asked when he came to the end. "What do I say to that?" stammered old Tabaret, whose countenance indicated intense astonishment. "What do I say to that? I don't say anything. But I think no, I don't think anything either." "A slight surprise, eh?" said Gevrol, beaming. "Say, rather an immense one," replied Tabaret. But suddenly he started and gave his forehead a hard blow with his fist. "And my baker!" he cried. "I will see you to morrow, then, M. Gevrol." "He is crazed," thought the head detective. The old fellow was sane enough, but he had suddenly recollected the Asnières baker, whom he had asked to call at his house. Would he still find him there? Going down the stairs he met M. Daburon; but, as one has already seen, he hardly deigned to reply to him. He was soon outside, and trotted off along the quays. "Now," said he to himself, "let us consider. Noël is once more plain Noël Gerdy. He won't feel very pleased, for he thought so much of having a great name. Pshaw, if he likes, I'll adopt him. Tabaret doesn't sound so well as Comarin, but it's at least a name. Anyhow, Gevrol's story in no way affects Albert's situation nor my convictions. He is the legitimate son; so much the better for him. That, however, would not prove his innocence to me if I doubted it. He evidently knew nothing of these surprising circumstances any more than his father. He must have believed, as well as the count, in the substitution having taken place. Madame Gerdy, too, must have been ignorant of these facts. They probably invented some story to explain the scar. Yes, but Madame Gerdy certainly knew that Noel was really her son, for when he was returned to her, she no doubt looked for the mark she had made on him. Then, when Noel discovered the count's letters, she must have hastened to explain to him. Old Tabaret stopped as suddenly as if further progress were obstructed by some dangerous reptile. He was terrified at the conclusion he had just reached. Noel, then, must have assassinated Widow Lerouge to prevent her confessing that the substitution had never taken place, and have burnt the letters and papers which proved it. But he repelled this supposition with horror, as every honest man drives away a detestable thought which by accident enters his mind. "What an old idiot I am!" he exclaimed, resuming his walk. "This is the result of the horrible profession I once gloried in following. Suspect Noel, my boy, my sole heir, the personification of virtue and honour. Noel, whom 10 years of constant intercourse have taught me to esteem and admire to such a degree that I would speak for him as I would for myself. Men of his class must indeed be moved by terrible passions to cause them to shed blood, and I have always known Noel to have but 2 passions, his mother and his profession. And I dare to breathe a suspicion against this noble soul. I ought to be whipped. Old fool! Isn't the lesson you have already received sufficiently terrible? Will you never be more cautious?" Thus he reasoned, trying to dismiss his disquieting thoughts, and restraining his habits of investigation. But in his heart a tormenting voice constantly whispered, "Suppose it is Noel?" He at length reached the Rue St. Lazare. Before the door of his house stood a magnificent horse harnessed to an elegant blue brougham. At the sight of these he stopped. "A handsome animal," he said to himself. "My tenants receive some swell people." They apparently received visitors of an opposite class also, for at that moment he saw M. Clergeau come out, worthy M. Clergeau, whose presence in a house betrayed ruin just as surely as the presence of the undertakers announce a death. The old detective, who knew everybody, was well acquainted with the worthy banker. He had even done business with him once, when collecting books. He stopped him and said, "Hallo, you old crocodile! You have clients, then, in my house?" "So it seems," replied Clergeau, dryly, for he does not like being treated with such familiarity. "Aha!" said old Tabaret; and, prompted by the very natural curiosity of a landlord who is bound to be very careful about the financial condition of his tenants, he added, "Who the deuce are you ruining now?" "I am ruining no one," replied M. Clergeau, with an air of offended dignity. "Have you ever had reason to complain of me whenever we have done business together? I think not. Mention me to the young advocate up there, if you like. He will tell you whether he has reason to regret knowing me." These words produced a painful impression on Tabaret. What, Noel, the prudent Noel, one of Clergeau's customers? What did it mean? Perhaps there was no harm in it; but then he remembered the 15,000 francs he had lent Noel on the Thursday. "Yes," said he, wishing to obtain some more information, "I know that M. Gerdy spends a pretty round sum." Clergeau has the delicacy never to leave his clients undefended when attacked. "It isn't he personally," he objected, "who makes the money dance. It's that charming little woman of his." "Ah, she's no bigger than your thumb, but she'd eat the devil, hoofs, horns, and all." What! Noel had a mistress, a woman whom Clergeau himself, the friend of such creatures, considered expensive. The revelation at such a moment pierced the old man's heart. But he dissembled.
A gesture, a look, might awaken the usurer's mistrust and close his mouth.
"That's well known," replied Tabaret in a careless tone. "Youth must have its day. But what do you suppose the wench costs him a year?" "Oh, I don't know. He made the mistake of not fixing a price with her. According to my calculation, she must have, during the 4 years that she has been under his protection, cost him close upon 500,000 francs."
4 years, 500,000 francs! These words, these figures burst like bombshells on old Tabaret's brain. 500,000! In that case Noel was utterly ruined. But then—
"It is a great deal," said he, succeeding by desperate efforts in hiding his emotion. "It is enormous. M. Gerdy, however, has resources."
"He?" interrupted the usurer, shrugging his shoulders. "Not even that," he added, snapping his fingers. "He is utterly cleaned out. But if he owes you money, do not be anxious. He is a sly dog. He is going to be married, and I have just renewed bills of his for 26,000 francs. Good bye, M. Tabaret." The usurer hurried away, leaving the poor old fellow standing like a milestone in the middle of the pavement. He experienced something of that terrible grief which breaks a father's heart when he begins to realize that his dearly loved son is perhaps the worst of scoundrels. And yet such was his confidence in Noel that he again struggled with his reason to resist the suspicions which tormented him. Perhaps the usurer had been slandering his friend. People who lend their money at more than 10% are capable of anything. Evidently he had exaggerated the extent of Noel's follies. And supposing it were true, have not many men done just such insane things for women without ceasing to be honest? As he was about to enter his house, a whirlwind of silk, lace, and velvet stopped the way. A pretty young brunette came out and jumped as lightly as a bird into the blue brougham. Old Tabaret was a gallant man, and the young woman was most charming, but he never even looked at her. He passed in and found his concierge standing cap in hand, and tenderly examining a 20-franc piece. "Ah, sir," said the man, "such a pretty young person, and so ladylike. If you had only been here 5 minutes sooner—" "What lady? Why?" "That elegant lady who just went out, sir. She came to make some inquiries about M. Gerdy. She gave me 20 francs for answering her questions. It seems that the gentleman is going to be married, and she was evidently much annoyed about it. Superb creature! I have an idea that she is his mistress. I know now why he goes out every night." "M. Gerdy?" "Yes, sir, but I never mentioned it to you, because he seemed to wish to hide it. He never asks me to open the door for him. No, not he. He slips out by the little stable door. I have often said to myself, 'Perhaps he doesn't want to disturb me.' It is very thoughtful on his part, and he seems to enjoy it so." The concierge spoke with his eyes fixed on the gold piece. When he raised his head to examine the countenance of his lord and master, old Tabaret had disappeared. "There's another," said the concierge to himself. "I'll bet 100 sous that he's running after the superb creature. Run ahead, go it, old dotard, you shall have a little bit, but not much, for it's very expensive." The concierge was right. Old Tabaret was running after the lady in the blue brougham. "She will tell me all," he thought, and with a bound he was in the street. He reached it just in time to see the blue brougham turn the corner of the Rue Saint Lazare. "Heavens!" he murmured, "I shall lose sight of her, and yet she can tell me the truth." He was in one of those states of nervous excitement which engender prodigies. He ran to the end of the Rue Saint Lazare as rapidly as if he had been a young man of 20. Joy! He saw the blue brougham, a short distance from him, in the Rue du Havre, stopped in the midst of a block of carriages. "I have her!" said he to himself. He looked all about him, but there was not an empty cab to be seen. Gladly would he have cried, like Richard III., "My kingdom for a cab!" The brougham got out of the entanglement and started off rapidly towards the Rue Tronchet. The old fellow followed. He kept his ground, The brougham gained but little upon him. While running in the middle of the street, at the same time looking out for a cab, he kept saying to himself, "Hurry on, old fellow, hurry on. When one has no brains, one must use one's legs. Why didn't you think to get this woman's address from Clergeau? You must hurry yourself, my old friend, you must hurry yourself. When one goes in for being a detective, one should be fit for the profession, and have the shanks of a deer." But he was losing ground, plainly losing ground. He was only half-way down the Rue Tronchet, and quite tired out. He felt that his legs could not carry him 100 steps farther, and the brougham had almost reached the Madeleine. At last an open cab, going in the same direction as himself, passed by. He made a sign more despairing than any drowning man ever made. The sign was seen. He made a supreme effort, and with a bound jumped into the vehicle without touching the step. "There!" he gasped. "That blue brougham, 20 francs." "All right," replied the coachman, nodding. And he covered his ill-conditioned horse with vigorous blows, muttering, "A jealous husband following his wife, that's evident. Gee up!" As for old Tabaret, he was a long time recovering himself, his strength was almost exhausted. For more than a minute he could not catch his breath. They were soon on the boulevards. He stood up in the cab, leaning against the driver's seat. "I don't see the brougham anywhere," he said. "Oh, I see it all right, sir, but it is drawn by a splendid horse." "Yours ought to be a better one. I said 20 francs. I'll make it 40." The driver whipped up his horse most mercilessly, and growled, "It's no use, I must catch her. For 20 francs I would have let her escape, for I love the girls and am on their side. But fancy, 40 francs! I wonder how such an ugly man can be so jealous." Old Tabaret tried in every way to occupy his mind with other matters. He did not wish to reflect before seeing the woman, speaking with her, and carefully questioning her. He was sure that by one word she would either condemn or save her lover. What? Condemn Noël? Well, yes. The idea that Noël was the assassin harassed and tormented him, and buzzed in his brain, like the moth which flies again and again against the window where it sees a light. As they passed the Chaussée d'Antin, the brougham was scarcely 30 paces in advance. The cab driver turned and said, "But the brougham is stopping." "Then stop also. Don't lose sight of it, but be ready to follow it again as soon as it goes off." Old Tabaret leaned as far as he could out of the cab. The young woman alighted, crossed the pavement, and entered a shop where cashmeres and laces were sold. "There," thought the old fellow, "is where the 1,000-franc notes go. 500,000 in 4 years! What can these creatures do with the money so lavishly bestowed upon them? Do they eat on it? On the altar of what caprices do they squander these fortunes? They must have the devil's own potions which they give to drink to the idiots who ruin themselves for them. They must possess some peculiar art of preparing and spicing pleasure, since once they get hold of a man he sacrifices everything before forsaking them." The cab moved on once more, but soon stopped again. The brougham had made a fresh pause, this time in front of a curiosity shop. "The woman wants then to buy out half of Paris," said old Tabaret to himself in a passion. "Yes, if Noël committed the crime, it was she who forced him to it. These are my 15,000 francs that she is frittering away now. How long will they last her? It must have been for money, then, that Noël murdered Widow Lerouge. If so, he is the lowest, the most infamous of men. What a monster of dissimulation and hypocrisy! And to think that he would be my heir, if I should die here of rage! For it is written in my will in so many words, 'I bequeath to my son, Noël Gerdy.' If he is guilty, there isn't a punishment sufficiently severe for him. But is this woman never going home?" The woman was in no hurry. The weather was charming, her dress irresistible, and she intended showing herself off. She visited 3 or 4 more shops, and at last stopped at a confectioner's, where she remained for more than a quarter of an hour. The old fellow, devoured by anxiety, moved about and stamped in his cab. It was torture thus to be kept from the key to a terrible enigma by the caprice of a worthless hussy. He was dying to rush after her, to seize her by the arm, and cry out to her, "Home, wretched creature, home at once! What are you doing here? Don't you know that at this moment your lover, he whom you have ruined, is suspected of an assassination? Home, then, that I may question you, that I may learn from you whether he is innocent or guilty. For you will tell me, without knowing it. Ah, I have prepared a fine trap for you. Go home, then. This anxiety is killing me." She returned to her carriage. It started off once more, passed up the Rue de Faubourg Montmartre, turned into the Rue de Provence, deposited its fair freight at her own door, and drove away. "She lives here," said old Tabaret, with a sigh of relief. He got out of the cab, gave the driver his 40 francs, bade him wait, and followed in the young woman's footsteps. "The old fellow is patient," thought the driver, "and the little brunette is caught." The detective opened the door of the concierge's lodge. "What is the name of the lady who just came in?" he demanded. The concierge did not seem disposed to reply. "Her name," insisted the old man. The tone was so sharp, so imperative, that the concierge was upset. "Madame Juliette Chauffour," he answered. "On what floor does she reside?" "On the second, the door opposite the stairs." A minute later the old man was waiting in Madame Juliette's drawing room. Madame was dressing, the maid informed him, and would be down directly. Tabaret was astonished at the luxury of the room. There was nothing flaring or coarse or in bad taste. It was not at all like the apartment of a kept woman. The old fellow, who knew a good deal about such things, saw that everything was of great value. The ornaments on the mantelpiece alone must have cost, at the lowest estimate, 20,000 francs. Clergeau, thought he, didn't exaggerate a bit. Juliette's entrance disturbed his reflections. She had taken off her dress, and had hastily thrown about her a loose black dressing gown, trimmed with cherry-coloured satin. Her beautiful hair, slightly disordered after her drive, fell in cascades about her neck and curled behind her delicate ears. She dazzled old Tabaret. He began to understand. "You wished, sir, to speak with me?" she inquired, bowing gracefully. "Madame," replied M. Tabaret, "I am a friend of Noel Gerdy's, I may say his best friend. And " "Pray sit down, sir," interrupted the young woman. She placed herself on a sofa, just showing the tips of her little feet encased in slippers matching her dressing gown, while the old man sat down in a chair. "I come, madame," he resumed, "on very serious business. Your presence at Monsieur Gerdy's." "Ah!" cried Juliette. "He already knows of my visit? Then he must employ a detective." "My dear child," began Tabaret, paternally. "Oh, I know, sir, what your errand is. Noel has sent you here to scold me. He forbade my going to his house, but I couldn't help it. It's annoying to have a puzzle for a lover, a man whom one knows nothing whatever about, a riddle in a black coat and a white cravat, a sad and mysterious being." "You have been imprudent." "Why? Because he is going to get married? Why does he not admit it, then?" "Suppose that it is not true." "Oh, but it is. He told that old shark Clergeau so, who repeated it to me. Anyway, he must be plotting something in that head of his. For the last month he has been so peculiar, he has changed so, that I hardly recognise him." Old Tabaret was especially anxious to know whether Noel had prepared an alibi for the evening of the crime. For him that was the grand question. If he had, he was certainly guilty. If not, he might still be innocent. Madame Juliette, he had no doubt, could enlighten him on that point. Consequently, he had presented himself with his lesson all prepared, his little trap all set. The young woman's outburst disconcerted him a little; but, trusting to the chances of conversation, he resumed: "Will you oppose Noel's marriage, then?"
"His marriage!" cried Juliet, bursting out into a laugh. "Ah, the poor boy! If he meets no worse obstacle than myself, his path will be smooth. Let him marry by all means, the sooner the better, and let me hear no more of him."
"You don't love him, then?" asked the old fellow, surprised at this amiable frankness.
"Listen, sir. I have loved him a great deal, but everything has an end. For 4 years, I, who am so fond of pleasure, have passed an intolerable existence. If Noel doesn't leave me, I shall be obliged to leave him. I am tired of having a lover who is ashamed of me, and who despises me."
"If he despises you, my pretty lady, he scarcely shows it here," replied old Tabaret, casting a significant glance about the room.
"You mean," said she, rising, "that he spends a great deal of money on me? It's true. He pretends that he has ruined himself on my account. It's very possible. But what's that to me? I am not a grabbing woman, and I would much have preferred less money and more regard. My extravagance has been inspired by anger and want of occupation. M. Gerdy treats me like a mercenary woman, and so I act like one. We are quits."
"You know very well that he worships you."
"He? I tell you he is ashamed of me. He hides me, as though I were some horrible disease. You are the first of his friends to whom I have ever spoken. Ask him how often he takes me out. One would think that my presence dishonoured him. Why, no longer ago than last Tuesday we went to the theatre. He hired an entire box. But do you think that he sat in it with me? Not at all. He slipped away, and I saw no more of him the whole evening."
"How so? Were you obliged to return home alone?"
"No. At the end of the play, towards midnight, he deigned to reappear. We had arranged to go to the masked ball at the opera, and then to have some supper. It was amusing. At the ball he didn't dare to let down his hood or take off his mask. At supper I had to treat him like a perfect stranger, because some of his friends were present."
This, then, was the alibi prepared in case of trouble. Juliet, had she been less carried away by her own feelings, would have noticed old Tabaret's emotion, and would certainly have held her tongue. He was perfectly livid, and trembled like a leaf. "Well," he said, making a great effort to utter the words, "the supper, I suppose, was none the less gay for that."
"Gay?" echoed the young woman, shrugging her shoulders. "You do not seem to know much of your friend. If you ever ask him to dinner, take good care not to give him anything to drink. Wine makes him as merry as a funeral procession. At the second bottle he was more tipsy than a cork. So much so that he lost nearly everything he had with him: his overcoat, purse, umbrella, cigar case."
Old Tabaret couldn't sit and listen any longer. He jumped to his feet like a raving madman. "Miserable wretch!" he cried. "Infamous scoundrel! It is he! But I have him!" And he rushed out, leaving Juliet so terrified that she called her maid.
"Child," said she, "I have just made some awful blunder, have let some secret out. I am sure that something dreadful is going to happen. I feel it. That old rogue was no friend of Noel's. He came to circumvent me, to lead me by the nose. And he succeeded. Without knowing it, I must have spoken against Noel. What can I have said? I have thought carefully, and can remember nothing. But he must be warned, though. I will write him a line while you find a messenger to take it."
Old Tabaret was soon in his cab, and hurrying towards the Prefecture of Police. Noel an assassin! His hate was without bounds, as formerly had been his confiding affection. He had been cruelly deceived, unworthily duped, by the vilest and the most criminal of men. He thirsted for vengeance. He asked himself what punishment would be great enough for the crime. "For he not only assassinated Claudine," thought he, "but he so arranged the whole thing as to have an innocent man accused and condemned.
And who can say that he did not kill his poor mother?" He regretted the abolition of torture, the refined cruelty of the Middle Ages, quartering, the stake, the wheel. The guillotine acts so quickly that the condemned man has scarcely time to feel the cold steel cutting through his muscles. It is nothing more than a fillip on the neck. Through trying so much to mitigate the pain of death, it has now become little more than a joke, and might be abolished altogether. The certainty of confounding Noel, of delivering him up to justice, of taking vengeance upon him, alone kept old Tabaret up. "It is clear," he murmured, "that the wretch forgot his things at the railway station in his haste to rejoin his mistress. Will they still be found there? If he has had the prudence to go boldly and ask for them under a false name, I can see no further proofs against him. Madame Chafour's evidence won't help me. The hussy, seeing her lover in danger, will deny what she has just told me. She will assert that Noel left her long after 10 o'clock. But I cannot think he has dared to go to the railway station again." About half-way down the Rue Richelieu, M. Tabaret was seized with a sudden giddiness. "I am going to have an attack, I fear," thought he. "If I die, Noel will escape, and will be my heir. A man should always keep his will constantly with him, to be able to destroy it, if necessary." A few steps further on he saw a doctor's plate on a door. He stopped the cab and rushed into the house. He was so excited, so beside himself, his eyes had such a wild expression, that the doctor was almost afraid of his peculiar patient, who said to him hoarsely, "Bleed me." The doctor ventured an objection; but already the old fellow had taken off his coat and drawn up one of his shirt sleeves. "Bleed me," he repeated. "Do you want me to die?" The doctor finally obeyed, and old Tabaret came out quieted and relieved. An hour later, armed with the necessary power, and accompanied by a policeman, he proceeded to the lost property office at the St. Lazare railway station, to make the necessary search. It resulted as he had expected. He learnt that, on the evening of Shrove Tuesday, there had been found in one of the second-class carriages of train No. 45, an overcoat and an umbrella. He was shown the articles, and he at once recognized them as belonging to Noel. In one of the pockets of the overcoat he found a pair of lavender kid gloves, frayed and soiled, as well as a return ticket from Chatou, which had not been used. In hurrying on in pursuit of the truth, old Tabaret knew only too well what it was. His conviction, unwillingly formed when Clergeot had told him of Noel's follies, had since been strengthened in a number of other ways. When with Juliet he had felt positively sure, and yet, at this last moment, when doubt had become impossible, he was, on beholding the evidence arrayed against Noel, absolutely thunderstruck. "Onwards!" he cried at last. "Now to arrest him!" And without losing an instant, he hastened to the Palais de Justice, where he hoped to find the investigating magistrate. Notwithstanding the lateness of the hour, M. Daburon was still in his office. He was conversing with the Count de Comarin, having related to him the facts revealed by Pierre Lerouge, whom the count had believed dead many years before. Old Tabaret entered like a whirlwind, too distracted to notice the presence of a stranger. "Sir," he cried, stuttering with suppressed rage, "we have discovered the real assassin. It is he, my adopted son, my heir, Noel." "Noel!" repeated M. Daburon, rising; and then, in a lower tone, he added, "I suspected it." "A warrant is necessary at once," continued the old fellow. "If we lose a minute he will slip through our fingers. He will know that he is discovered, if his mistress has time to warn him of my visit. Hasten, sir, hasten!" M. Daburon opened his lips to ask an explanation, but the old detective continued, "That is not all. An innocent man, Albert, is still in prison." "He will not be so an hour longer," replied the magistrate. "A moment before your arrival I had made arrangements to have him released. We must now occupy ourselves with the other one. Neither old Tabaret nor M. Daburon had noticed the disappearance of the Count de Comarin. On hearing Noel's name mentioned, he gained the door quietly, and rushed out into the passage. Chapter 19. Chapters 19 and 20 of the Lerouge Case by Émile Gaboriau. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 19. Noel had promised to use every effort to attempt even the impossible to obtain Albert's release. He in fact did interview the public prosecutor and some members of the bar, but managed to be repulsed everywhere. At 4:00 he called at the Count de Comarin's house to inform his father of the ill success of his efforts. "The count has gone out," said Denis, "but if you will take the trouble to wait—" "I will wait," answered Noel. "Then," replied the valet, "will you please follow me? I have the count's orders to show you into his private room." This confidence gave Noel an idea of his new power. He was at home henceforth, in that magnificent house, he was the master, the heir. His glance, which wandered over the entire room, noticed the genealogical tree hanging on the wall. He approached it and read. It was like a page, and one of the most illustrious, taken from the golden book of French nobility. Every name which has a place in our history was there. The Comarins had mingled their blood with all the great families. 2 of them had even married daughters of royalty. A warm glow of pride filled the advocate's heart, his pulse beat quicker, he raised his head haughtily as he murmured, "Viscount de Comarin." The door opened. He turned and saw the count entering. As Noel was about to bow respectfully, he was petrified by the look of hatred, anger, and contempt on his father's face. A shiver ran through his veins, his teeth chattered. He felt that he was lost. "Wretch!" cried the count. And dreading his own violence, the old nobleman threw his cane into a corner. He was unwilling to strike his son. He considered him unworthy of being struck by his hand. Then there was a moment of mortal silence, which seemed to both of them a century. At the same time their minds were filled with thoughts which would require a volume to transcribe. Noel had the courage to speak first. "Sir," he began. "Silence!" exclaimed the count, hoarsely. "Be silent! Can it be, Heaven forgive me, that you are my son? Alas! I cannot doubt it now. Wretch! You well knew that you were Madame Gerdy's son. Infamous villain! You not only committed this murder, but you did everything to cause an innocent man to be charged with your crime. Parricide! You have also killed your mother." The advocate attempted to stammer forth a protest. "You killed her," continued the count, with increased energy, "if not by poison, at least by your crime. I understand all now. She was not delirious this morning; but you know as well as I do what she was saying. You were listening, and, if you dared to enter at that moment when one word more would have betrayed you, it was because you had calculated the effect of your presence. It was to you that she addressed her last word, 'Assassin!'" Little by little Noel had retired to the end of the room, and he stood leaning against the wall, his head thrown back, his hair on end, his look haggard. A convulsive trembling shook his frame. His face betrayed a terror most horrible to see, the terror of the criminal found out. "I know all, you see," continued the count, "and I am not alone in my knowledge. At this moment a warrant of arrest is issued against you." A cry of rage like a hollow rattle burst from the advocate's breast. His lips, which were hanging through terror, now grew firm. Overwhelmed in the very midst of his triumph, he struggled against this fright. He drew himself up with a look of defiance. M. de Comarin, without seeming to pay any attention to Noel, approached his writing table and opened the drawer. "My duty," said he, "would be to leave you to the executioner who awaits you; but I remembered that I have the misfortune to be your father. Sit down, write and sign a confession of your crime. You will then find firearms in this drawer. May Heaven forgive you!" The old nobleman moved towards the door.
Noel, with a sign, stopped him, and drawing at the same time a revolver from his pocket, he said, "Your firearms are needless, sir. My precautions, as you see, are already taken. They will never catch me alive. Only " "Only?" repeated the count harshly. "I must tell you, sir," continued the advocate coldly, "that I do not choose to kill myself, at least not at present." "Ah!" cried M. Cammarin, in disgust, "you are a coward!" "No, sir, not a coward; but I will not kill myself until I am sure that every opening is closed against me, that I cannot save myself." "Miserable wretch!" said the count, threateningly; "must I then do it myself?" He moved towards the drawer, but Noel closed it with a kick.
"Listen to me, sir," said he, in that hoarse, quick tone which men use in moments of imminent danger. "Do not let us waste in vain words the few moments' respite left me. I have committed a crime, it is true, and I do not attempt to justify it. But who laid the foundation of it, if not yourself? Now you do me the favour of offering me a pistol. Thanks, I must decline it. This generosity is not through any regard for me. You only wish to avoid the scandal of my trial, and the disgrace which cannot fail to reflect upon your name."
The count was about to reply.
"Permit me," interrupted Noel, imperiously. "I do not choose to kill myself. I wish to save my life, if possible. Supply me with the means of escape, and I promise you that I will sooner die than be captured. I say, supply me with means, for I have not 20 francs in the world. My last 1,000-franc note was nearly all gone the day when, you understand me? There isn't sufficient money at home to give my mother a decent burial. Therefore, I say, give me some money." "Never." "Then I will deliver myself up to justice, and you will see what will happen to the name you hold so dear." The count, mad with rage, rushed to his table for a pistol. Noel placed himself before him. "Oh, do not let us have any struggle," said he, coldly. "I am the strongest." M. de Cammarin recoiled. By thus speaking of the trial, of the scandal, and of the disgrace, the advocate had made an impression upon him. For a moment, hesitating between love for his name and his burning desire to see this wretch punished, the old nobleman stood undecided. Finally his feeling for his rank triumphed. "Let us end this," he said, in a tremulous voice, filled with the utmost contempt. "Let us end this disgraceful scene. What do you demand of me? I have already told you, money, all that you have here; but make up your mind quickly." On the previous Saturday the count had withdrawn from his bankers the sum he had destined for fitting up the apartments of him whom he thought was his legitimate child. "I have 80,000 francs here," he replied. "That's very little," said the advocate, "but give them to me. I will tell you, though, that I had counted on you for 500,000 francs. If I succeed in escaping my pursuers, you must hold at my disposal the balance, 420,000 francs. Will you pledge yourself to give them to me at the first demand? I will find some means of sending for them, without any risk to myself. At that price you need never fear hearing of me again." By way of reply the count opened a little iron chest embedded in the wall and took out a roll of bank notes, which he threw at Noel's feet. An angry look flashed in the advocate's eyes as he took one step towards his father. "Oh, take care!" he said, threateningly. "People who, like me, have nothing to lose are dangerous. I can yet give myself up, and—" He stooped down, however, and picked up the notes. "Will you give me your word," he continued, "to let me have the rest whenever I ask for them?" "Yes." "Then I am going. Do not fear, I will be faithful to our compact. They shall not take me alive. Adieu, my father. In all this you are the true criminal, but you alone will go unpunished. Ah, Heaven is not just. I curse you." When an hour later the servants entered the count's room, they found him stretched on the floor with his face against the carpet, and showing scarcely a sign of life. On leaving the Cammarin house Noel staggered up the Rue de l'Université.
It seemed to him that the pavement oscillated beneath his feet, and that everything about him was turning round. His mouth was parched, his eyes were burning, and every now and then a sudden fit of sickness overcame him. But at the same time, strange to relate, he felt an incredible relief, almost delight. It was ended then. All was over. The game was lost. No more anguish now, no more useless fright and foolish terrors, no more dissembling, no more struggles. Henceforth he had nothing more to fear. His horrible part being played to the bitter end, he could now lay aside his mask and breathe freely. An irresistible weariness succeeded the desperate energy which in the presence of the Count had sustained his impudent arrogance. All the springs of his organization, stretched for more than a week past far beyond their ordinary limits, now relaxed and gave way. The fever which for the last few days had kept him up failed him now, and with the weariness he felt an imperative need of rest. He experienced a great void, an utter indifference for everything. His insensibility bore a striking resemblance to that felt by persons afflicted with seasickness, who care for nothing, whom no sensations are capable of moving, who have neither strength nor courage to think, and who could not be aroused from their lethargy by the presence of any great danger, not even of death itself. Had any one come to him then, he would never have thought of resisting, nor of defending himself. He would not have taken a step to hide himself, to fly, to save his head. For a moment he had serious thoughts of giving himself up, in order to secure peace, to gain quiet, to free himself from the anxiety about his safety. But he struggled against this dull stupor, and at last the reaction came, shaking off this weakness of mind and body. The consciousness of his position and of his danger returned to him. He foresaw with horror the scaffold, as one sees the depth of the abyss by the lightning flashes. "I must save my life," he thought. "But how?" That mortal terror which deprives the assassin of even ordinary common sense seized him. He looked eagerly about him, and thought he noticed 3 or 4 passers-by look at him curiously. His terror increased. He began running in the direction of the Latin Quarter without purpose, without aim, running for the sake of running, to get away, like crime, as represented in paintings, fleeing under the lashes of the Furies. He very soon stopped, however, for it occurred to him that this extraordinary behaviour would attract attention. It seemed to him that everything in him betokened the murderer. He thought he read contempt and horror upon every face, and suspicion in every eye. He walked along, instinctively repeating to himself, "I must do something." But he was so agitated that he was incapable of thinking or of planning anything. When he still hesitated to commit the crime, he had said to himself, "I may be discovered." And with that possibility in view, he had perfected a plan which should put him beyond all fear of pursuit. He would do this and that. He would have recourse to this ruse, he would take that precaution. Useless forethought. Now nothing he had imagined seemed feasible. The police were seeking him, and he could think of no place in the world where he could feel perfectly safe. He was near the Odeon Theatre when a thought quicker than a flash of lightning lit up the darkness of his brain. It occurred to him that as the police were doubtless already in pursuit of him, his description would soon be known to every one, his white cravat and well-trimmed whiskers would betray him as surely as though he had carried a placard, stating who he was. Seeing a barber's shop, he hurried to the door; but when on the point of turning the handle, he grew frightened. The barber might think it strange that he wanted his whiskers shaved off, and supposing he should question him. He passed on. He soon saw another barber's shop, but the same fears as before again prevented his entering. Gradually night had fallen, and with the darkness Noel seemed to recover his confidence and boldness. After this great shipwreck in port, hope rose to the surface. Why should he not save himself? There had been many just such cases. He could go to a foreign country, change his name, begin his life over again, become a new man entirely. He had money, and that was the main thing. And, besides, as soon as his 80,000 francs were spent, he had the certainty of receiving on his first request 5 or 6 times as much more. He was already thinking of the disguise he should assume, and of the frontier to which he should proceed, when the recollection of Juliet pierced his heart like a red-hot iron. Was he going to leave without her, going away with the certainty of never seeing her again? What? He would fly, pursued by all the police of the civilized world, tracked like a wild beast, and she would remain peaceably in Paris? Was it possible? For whom, then, had he committed the crime? For her? Who would have reaped the benefits of it? She? Was it not just, then, that she should bear her share of the punishment? "She does not love me," thought the advocate bitterly. "She never loved me. She would be delighted to be for ever free of me. She will not regret me, for I am no longer necessary to her. An empty coffer is a useless piece of furniture. Juliet is prudent. She has managed to save a nice little fortune. Grown rich at my expense, she will take some other lover. She will forget me, she will live happily, while and I was about to go away without her." The voice of prudence cried out to him, "Unhappy man, to drag a woman along with you, and a pretty woman too, is but to stupidly attract attention upon you, to render flight impossible, to give yourself up like a fool." "What of that?" replied passion. "We will be saved, or we will perish together. If she does not love me, I love her. I must have her. She will come, otherwise—" But how to see Juliet, to speak with her, to persuade her? To go to her house was a great risk for him to run. The police were perhaps there already. "No," thought Noel, "no one knows that she is my mistress. It will not be found out for 2 or 3 days, and besides, it would be more dangerous still to write." He took a cab not far from the Carrefour de l'Observatoire, and in a low tone told the driver the number of the house in the Rue de Provence which had proved so fatal to him. Stretched on the cushions of the cab, lulled by its monotonous jolts, Noel gave no thought to the future, he did not even think over what he should say to Juliet. No. He passed involuntarily in review the events which had brought on and hastened the catastrophe, like a man at the point of death reviews the tragedy or the comedy of his life. Just 1 month before, ruined, at the end of his expedients and absolutely without resources, he had determined, cost what it might, to procure money so as to be able to continue to keep Madame Juliet, when chance placed in his hands Count de Comarin's correspondence. Not only the letters read to old Tabaret and shown to Albert, but also those which written by the Count when he believed the substitution an accomplished fact, plainly established it. The reading of these gave him an hour of mad delight. He believed himself the legitimate son; but his mother soon undeceived him, told him the truth, proved to him by several letters she had received from Widow Lerouge, called on Claudine to bear witness to it, and demonstrated it to him by the scar he bore. But a falling man never selects the branch he tries to save himself by. Noel resolved to make use of the letters all the same. He attempted to induce his mother to leave the Count in his ignorance so that he might thus blackmail him. But Madame Gerdy spurned the proposition with horror. Then the advocate made a confession of all his follies, laid bare his financial condition, showed himself in his true light, sunk in debt; and he finally begged his mother to have recourse to M. de Comarin. This also she refused, and prayers and threats availed nothing against her resolution. For a fortnight there was a terrible struggle between mother and son, in which the advocate was conquered. It was then that the idea of murdering Claudine occurred to him. The unhappy woman had not been more frank with Madame Gerdy than with the others, so that Noel really thought her a widow. Therefore, her testimony suppressed, who else stood in his way? Madame Gerdy and perhaps the Count. He feared them but little. If Madame Gerdy spoke, he could always reply, "After stealing my name for your son, you will do everything in the world to enable him to keep it." But how to do away with Claudine without danger to himself? After long reflection, the advocate thought of a diabolical stratagem. He burnt all the Count's letters establishing the substitution, and he preserved only those which made it probable. These last he went and showed to Albert, feeling sure that should justice ever discover the reason of Claudine's death, it would naturally suspect he who appeared to have most interest in it. Not that he really wished Albert to be suspected of the crime, it was simply a precaution. He thought that he could so arrange matters that the police would waste their time in the pursuit of an imaginary criminal. Nor did he think of ousting the Viscount de Commarin and putting himself in his place. His plan was simply this: the crime once committed, he would wait. Things would take their own course, there would be negotiations, and ultimately he would compromise the matter at the price of a fortune. He felt sure of his mother's silence should she ever suspect him guilty of the assassination. His plan settled, he decided to strike the fatal blow on the Shrove Tuesday. To neglect no precaution, he, that very same evening, took Juliet to the theatre, and afterwards to the masked ball at the Opéra. In case things went against him, he thus secured an unanswerable alibi. The loss of his overcoat only troubled him for a moment. On reflection, he reassured himself, saying, "Pshaw! Who will ever know?" Everything had resulted in accordance with his calculations. It was, in his opinion, a matter of patience. But when Madame Gerdy read the account of the murder, the unhappy woman divined her son's work, and in the first paroxysms of her grief she declared that she would denounce him. He was terrified. A frightful delirium had taken possession of his mother. One word from her might destroy him. Putting a bold face on it, however, he acted at once and staked his all. To put the police on Albert's track was to guarantee his own safety, to ensure to himself, in the event of a probable success, Count de Commarin's name and fortune. Circumstances, as well as his own terror, increased his boldness and his ingenuity. Old Tabaret's visit occurred just at the right moment. Noel knew of his connection with the police, and guessed that the old fellow would make a most valuable confidant. So long as Madame Gerdy lived, Noel trembled. In her delirium she might betray him at any moment. But when she had breathed her last, he believed himself safe. He thought it all over, he could see no further obstacle in his way. He was sure he had triumphed. And now all was discovered, just as he was about to reach the goal of his ambition. But how? By whom? What fatality had resuscitated a secret which he had believed buried with Madame Gerdy? But where is the use, when one is at the bottom of an abyss, of knowing which stone gave way, or of asking down what side one fell? The cab stopped in the Rue de Provence. Noel leaned out of the door, his eyes exploring the neighbourhood, and throwing a searching glance into the depths of the hall of the house. Seeing no one, he paid the fare through the front window before getting out of the cab, and crossing the pavement with a bound he rushed upstairs. Charlotte, at sight of him, gave a shout of joy. "At last it is you, sir!" she cried. "Ah, madame has been expecting you with the greatest impatience. She has been very anxious." Juliet expecting him? Juliet anxious? The advocate did not stop to ask questions. On reaching this spot he seemed suddenly to recover all his composure. He understood his imprudence. He knew the exact value of every minute he delayed here. "If any one rings," said he to Charlotte, "don't open the door. No matter what may be said or done, don't open the door." On hearing Noel's voice, Juliet ran out to meet him. He pushed her gently into the salon, and followed, closing the door. There, for the first time, she saw his face. He was so changed, his look was so haggard, that she could not keep from crying out, "What is the matter?" Noel made no reply. He advanced towards her and took her hand. "Juliet," he demanded in a hollow voice, fastening his flashing eyes upon her, "Juliet, be sincere. Do you love me?" She instinctively felt that something dreadful had occurred. She seemed to breathe an atmosphere of evil. But she, as usual, affected indifference. "You ill-natured fellow," she replied, pouting her lips most provokingly. "Do you deserve—" "Oh, enough!" broke in Noel, stamping his feet fiercely. "Answer me," he continued, bruising her pretty hands in his grasp. "Yes or no. Do you love me?" 100 times had she played with her lover's anger, delighting to excite him into a fury, to enjoy the pleasure of appeasing him with a word, but she had never seen him like this before. She had wronged him greatly, and she dared not complain of this his first harshness. "Yes, I love you,"
she stammered. "Do you not know it?"
"Why?" replied the advocate, releasing her hands. "Why?
Because, if you love me, you must prove it. If you love me, you must follow me at once. Abandon everything. Come, fly with me. Time presses."
The young girl was terrified.
"Great heavens! What has happened?" "Nothing, except that I have loved you too much, Juliet. When I found I had no more money for your luxury, your caprices, I became wild. To procure money, I committed a crime. A crime! Do you understand? They are pursuing me now. I must fly. Will you follow me?"
Juliet's eyes grew wide with astonishment, but she doubted Noel.
"A crime? You?" she began. "Yes, me. Would you know the truth? I have committed a murder, an assassination. But it was all for you."
The advocate felt that Juliet would certainly recoil from him in horror. He expected that terror which a murderer inspires. He was resigned to it in advance. He thought that she would fly from him, perhaps there would be a scene. She might, who knows, have hysterics, might cry out, call for succour, for help, for aid. He was wrong. With a bound Juliet flew to him, throwing herself upon him, her arms about his neck, and embraced him as she had never embraced him before.
"Yes, I do love you," she cried. "Yes, you have committed a crime for my sake, because you loved me. You have a heart. I never really knew you before."
It had cost him dear to inspire this passion in Madame Juliet, but Noel never thought of that. He experienced a moment of intense delight. Nothing appeared hopeless to him now. But he had the presence of mind to free himself from her embrace.
"Let us go," he said. "The one great danger is that I do not know from whence the attack comes. How they have discovered the truth is still a mystery to me."
Juliet remembered her alarming visitor of the afternoon. She understood it all.
"Oh, what a wretched woman I am!" she cried, wringing her hands in despair. "It is I who have betrayed you. It occurred on Tuesday, did it not?" "Yes, Tuesday." "Ah, then I have told all without a doubt to your friend, the old man I supposed you had sent, Tabaret." "Has Tabaret been here?" "Yes, just a little while ago."
"Come, then," cried Noel. "Quickly! It's a miracle that he hasn't been back." He took her arm to hurry her away, but she nimbly released herself.
"Wait," said she. "I have some money, some jewels. I will take them." "It is useless. Leave everything behind. I have a fortune, Juliet. Let us fly."
She had already opened her jewel box, and was throwing everything of value that she possessed pell-mell into a little travelling bag.
"Ah, you are ruining me!" cried Noel. "You are ruining me!"
He spoke thus, but his heart was overflowing with joy.
"What sublime devotion! She loves me truly," he said to himself. "For my sake she renounces her happy life without hesitation. For my sake she sacrifices all."
Juliet had finished her preparations, and was hastily tying on her bonnet when the door bell rang.
"It is the police!" cried Noel, becoming, if possible, even more livid.
The young woman and her lover stood as immovable as two statues, with great drops of perspiration on their foreheads, their eyes dilated and their ears listening intently. A second ring was heard, then a third. Charlotte appeared, walking on tiptoe.
"There are several," she whispered. "I heard them talking together."
Grown tired of ringing, they knocked loudly on the door. The sound of a voice reached the drawing room, and the word "law" was plainly heard.
"No more hope," murmured Noel. "Don't despair," cried Juliet. "Try the servants' staircase. You may be sure they have not forgotten it."
Juliet went to see, and returned dejected and terrified. She had distinguished heavy footsteps on the landing, made by some one endeavouring to walk softly.
"There must be some way of escape," she cried fiercely.
"Yes," replied Noel.
"One way. I have given my word. They are picking the lock. Fasten all the doors, and let them break them down. It will give me time."
Juliet and Charlotte ran to carry out his directions. Then Noel, leaning against the mantelpiece, seized his revolver and pointed it at his breast. But Juliet, who had returned, perceiving the movement, threw herself upon her lover, but so violently that the revolver turned aside and went off. The shot took effect, the bullet entering Noel's stomach. He uttered a frightful cry. Juliet had made his death a terrible punishment, she had prolonged his agony. He staggered, but remained standing, supporting himself by the mantelpiece, while the blood flowed copiously from his wound. Juliet clung to him, trying to wrest the revolver from his grasp. "You shall not kill yourself," she cried. "I will not let you. You are mine. I love you. Let them come. What can they do to you? If they put you in prison, you can escape. I will help you. We will bribe the jailers. Ah, we will live so happily together, no matter where, far away in America, where no one knows us." The outer door had yielded. The police were now picking the lock of the door of the antechamber. "Let me finish," murmured Noel. "They must not take me alive." And with a supreme effort, triumphing over his dreadful agony, he released himself, and roughly pushed Juliet away. She fell down near the sofa. Then he once more aimed his revolver at the place where he felt his heart beating, pulled the trigger, and rolled to the floor. It was full time, for the police at that moment entered the room. Their first thought was that before shooting himself Noel had shot his mistress. They knew of cases where people had romantically desired to quit this world in company, and moreover had they not heard two reports. But Juliet was already on her feet again. "A doctor!" she cried. "A doctor! He cannot be dead!" One man ran out, while the others, under old Tabaret's direction, raised the body, and carried it to Madame Juliet's bedroom, where they laid it on the bed.
"For his sake, I trust his wounds are mortal,"
murmured the old detective, whose anger left him at the sight.
"After all, I loved him as though he were my own child. His name is still in my will."
Old Tabaret stopped. Noel just then uttered a groan and opened his eyes. "You see that he will live?" cried Juliet. The advocate shook his head feebly, and for a moment he tossed about painfully on the bed, passing his right hand first under his coat and then under his pillow. He even succeeded in turning himself half way towards the wall and then back again. Upon a sign which was at once understood, someone placed another pillow under his head. Then in a broken, hissing voice he uttered a few words. "I am the assassin," he said. "Write it down. I will sign it. It will please Albert. I owe him that at least." While they were writing he drew Juliet's head close to his lips.
"My fortune is beneath the pillow," he whispered. "I give it all to you."
A flow of blood rose to his mouth, and they all thought him dead. But he still had strength enough to sign his confession, and to say jestingly to Monsieur Tabaret,
"Aha, my friend, so you go in for the detective business, do you? It must be great fun to trap one's friends in person. Ah, I have had a fine game. But with 3 women in the play, I was sure to lose."
The death struggle commenced, and when the doctor arrived, he could only announce the decease of M. Noel Gerdy, advocate. 20. Some months later, one evening, at old Mademoiselle de Goelot's house, the Marchioness d'Erlange, looking 10 years younger than when we saw her last, was giving her dowager friends an account of the wedding of her granddaughter Claire, who had just married the Viscount Albert de Commarin.
"The wedding," said she, "took place on our estate in Normandy, without any flourish of trumpets. My son-in-law wished it, for which I think he is greatly to blame. The scandal raised by the mistake of which he had been the victim called for a brilliant wedding. That was my opinion, and I did not conceal it. But the boy is as stubborn as his father, which is saying a good deal. He persisted in his obstinacy. And my impudent granddaughter, obeying beforehand her future husband, also sided against me. It is, however, of no consequence. I defy any one to find to day a single individual with courage enough to confess that he ever for an instant doubted Albert's innocence. I have left the young people in all the bliss of the honeymoon, billing and cooing like a pair of turtle doves. It must be admitted that they have paid dearly for their happiness. May they be happy then, and may they have lots of children,
for they will have no difficulty in bringing them up and in providing for them.
I must tell you that, for the first time in his life, and probably for the last, the Count de Comarin has behaved like an angel. He has settled all his fortune on his son, absolutely all. He intends living alone on one of his estates. I am afraid the poor dear old man will not live long. I am not sure that he has entirely recovered from the last attack. Anyhow, my grandchild is settled, and grandly too. I know what it has cost me, and how economical I shall have to be. But I do not think much of those parents who hesitate at any pecuniary sacrifice when their children's happiness is at stake."
The marchioness forgot, however, to state that, a week before the wedding, Albert freed her from a very embarrassing position, and had discharged a considerable amount of her debts. Since then she had not borrowed more than 9,000 francs of him; but she intends confessing to him some day how greatly she is annoyed by her upholsterer, by her dressmaker, by 3 linen drapers, and by 5 or 6 other tradesmen. Ah, well, she is all the same a worthy woman. She never says anything against her son-in-law. Retiring to his father's home in Poitou, after sending in his resignation, M. Daburon has at length found rest. Forgetfulness will come later on. His friends do not yet despair of inducing him to marry. Madame Juliette is quite consoled for the loss of Noel. The 80,000 francs hidden by him under the pillow were not taken from her. They are nearly all gone now, though. Before long the sale of a handsome suite of furniture will be announced. Old Tabaret alone is indelibly impressed. After having believed in the infallibility of justice, he now sees everywhere nothing but judicial errors. The ex-amateur detective doubts the very existence of crime, and maintains that the evidence of one's senses proves nothing. He circulates petitions for the abolition of capital punishment, and has organized a society for the defence of poor and innocent prisoners. The End of the Lerouge Case, by Émile Gaboriau. Recorded by Celine Major. I hope you've enjoyed it.